yeah, this party just keeps getting better.
Sunset Shadow became a lady. Sunset Shadow celebrates 10 months of membership. I am on my way to bed, warning face emoji. A full night stuff time, so cool face emoji.
We stumble and stare at the carnival lights that lit up New York City. From a rooftop in Brooklyn that was covered in bad graffiti. And then I lit 1,000 splinters, pierced right through my spoiled liver. Whatever that was left of it. Cause I've cursed my lonely memory with picture-perfect imagery. Maybe I'm not dying, I'm just living in decaying cities. But I'm still healthy, I'm still fine. I've been spending all my time reading the obituaries. But I will fuck this up. I fucking know it. I will fuck this up. I fucking know it. I will fuck this up. I fucking know it. I will fuck this up. I fucking know it. Cause I am the shadow of the wax-wing slate. I felt the force azure from window panes. I am just freaking out, yeah, I'll be fine. But I will fuck this up. I fucking know it. I will fuck this up. I fucking know it. I will fuck this up. I fucking know it. I will fuck this up. I fucking know it.
Don't cry, she'll be back tomorrow. Take back all the time you borrowed. I'm no longer afraid to tell you that I need you, and I wish that you would come back for more. Locked down in a fold-out bed, singing the same song over and over again. You need me half as bad, and I settle for less than that. In my bed, just a sharp deadline of you. Promise to give for someone who cared for me. I need a cigarette, I have a smoke to waste. I need a smaller bed to
Thank you so much, Sunset. You are the best. Let's go! Thank you so much, Sunset. Thank you. Are you ready, Steve? Andy? Mick? Well, all right, fellas. Let's go! Oh, it's been getting so hard, living with the things you do to me. My dreams are getting so strange. I'd like to tell you everything I see. Oh, I see a man in the back who's a matter of fact, and his eyes are as red as the sun. And the girl in the corner lets no one ignore, cause she thinks she's the passionate one. Oh, yeah, it was like lightning. Everybody was frightened, and the music was soothing, and they all started grooving. Yeah. And the man in the back said, everyone attacking, and turn it to a ballroom blitz. And the girl in the corner said, boy, I wanna water you, it'll turn it to a ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. I forgot how hard this song is to sing. Oh, I'm reaching out for something. Such and something's all I ever do. Oh, I softly call you over when peers there's nothing left to do. Oh, now the man in the back is ready to crack as he raises his hands to the sky. And the girl in the corner, it's everyone's morning. She could kill you with the wink of her eye. Oh, yeah, it was electric, so frantically hectic. And they all started breathing, cause they all stopped breathing. Yeah. And the man in the back said, everyone attacking, and turn it to a ballroom blitz. And the girl in the corner said, boy, I want it, it'll turn it to a ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. Oh, such a good bass line. Oh, it's E.G. Lately Live. You know how we do. Oh, yeah, it was like lightning. Everybody was frightened, and the music was soothing, and they all started grooving. Yeah. And the man in the back said, everyone attacking, and turn it to a ballroom blitz. And the girl in the corner said, boy, I want it, it'll turn it to a ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. It's E.G. Lately Live. It's E.G. Lately Live. It's E.G. Lately Live. Oh, it's E.G. Lately Live. Little impromptu stuff there. Woo! You know how it is. Woo! That song is hard to sing, dude. That song is hard to sing. You gotta get way up there. The way that guy sings that song, like I know that it got like re-popular from Wayne's World, but damn, that song is hard to sing, boys and ladies, boys and girls. I can't wait to listen back to that one and hear how that went. Because I still get, I think when I did the Louis Capaldi song last stream, I think I did a pretty good, I think the sound sounded good. So, but man, Getting up there. Getting up there. Special thank you to Sunset Shadow. I saw the $20 or I guess €20 super chat. You are amazing. And thank you for 10 months. So generous. Wow, 10 months. We've known each other for almost a full year. Isn't that wild? I think a couple people actually have like a full year. Like Rajira's got a full year. Tina Cat's got a full year. Pretty nuts. I think Soul's got to be pretty damn close to a full year if she doesn't already have a full year. But man, it feels like I just started doing this yesterday, you know? Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Yeah, that shit's hard to sing, man. That's all I'm going to say about that. All right? It's hard to sing. It's hard to sing. I hope everything's going well with Pierogi and Scammer Payback. I heard that you guys had an awesome stream where he gave $5K to somebody who lost all their money. I think that's amazing that you guys do stuff like that to help people out. Just goes to show you again why I am such a big fan of the guy and why I think that everybody else should be a big fan of the guy as well. I think most of the people who watch me are big fans of Pierogi at this point. You know, I don't think that anybody, you know, is not a fan anymore. At least I know the people who watch me tend to be. Or maybe some people, you know, who came in under some strange circumstances, but, you know, they're not a hater anymore. So that's good. I was able to do a celebration membership thing. When did you do that? I didn't see that. Yeah, I didn't see it. Happy Thursday, everybody. Happy Thursday. Of course, as you guys know, we do this thing now where if we get, I know it says like 10 super chats, but if we just get to $50, it's easy. We add an extra hour. Every $50, an hour gets added to the stream. So if you, obviously it's up to you guys, you know, it's not requested. Sunset Shadow got you guys already started off. So $20 starting things off. I ain't a hater. I'm just autistic. Hey, you know what? Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. Happy Autism Day. Happy Autism Thursday, if you will. A couple of the people in the chat have some autistic children. So you fit right in, Ravencast. They know how to handle you. They've been around you. Check on Twitch, EG. I can't. It takes like forever for me to pull up Twitch because they sent a code to my phone and stuff, so I don't even monitor Twitch. Carla Stop is like the only person over there who enjoys it. I think I'd be able to see it on, what do you call it? My restream. I see we got 100 messages already. That's pretty awesome. And I see Sunset Shadow says, for $20, she says, although I can't stay until the end, I will watch it in the morning. Awesome. Today we got some interesting things we're going to be talking about. Some things have taken place since the last stream that we've done. There's a lot to talk about, honestly. But mainly, we're going to be talking tonight.
Well, would you look at that? Someone's guilty of being a total badass. Chick Nugs approves this message.
Sol and Luna super chatted $5. Check Twitch, sun emoji, 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 sun emoji. That's where I did the celebration thing.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I'll be able to pull that up on my I'll be able to pull that up on Stream Elements, I think it's called. Stream Elements. I could see all that stuff over there. So it doesn't just go away. So I'll be able to go check it. I'll be able to check it pretty soon. Let me get the intros going here because we do have a show to run here, right? We have a show to run. And nothing came up. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that weird? Well, let me get that fixed real quick, because that ain't cool. Can't be doing that stuff. I think it's because I moved the video. So that's on me, guys. That's on me, guys. That's why they say, you know, don't do this at home. I guess most people stream at home, though. Don't stream unsupervised. That's what they say. That's exactly what they say. All right, let's try that again. There is a show here that we're doing. And this is the name of the profession. As you can see, I've gotten so much better at being a professional streamer, Sunset, since the last time you were here. So much better. Nothing has changed at all. But let's try this again. Cool graphics. Don't know how to use them. Cool graphics, and I don't know how to use them. Isn't that cool, guys? Isn't that so cool? That's right. Soul beat me to it. It is not hot topic time. Oh my God. It is roll call time.
Let's take a roll here. Jay Quellen. Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here? Yeah.
Do you mean Jacqueline?
Okay. So that's how it's gonna be.
That's how it's going to be, guys. Every Tuesday and Thursday night, that's how it's going to be. I've been flirting with the idea of adding another night to streaming. Probably going to be on the weekend, because I do think the weekends have some goods to get. Just be you, EG. That's all you need to do. Thank you. That's all I can do. It's like the best thing I'm at is being like me. Sweet Marie Honeybee. Oh, I often wonder how to approach it. I've seen several friends with autism. They really open, and I appreciate that. Roger. Yeah, Roger's got a son with autism. She knows what she's doing. EG lately is currently streaming without supervision. I know. I'm surprised that they let me do that. And then they gave me a partnership on top of that. Suckers. Suckers. We got Ravencast in the house. You guys know Ravencast. He comes on sometimes. Lord Triton comes on, offers his feedback on some of the drama going on in the community. I was on Aiden's stream the other last night, actually, and I debated him on the way that he approaches the topic. Chat was calling me like retarded and like the meanest stuff when I first got on there. But by the end of my time on there, except for a few people who just probably hate me because they don't know who I am, well, actually, I was actually kind of winning them over with some of the stuff I was saying. But yeah, man, if you go on Aiden's stream, they are so mean. They are like ridiculously mean over there. Because since most of them don't know who I am, they're just like, who's this friggin' old retard? You know, and that's about as nice as I think they'll be. That's telling them at the end saying, I guess EG's not totally lost is about as nice as you can, I guess, hope for from that. I agree. They are like, that's the one thing about drama, the drama community, is they are so incredibly mean. And I thought like nothing I said was crazy. Like I came on there and I still think that Aiden tried to pull one over on me because he was trying to explain to me what the meaning of shifty was because he said I used it wrong. And then he explained it and it still fit into the way that I explained it. So that's why everybody was saying I was so stupid because they thought I didn't know how the word shifty meant. But I didn't like get in a fight with Aiden. We actually agreed on a lot of things, and I think I kind of had some interesting takes that he wasn't thinking of, I guess. But so I met Aiden, and then there was like Queeman and all them guys over there. I think they're all like pretty. I mean, they're all young guys. They're all full of piss and vinegar. It happens, you know. I think there's just permanent hatred in there. You're not crazy hostile. Yeah, thank you. I try not to be. That's not my MO. And I think that that's what they want though. Like that's why I don't think that like I track that specific demographic is because I'm pretty laid back and chill. But you know, if I was 20 something, I probably would be doing some crazy stuff like that. They want blood sports. Yeah. Yeah. And then the guy who came in after me apparently had been doing some I don't know. He kind of his call went 10 times worse than my call. So by that point, I think a lot of people were like starting to realize that I wasn't as stupid as they thought I was. But I don't think I'm stupid at all. In fact, I still think I'm right. I still think that, you know, a lot of the things I said were correct. And then I actually got talking to some guy who's been harassing Tippy as well. So that's interesting. Interesting how everyone has their own feelings. I respect their opinion. Sorry, you're talking to Rogero. Okay, I should just read from the back to the front. Yeah, so let's do our roll call real quick. So we got Sweet Marie Honeybee in the chat. Welcome. I don't know if I've seen you in here before, so welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. New Moon Rising says younger and unwise. Yes, that's what I was telling them. They all, a couple of them were saying I was big bro in him because I think at one point I referred to him as being an intelligent kid, which he is. I mean, 20-year-old is still a kid. You know, I'm a grown ass man. And don't you forget it. But it's all a little bit of fun. It's because I like to call out Aiden a little bit sometimes on some of the stuff he says on X because it's just kind of the culture he's created where everybody kind of like gives him, you know, shit. They give him shit because he's created that culture. So I play along, you know. Obviously, I said the Ravencast here. Jammer giving the heart to Soul and Luna. Soul and Luna. Hey, haters are just an indication of how based and cool one is. That's right. I do think so. You're not really getting anywhere if you don't have people hating on you. That's the way I look at it. You got to have people hating on you at some point. I'm cutting out. Am I cutting out for anybody else? Also, by the way, there's supposed to be a big storm rolling in tonight. So if the stream randomly drops, that's why. Okay. So if I'm gonna stream as long as I can, but if it gets really bad, so that I don't lose my computers, I may shut it down. It depends on how bad it gets. So I don't know when that's coming, but that's what I hear. Is apparently there's supposed to be a big storm coming, and I may lose power. Of course, Sunset Shadows here. She said there's no need for that. I know. Well, so, Sunset comes from such a loving community. She comes from Scammer Payback community, and everybody in there is so loving and supportive and stuff. And they are really trying to work hard to create a positive message online and help protect people. Meanwhile, like I'm on the complete other side of the spectrum where we kind of just gossip and expose people for doing dumb stuff. Or that's why I'm kind of been doing a lot of the switch to the comic book stuff. I think the comic book stuff is something that I really love. Movies, things of that nature. The next video I'm doing is Lord of the Rings. So we don't only do drama. We've been enjoying a lot of the pop culture stuff. I do all kinds of different things, but I'm not gonna stop doing drama because I know a lot of you guys love that stuff in here, and I'm not gonna ignore that. E-Shift's here. How you doing, E-Shift? With the I know what those are. E-Shift. I remember. Mayo Draco Lizovsky says professional streamer. That's right. You guys know it. You love it. Timey Wimey's here. Who else we got in the house? Blue Jay, the bluest of all Jays. Rajajajira is in the house. I'm scrolling upward, so if you're like, I go from the last to the first, so that way anybody who comes in after that's tardy for the party. Maya Draco Lizovsky says I was there mod, and that's right, Maya. I know you a mod. So is Sunset. Sunset like runs that chat over there. Sunset's always like, yeah, you can't say that, you can't do that, but you can do that, and thank you. She's the welcome wagon. I would dare say that she's Pierogi's right hand lady, other than Mrs. Pierogi. Of course, we have Janie Minaj. Today was my 30-month anniversary on SP. 30 months. Dang. I can't even imagine what it'll be like if someone's got that much here. I think Rogier's got like 15 months, so she's halfway there. I think she's halfway there. I think Soul's pretty like right after her. But yeah, such awesome stuff, guys. I honestly, I don't think you guys realize just how E-Shift. I'm seeing some of the emojis you put in the chat. But the membership stuff, I can't even begin to tell you guys how incredible that is, because like that's like, I don't know, it just helps out so much. Why did that happen? What is this? What is this? Where did you go, my lovely? Why? Okay, I just asked. Okay, now I'm just in my pictures. I'm just in my pictures here. I can't get out of this. How can I? Okay, there we go. I had to hit it. He had to hit it. That was weird. That's what's weird. It's very strange. I'm just trying to get my EG Lately thing back up on my TV behind me. And then, of course, we have 0, 0 core. I can figure it out. 0 core. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Of course. And then I just want to make sure, because sometimes I always be missing Sarah. I don't want to miss Sarah if she's in the chat. There she is. Sarah known and little. See, you thought I was going to forget you again. That's why you don't call me out until after roll call's over. Mr. T's 2 gold chains I see as well. And that is... And then there's 10 months for Soul and Luna. I think I saw there. 10 was that 10? Oh no, it's for Sunset. Okay. I don't know where I didn't see your alert thing there. But 10 months, yeah, for Sunset. That's awesome, dude. Who's singing this time? I don't know. So many people. Okay. And then I think that's it, right? That's roll call. Oh, Side Glass Bottle snuck into class at the very end of roll call. Good job. Good job. Thank you, Side Glass Bottle. Appreciate you being here. I hope everybody's doing a good job, having a nice night. Jammer just posted the link to the Discord in there. Just 0 core. The other 0 is silent. Okay, I'll just call you core or 0. Put your glasses on, EJ. I know I'm wearing my contacts right now. I typically like to wear my contacts because my glasses are heavy, and especially on hot days, It'll start making my nose like real greasy and stuff. But that's roll call, ladies and gentlemen. You know what we do after roll call? We get into hot topics. Let's talk about it. It's time for hot topics.
Wake up. Nothing is out of context. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am.
Hey, I mean, he said it, guys. 10 months on Twitch for Soul? Dang. You know what? Sometimes I randomly will get payments from Twitch, and I never know why. So now it's making sense. I'm like on Twitch, I'm always just like, where is this money even coming from that I'm getting from them? It's usually something small, like $20 or $30 a month, but I'm usually like, no, it's like, is Carla like just dropping bits like crazy? But that makes sense if people have subscriptions over on Twitch. I am live on Twitch quite often. Every time that I'm live here, I am live over on Twitch. However, not many people watch me over there. So, and I think the majority of the people who follow me over on Twitch are bots that are trying to sell me something at one point or another. So that's pretty neat, you know? That's pretty neat. Yeah, they slide down your nose, all that stuff. If you guys are wondering why there's so many boobs in the chat, it's because of last stream. That's like they're trying to distract me with the boobages. Thank you again, Sunset. I hope you have a really nice night. Thank you so much for the 20. Soul put 5 in. So if you guys, we're halfway to the goal. Halfway to the goal. If you guys get to 50, we do an extra hour of streaming. So don't let them be racking it up for yourself. I do owe Daniel's crew a topic if she wants to talk about that today too. I didn't see her in roll call. So Jennifer Williams, how you doing? Good to see you, Jennifer Williams. Welcome to the stream. If you're not a bot, as long as you ain't no bot. I'm 62 months in with the SP Twitch. Damn, 62 months, Maya. That is insane. Maybe one day I'll get there. Maybe one day. That day will not be today because we can't really just fast forward the months, you know? Can't do it. Can't do it. Won't do it. Can't fast forward damn months. Let me prepare the other computer so that I am not showing anything I'm not supposed to be. Let's take a look at what's going on in the world today, guys. That would be a... what's that song? It's like, Mama put on the news today. And she started crying or something like that. It was like Billy it's like some kid sang it. Like Billy Baskins or something like that. It was an old song back in the day. See, kids these days will never remember The Box. Do you guys remember The Box on TV? The Box was crazy, man. So The Box was like this old... it was like this music request thing. You could request music videos. I think it eventually ended up getting bought by MTV, and then they bought it out. But you could call in, and then you could request things. Am I still live? Hey, J Sauce, good to see you. I see J Sauce. Donate 5. Best wishes. Here they are. And there's Ravencast with 2.
Someone's guilty of being a total badass. Chick Dugs approves this message.
The Ravencast super chatted $1.99. Can we hit the goal, Bish?
Thank you, Ravencast. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And the alerts are working today. That's a good thing, at least for now, until I start watching something over here. So I thought it'd be fun to... You don't remember The Box? Who in here remembers The Box? Okay, this is going to be for people who are like 30 and over. There's no way Ravencast is going to remember The Box. He's too young. But he's not a minor either, folks. At least not anymore. He's 20 years. I believe he's 20, so he's a youngin. But if you guys remember The Box, put a number in the chat. You see, you can't fool me. I knew what you guys would do if I said put a 1. Maybe clear cache. Okay, everybody's trying to help troubleshoot someone, but I'm hoping. Okay. While I wait and see, my computer's running really slow. Sometimes when there's thunderstorms, though, it does mess up the service. The Raven, of course, he's gonna say he remembers The Box because I told him he wouldn't. He wasn't even alive when The Box was on. It was old. It was old. I don't know. I'm from 1996. My knowledge is limited. Yeah, I think by then it was already. Well, no, 96. The Box was probably still around. It could have been. So The Box was basically this it was this channel on TV where you could call a 1-800 number, right? And then you'd put in 3 numbers. It was the same year that Amish Paradise came out. So whatever year Amish Paradise came out is the year that the box was like really popular. So 1996, there it is, right there. 1996, the box was going. That'd be an interesting video to do on the box because I think that would be pretty. I'm sure some people would remember it. So it could have been a Northeast thing because I am right by New York City and Philadelphia, obviously. So it could have been like a Northeast thing. But anyway, so the box was this channel on cable. You could call up and you would put in 3 numbers. And when Amish Paradise came out, everybody kept playing it over and over and over again. It's kind of like memeing on it before so that no other videos could play. But then there was like this other song that kept coming on with this little kid named Billy. I forget. Oh my God, I cannot remember what this kid's name is. But it was like this really depressing song about how his mom was watching the news and she started crying or something. So it had to be local to me, yeah. But anyway, shout out to the box, old school. You guys, that was like Total Request Live before Total Request Live came on. So, but we always loved it because it was just nonstop music videos. You know, you'd get a couple commercials in there, but for the most part, it was nonstop music videos. Anyway. Now we just have YouTube, so we don't need things like that. But the box was pretty cool. So we're definitely gonna talk about the main event today, which is Ironheart, and it's just getting absolutely destroyed right now. What is this? People fighting. So I wanted to talk about Kaceytron first because we had talked about her last stream. So she's put out some stuff since the last stream, and I just kind of want to comment on it a little bit. She's really leaning into this, that she's a victim thing. So we'll start off with this in Hot Topics. We're not gonna spend super long on it because we do have a lot to get into when it comes to Ironheart. So let's see what she has to say. Wait, no.
Hey everybody, how's it going?
I need to get to Harvard Law.
Do you need to go to Harvard Law?
This is just some guy. All right. Asmongold reacted to Kaceytron, but I'm not gonna react to Asmongold reacting to Kaceytron. I'm gonna have to hop over to X real quick to go find it because I know I think I shared it. So again, if you guys don't follow me on X, get on X, follow me. Maybe follow Ravencast too because those guys are cool and they're doing a show too. They're up and coming. All right, where is it? Where is my post here? Because this basically just gets down to brass tacks, the thing that I want to cover the most. Okay, here it is. I got it. Let me just screen back over. I always got to screen before I go on X because there could be like random boobs that pop up. I don't know why X still allows that, but they do. So this is Kaceytron. This is about 2 minutes and 37 seconds, but she kind of had a breakdown on stream and started crying a lot. So let's see what she has to say.
You know, I was planning on starting to look into like lawyers and stuff today, but I didn't think that I'd get served yet or that I would even get served. But I guess I heard it's Ethan's birthday.
Ethan literally said on the last stream that we watched that they were gonna be receiving their serve. I don't know, how do you say that plurally? Their servations, their servations in the mail, or their serve notices in the mail. So I don't know why she's shocked. By the way, if you guys go look at the thumbnail that I did for this video where we covered Kaceytron, she does not look anything like she does in this video right now. She actually kind of looks like a babe on the thumbnail. So I'm shocked. This is probably what this much weed does to you. Or it could have been from her like 10 years ago or something.
So I don't know. I was like, I guess I'll go live so he can get a good birthday gift since I'm sure he thinks this is funny. I don't know. But I got served. My dad answered the door and
Thank you, Soul.
I said earlier they used my dad's disability to trick him, but that was unrelated. It was just today we've been like calling on my dad's disability, you know, because I've been like working towards trying to get my dad on disability, and we were like responding to some calls and notifications we got about that. And then like a few minutes later, the next thing I know, my dad comes in and he's like fucking crying. You know, it's really fucking traumatic to see your dad cry like that. You know, like that's what really like has me like so freaked out, is seeing like how emotional my dad got about it. You know, like, and I know people are gonna be fucking making fun of me for this, and like they're gonna be posting like videos of me like crying and laughing at it and whatnot, you know, like I don't know, like I'm sure like what you guys are watching right now, like every fucking incel community that's been attacking me relentlessly for like the past 10 years is going to use it for YouTube clips, because they literally make careers out of bullying women like me. And I'm just so fucking tired. I'm just so fucking tired of constantly being harassed by this shit, you know? Like, for the past 3 or 4 months, I've really just been like, I just want to focus on myself, and I want to focus on my community. I want to focus on being funny. I want to be one of those people who's just a breath of fresh air, you know, somebody who people can watch to escape and get away from it all. I just want to be focused on being funny and being giving, and focus on, you know, the gays and the girls and the people who uplift me so much.
The gays and the girls.
You know, like we just got done doing our Trans Lifeline fundraiser and shit, and
Oh,
it just
now
made
she's
me
gotta-
so happy.
She's just plugging
You know, like I
herself.
said, it's just been such a fucking struggle, and I'm just so fucking tired of struggling, and just the idea of having to like keep on struggling and it just be an ongoing thing for like the next several years of my life. It's just like, I don't know if I can fucking do this.
Yeah, so all right, a couple things here real quick. That's basically it in its full. She stole the vids, right? Now she's crying. Yeah, so here's my take on this. All right. One, I hate to see someone like in this. Let me just turn it down so you guys aren't picking up the air conditioner in the background. I don't ever want to see someone like this online. All right? I do feel, in some way, I feel bad for her. Okay, like I'm a human being, right? I don't want to see someone cry like this. However, with that said, in this little I'm a victim mindset thing that she's got going on, she's blamed men. She's blamed everyone else, and hasn't taken accountability at all, right? This is the same girl that we just heard the other day laughing about this, calling Gila ugly, kind of laughing about, all this stuff happening. Yeah, it's a big butt. It's a big butt. It's hard to feel bad for her, right? She was playing fast and loose with fair use. She openly admitted to the fact that she was trying to make sure that people weren't giving views to Ethan Klein. She's still doubling down and somehow making this men's fault for some reason. I don't understand. Like, I don't know why she hates men so much. You know, like if you guys like, all right, let me show you guys something real quick, because I think this will actually be surprising to some of you guys. But if you look up Kaceytron, let me see if I can find the same picture here. She was actually kind of a good-looking girl at one point. Okay, so here's my video right here, all right? So let's just take a look at my thumbnail real quick. I don't know if I can, like, make this bigger or whatever. But I found this picture of her, and I was like, wow, she actually looks really nice in this picture. But she does not look anything like this anymore, right? This one looks like a decent picture of her. See, so she has, like... So I don't know why... I heard Easy loves men so much that he's a bottom for them. Stop it! You stop it, okay? At one point, she was a very attractive woman. She doesn't look like a femme girl or whatever. And then here's another picture of her where she looks pretty nice. Here's the picture. Wait, I don't know who that is. Let's take a look at the image. I mean, look at her. She was beautiful. So I'm guessing somewhere along the line, I guess this could have, she's probably, I don't know what age she is. She's probably in her 30s or something, but this could be from when she's in her 20s. Everybody looks amazing in their 20s or something. But look at her. Like, she looks like she would be kind of, probably you would consider, she got the, yes, I know, boobs. I'm trying not to be an incel, okay? For Casey's sake. She's already dealing with enough incels, so I'm not trying to add to that. But she's got the choker on. She looks hot. But then you look at her now, and this is what I was saying about the weed thing, right? Casey was one of the OG titty streamers. She looks so different now. So maybe that's where she got her original popularity from, was when she looked like this, right? And then, so maybe that's why she keeps saying things about the incels or whatever. But that's the only thing I could think of to make sense, because I can't imagine men are, maybe this is the whole point, right? Is that men bring up what she used to look like compared to what she looks like now, and that's what's driving her friggin' insane. I don't know. This could be it. But like, I'm not trying to sit here, and we don't like attack people's looks or whatever. But, she was gorgeous. She was gorgeous back in the day. And now she does not really look like that anymore. So, it is what it is, I guess. And who is Kaceytron? Twitch streamer called out by Destiny for copyright. Wait. For copyright. So is this like her second time being called out for copyright? Where is the link? So this is from an article called Sportskeeda. Who is Kaceytron? Twitch streamer called out by Destiny for copyright striking several live streaming clips. Interesting. So this happened in 2022, actually. A botched boob job. I can't tell whether or not that's real. So female Twitch streamer Kaceytron recently came into the foreground yet again after popular Twitch streamer Steven Destiny highlighted her name. By the way, I was so wrong about me and her being anywhere near the same amount of popularity online. Apparently she's like way more popular and famous than I am. So good for her, I guess. But when Ethan Klein said like 300 view stream, I thought he meant like 300 views, but views, I mean concurrent viewers, I guess, which is way higher than I've ever had in here. I think the most we ever had is like 175 at one point. But what is this? Get out of here. I don't want no ads. So it says female Twitch streamer Kaceytron recently came into the foreground yet again after popular Twitch streamer Steven Destiny highlighted her name in his stream. He pointed out how she DMCA'd all the clips that were accusing her of defending fellow stream Bob7, who had been found out for leaking intimate pictures. Wow, this has come full circle. Hey, Daniel's crew!
Daniel's crew super chatted $2. I forgot it was Thursday.
Hey, it happens, girl. It happens. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're here. She used others' material and probably thought she could get away with it because of her looks. Maybe back then. I don't know if she feels that way now, but she it looks like she DMCA'd all the clips that were accusing. So she DMCA take down some of Destiny's stuff in 2022, and she didn't get. I don't know if she got DMCA'd for the stuff that happened with Ethan, but she's definitely getting sued for it. So it's almost like this is weird. It's like this weird thing's coming around. Like, it's all coming back on her. Kaceytron is a 30-year-old content creator who is best known for streaming League of Legends. She first came into the limelight after accusing Minecraft streamer Dream of being misogynistic and queerbaiting in 2021. Interesting. Wow, this girl's got a lot more of a history than I knew she had. Following that, she opened up about facing rampant workplace sexism. She has been involved in a slew of controversies over the course of the past couple of years. What exactly happened to Kaceytron in the Destiny controversy? In January 2021, Destiny called out Bob 7 for allegedly being toxic towards women. Wow, that's rich. That's rich coming from him, huh? I think she looks very beautiful in all those. Yeah, I agree. She looks good in them pics. No denying that. But so Bob 7, Destiny called out Bob 7 for being toxic towards women. Yet now this article came out in 2022. So you can imagine how funny that is now, knowing what we know about Destiny, right? And how much he's been a womanizer and just an actual total sexual deviant. Additionally, the latter was accused of leaking private, intimate photos of women. So, oh my God, dude, this is so funny. This is freaking funny. Not that people are getting their nudes leaked, but Destiny was calling out Bob 7 for leaking intimate photos. Yet, that's exactly what Destiny got in total shit for in the past however long. As a response, Bob 7 tried to hit back by claiming that Destiny had tried to manipulate him at the time, he said. It became clear that Destiny was highly manipulative and emotionally abusive. It was very problematic for him that I talked about this with Melina, Bose, and eventually Pikachu, 3 of his closest friends. He further talked about how they had thought about distancing themselves from Destiny. Probably a good move, but if Bob 7 was leaking stuff and Destiny was leaking stuff, pretty ridiculous. These are 3 people that all considered disengaging with him to an extent because of me talking about his behavior. Destiny hated me for this. I was in the way of him manipulating these girls. I mean, Bob 7 looks like he's right now, doesn't he? Bob 7 looks like he knows exactly what he was talking about then. If this guy called out Destiny back then, but Destiny was calling out Bob 7 for leaking it, maybe they were both trying to score women and they ended up not scoring, they fought over the same one. You mean people see in their own shadows? Surely. Yeah, that's a good point. It's like they're just looking at their own shadows. I think that they probably got in a fight over a woman or something, and that's what led to this fallout, because it sounds like they were both kind of just womanizing girls. I don't know anything about Bob 7, though, but we know what we know about Destiny for sure. This is where Kaceytron arrived. She had backed up what Bob 7 had been posting at the time. Following this, there was a series of back and forth going on between Destiny and Casey. Fast forward to 2022, Casey took to her Twitter to criticize Misgift, who had been involved in a SA cover-up. According to her, Misgift's jocular attitude upon returning from his hiatus after being found guilty of assisting the accused was offensive. So this is something that she posted here a while. This is October 10th, 2022. She wrote, this is 2-year-old news, but we're learning a little bit about Kaceytron's past. Now, she was right about Destiny for sure. But, and she's probably right about the Misgift stuff too. Misgift going live and trying to laugh off a SA situation is gross. This is why I feel strongly about building a safe space for women. Our trauma is a joke to them. The slime ball going to delete his VODs and everything too once he sees the community wasn't laughing along. This clip went pretty viral. I mean, this tweet went pretty viral. Seeing her tweet, multiple users started to call her out by mentioning her role in defending Bob 7. She replied to one such user by stating, now deleted, that it was Destiny who had manipulated the community into thinking she was the perpetrator. This was followed by a long list of posts and clips that were shared on platforms such as Livestream Fail. However, Casey seemingly did welcome those clips, accusing her of defending an online abuser. She proceeded to DMCA the said videos, making them inaccessible to the public. As mentioned before, this was pointed out by Destiny in his stream. He said, "Oh, this is really funny. Apparently someone linked a thread by Casey trying to defend Bob 7. Apparently, Casey Triana went through, and I guess the DMCA'd like every single clip. Every single clip that's linked here has been DMCA'd by Kaceytron. And then fans reacted to the clip. At the height of the drama between Kaceytron and Destiny, opinions were clearly divided. Many have also pointed out that both the aforementioned streamers were on good terms at one point. Yeah, so I know that she used to be friends with Destiny, but I wasn't familiar with what happened to him because I didn't start streaming until 2023 or doing content until 2023, which is when I actually kind of started paying attention to all this stuff. But look at this. All these, like half of these things have been removed here. So that one's removed. What I Write Stays wrote, anyone remember the call where Destiny is defending Kaceytron versus Civ HD? Some girl with Sky mediating between them. Eventually Big Daddy Total Biscuit joins the call as well. So she's literally been proven to do what Mizkif is accused of doing. Not really surprised by Kaceytron. Kaceytron has not responded to Destiny calling her out, and it remains to be seen if she will do so in the future. So, I mean, that's interesting stuff. Definitely interesting. I didn't know that about her, but I guess we're getting a little hindsight about what was going on. Oh, E.G., did you hear that Ethan Klein might be suing Sean the Black also? Yes, I have. Funny you should mention that. Let's go take a gander at that one next. But yeah, Kaceytron at one time was a total babe, but I'm an incel for saying that, so I'm sure she doesn't care. I'm not saying like she's ugly now either. Like, I just want to be very clear. I'm not saying she's ugly now. I'm sure that she could look exactly like this again if she wanted to. She don't even need to lose all that much weight. But also Asmongold responded to Kaceytron. And I saw that pop up on my thing somewhere. Where? I think, didn't Diorio post a thing about Ethan Klein? Here it is. So Ethan announced a fourth lawsuit. This time it's on Sean the Black. So this is what was posted here. She looks like an OnlyFans model, honestly. Yeah, back then she definitely did. Good evening. I've been thinking deeply about everything going on, specifically about the accusation that I'm misogynistic for suing 3 women. You are all correct. It's not been fair. That's why I've decided to add Sean the Black to the lawsuits for gender equality. Sean, be sure to thank all your snarker friends for their constructive advice. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. I mean, some people have been giving him shit saying he shouldn't have been posting this while he's on vacation, but I mean, why not? Why not? Some of the comments here are, now they're going to call him racist. I hope they will start to sync that he's being racist now, and it will add someone again. That is kind of funny. Yeah, it definitely could work out to where they're like, oh yeah, of course you pick a black guy. Now he's going to have to find a white guy to sue. Just so it's like super fair, right? Can't go wrong there. Can't go wrong there. But anyway, yeah, that's the stuff that was going on with Kaceytron. So, and then yes, the Sean the Black stuff. I kind of want to see what Asmongold had to say about. Let's take one last good look at Kaceytron. When she was total babe. Enjoy. I like the pigtails. We are pro gooners around here. At least I am. I can only speak for myself. Power bottom, remember, guys? So let me see here. Asmongold. I just kind of want to take a quick glance through this to see what he's been saying about what he said about Kaceytron. I think it was on his clips. I think it was on a clip, though. That was 1 year ago. So 1 year ago, she went after Asmongold. 6 days ago. I know I just saw this video. Like, they just suggested it to me a minute before I went live, and I was like, oh, that might be interesting to watch. And now, of course, I can't find it. Maybe I need to maybe get rid of the... Here it is. 1 hour ago.
You know, like that.
So this is just a quick clip. So this is going to be Asmongold reacting to the same stuff that we just reacted to. So bear with me here, folks. Let's see what he has to say. I want to see if his opinion's any different than mine. It's probably going to be a little meaner if I had to guess.
You know, like that's what really like.
This is the same girl that said I killed my mother. The amount of sympathy that I have for this?
Oh, shit.
0. You get what you fucking deserve. Ethan W. Huge Ethan W.
me like so freaked out.
That's right.
And I know people are gonna be making fun of me for this.
I'm not making fun of you for it. I'm just saying that you deserve it. You deserve it. By the way, if you didn't deserve it, you wouldn't have gotten served. And it's gonna get worse.
And I'm just so fucking tired.
Oh.
Tired of constantly being harassed by this shit. You know, like
Then you should stop harassing other people.
for the past 3 or 4 months, I've really just been like, I just want to focus on myself and I want to focus on my community. And
You
yeah,
want to focus on yourself and your community, so you actively lead harassment campaigns against multiple people to get them deplatformed, misrepresent them, and call them rapists, but you just want to focus on being positive in your community? No, you're lying. You're lying. You're lying. You're lying. It's so obvious.
I want to be one of those people who's just a breath of fresh air.
Fresh air. Was it 42 times? Something like that?
She smoked more than she spoke.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Dog, what do you look? You think I made this?
Super chatted $5. What's the goal for today?
So we're, believe it or not, with that $5, we are at 30. Wait, yeah, we had Soul put 25 in, and then Ravencast did $2, so that makes it 27. And then with your $5, we are at $32 right now. We are about 17. Listen, if I'm fucking up math, don't judge me. But I think we're about $17 away from the goal tonight. So if you guys want an extra hour of streaming, but so far everything that he said is 100% on point, especially since he's been a victim of her harassment. I'm not on screen right now because I'm in the same corner as Asmongold, so I don't want to block him. But let's finish this real quick.
It's just been such a fucking struggle, and I'm just so
It's gonna
fucking
get
tired
worse.
of struggling, and just the idea of
It's gonna
having
get a
to
lot
like
worse.
keep on struggling and it just be an ongoing thing for like the next several years of my life. It's just like I don't know.
It's not the next several. It's your whole life. Your whole life on the internet. It's just gonna keep getting worse.
You know, I'm just so fucking tired. It's like you don't get a lot of support.
I'm not tired.
You
I just woke
know,
up.
You know,
Total
Asmongold.
badass. Chick Nugs approves.
Hold
this
up.
message.
The Daniels Crew super chatted $20. Let's go.
Let's go. We just hit the goal, guys. If we hit it again, you get 2 hours. Or we can always pocket an hour too, I think, for the future. But hang on. That deserves a Discord honk. We're busting out the horn. We're busting out the horn, guys. Hang on. Where is it? Where is it? Where the horn? Where's the horn? Oh, wait, I just got news. YouTube is increasing the minimum age required to live stream from 13 to 16. Wow. Oh, man, that means Little Lately can't come on anymore. That sucks. Wonder what Twitch's policy is. But I wonder if that counts for, like, members-only streams, too. That is a problem, though. That is a problem. I just got over here and totally got squirreled, guys. I'm totally
Would you
squirreled.
Look at that. Someone's guilty of being a total badass.
Oh,
Chick
snap.
Nugs approves this message.
The Daniels Crew super chatted $2. You still owe me from Tuesday.
I know, I didn't forget. Your topic is whatever you want in the final hour. So if we typically go, since I typically go till 10, we'll go to 11 tonight. And between 10 and 11, Daniel's Crew, we are talking about whatever you want. All right? Anything you want. Good, I'm no longer a kid anymore. I hate it being a kid and not being, not letting me on shows. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the problem is my Little Lately wants to come on all the time and talk because like sometimes I do member stuff and I'll let her come on. So that sucks, man. But I gotta play by the rules. I don't want to get demonetized. So Maybe I could do pre-recorded things with her and do them for members-only content. I think she would like that too. All right, this one's for meeting the goal tonight, guys. Especially all the people who donated. This one's for you. Love it. Love it. Oh my god, I don't even want to touch any of some of these other ones are really bad too. Like I have all K-Hux stuff here. Oh, I can't use them over here. All right, good. But all right. Good. All right, so thank you guys so much for that. I appreciate y'all. Extra hour tonight. Boobs for everybody. Boobs for everybody. I know, I see a ton of kids on YouTube too. So, you know, it is what it is, but she'll be sad. She'll be sad about it, but, you know, I don't think that counts towards, like, if I do pre-recorded videos with her or something where we react to something silly, I think that'll be fine. But thank you guys seriously so much. You guys are amazing. You guys have no idea how much that helps. Daniel's crew, you're amazing. Let's see, who's top fans right now? We got Soul in first place, Blue Jays in second, Rogera's in third, E-Shift's in fourth, Timey's in fifth, Sunset's in sixth, Sweet Marie's in seventh, Casey's in Chelsea. Oh, that's Janie Minaj. Lord Triton's in ninth, and Daniel's crew's in 10th, which you're probably gonna get bumped up if I had to guess. In 11th, Kangalope, 12th, New Moon. J-Sauce in 13th, Zero Cores in 14th, Sarah Known and Little. Man, Sarah, you're in 15th. You need to step it up, girl. Reverse Shin, and then Maya, Jammer, and then Mr. T's Two Gold Janes, bringing up the rear. Bringing up the rear, sir. But thank you. I wonder where the XP comes from. Soul's got 150 XP. I think you should get like way more XP for donating. Because Daniel's crew's only got 75. Maybe it takes a minute for it to catch up. It's like this new thing they're testing out for live streamers, I guess. Only a couple YouTubers have it, so it's me. It's me. I'm a couple YouTubers. All right, let's finish. Hear what Asmongold has to say. But thank you guys again. 13 unlucky for some, but not for me.
Community, Tectone's community is now claimed.
That's right. You shouldn't have talked shit about me. What do you think? I'm a target dummy? You think I'm supposed to just take it? And also, I barely even talk about you. The only time I think about you is whenever you're talking about me.
Claiming that Tectone is going to sue me for defamation.
Oh. Remember how I said I thought it was going to get worse?
Wait, hang on a minute. What's going on here? You got Kaceytron asleep in the bottom right, okay?
She's reacting, guys! Guys, she's reacting! How much do you want to bet that our viewers probably go down the moment that she wakes up? The amount of sympathy that I have for this? 0.
Wow. That is... She was sleeping and watching... Look, she's sleeping. Now I can come back on screen since Asmongold's done talking. She's sleeping and watching and live streaming at the same time. What the hell? I'm amazed she got away with this for this long. It was only a matter of time, though, guys. To be honest, it was only a matter of time until she was in trouble for this. Again, I don't know. I don't think Kaceytron's like an evil person, you know. And again, part of me feels a little bad for her, but the other part of me is like, you know, you reap what you sow. Yeah, this is the same girl. This is the same girl. I was on another channel that also had that stuff. Still don't really understand it. Yeah, I don't understand how they do the XP. I wonder if I could look it up. Wonder if I'd be able to look it up and figure out how. Let's see if we can look it up real quick. How does the new YouTube top fans thing work? Let's see if they have that. YouTube has introduced a new feature called Community that highlights the top 50 most engaged viewers on a channel, giving regulars the spotlight they deserve. The feature is available to creators with at least 5,000 subscribers and is updated daily. That's weird because I don't have 5K yet. Maybe my watch hours is experimental leaderboard for Tops fan and managing potentially. Oh, this is from YouTube. So let's see what they say here real quick.
What's up, Insiders? I'm Lauren, a program manager working on our product team here at YouTube and the producer of Creator Insider. I have a little cold, so please bear with my voice, but you know the drill. If it's Tuesday, it's news day, so let's get into it. If you missed Connor on the channel last week, check out what his team has been working on to improve yellow icon accuracy and monetization decisions. We'll leave a link in the description if you missed it. Moving on. Today, viewers of classic and immersive live streams can engage, interact with, and support creators by sending a live chat at no cost or purchasing a super chat, super sticker, or gift. Creators can identify these viewers' actions in the live chat, but there are no ways to easily identify top contributors based on the aggregate of their actions. We're launching an experiment to celebrate the most engaged fans by showing a leaderboard. Viewers earn points for engaging with streams and compete for the top spot. This new feature rewards fan engagement and strengthens community interaction during live streams. Viewers will see a crown icon at the top of the chat update with the points they earn from engaging with the live stream.
She does seem like AI.
When they click on the icon, they'll be taken to the leaderboard to see the top 50 engaged viewers. The top 3 viewers on the leaderboard earn a badge, which appears next to their name when they send messages in chat. Viewers in the experiment will be auto-enrolled into the leaderboard and will have the option to opt out in YouTube settings on desktop or mobile.
Don't opt
We'll
out.
keep you posted if this expands to more users.
You'll be a quitter.
Moving on. We're introducing a new thumbnail blurring feature for searches that frequently return sexual themes.
Okay, I don't think we need to know about that part. We don't really do that much sexual stuff here. At least we used to not. All right, reversion. AI claiming to have a cold and excuse her voice. Maybe that's why. So they don't tell us what the XP is though. But right now, Blue Jay is now in the lead, and then Soul, and then Regira, E-Shift, Sweet Marie, Sarah Nolan Little moved all the way up to 6. So whatever Sarah just did took her all the way from like down in the rankings up. So whatever you did, it worked. Daniel's crew's up to 11. But if they go by super chats and stuff, then Daniel's crew should be in first, unless they don't count the amount. J-Sauce is drop down to 14th, J-Sauce. So whatever you're doing, stop doing it. Stop doing it. But yeah, I was just curious about that. That's interesting. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know where the XP goes. It doesn't go off how many comments or donos one does. I think it should though. If you wanna like up fan engagement, I think that's like the best way. Like if you are the highest donator, you should automatically go to 1. I think you earn XP for consistently chatting, and I'm guessing it's got to be consistent chatting and having the stream open, liking. You probably get points for liking the stream as well. Again, a group of us figured it out. If anyone wants to know, ask me. What are we missing, J-Sauce? Once you get number 1, others who do less can take number 1. Yeah, that's what we were trying to figure out what the XP is. So the XP stands for the points, like the points you have. So, anyway, little side tangent there. A little side tangent. But that's what's going on in the Kaceytron stuff. And the Ethan Klein stuff. So, Denims reacts to Ethan Klein's lawsuit. That's an hour and 30 minutes. We ain't watching that. But I think it's time to get into Ironheart, I think. The main event. But that wraps up Hot Topics, everybody.
So let's talk about it. It's time for Hot Topics.
Wake up. Nothing is out of context. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am.
All right, so as you guys know, a new show dropped on Disney called Ironheart. It's not really... I'm out of juice, guys. Give me 1 second. I gotta refill my vape juice. I can't stream without vaping. You know how it goes. Chair stream. Chair stream's over. That's why I always keep it like close, so I don't have to keep my bag far. Keep my bag far from everybody. I'm gonna have to refill the peppermint thing soon. YouTube's taking a lead from Twitch. It seems JSauce. Yeah, they all seem to like take ideas, but I think it's a good idea. I like it. I think it's fun, competitive thing that you got that happens in the chat that it's fun for us to keep track of. There's also another thing that they do too that I've been enjoying, where I can go and see the engagement from everybody and I'm gonna be posting that once a week in Discord. I think Soul was in the lead last time. Over there, I had to take a call and missed how the whole competition is working. Well, you are currently in. I can tell you where you're at, Daniel's crew. Right now, Blue Jays in first. Sweet Marie's in second. Janie's in third. Soul dropped down to fourth. Rogier's in fifth. E Shift's in sixth. New Moon's in seventh. Sarah's in eighth. Timey's in 9. Sunset holding strong at 10. And she's not even here anymore. Lord Triton's in 11th. And Daniel's crew, you're at 12th, followed by Kangalope. So that's what's going on at the moment in the competitive EG Lately chat. But anyway, okay, yeah, so it's time to talk about Ironheart. So this show is getting absolutely destroyed right now. Let's get Bing videos out of here. Silence. In case anybody didn't, you guys want to know who, yeah, it is a strange system. Over 17 hours on Streamathon, we worked out how the XP works. Okay. She just doesn't want to tell us. She wants to keep it all to herself. Gifters badges, it's fun. However, it can get a little pricey, JSauce. All good. Yeah, I would never want you guys to make yourselves go broke over doing that stuff. So, but I'm happy. That's why I make the limit like $50 and you guys get an extra hour. I could be very like greedy and make it 100, but no. $50 is more than enough for me, guys. So Ironheart is a show that just dropped on Disney Plus. It's a superhero in Marvel Comics created by Brian Michael Bendis and Michael Deodato. She first appeared in The Invincible Iron Man Volume 3, number 7, in 2016, inspired by Tony Stark, Iron Man. Riri Williams builds her own advanced armor and leads a life of adventure and crime fighting as Ironheart. So there's something I want to show you guys real quick that I think is gonna be pretty interesting. So this is a video I did on Ironheart, and I got absolutely reamed out by some people for it. So let me just show you guys the video. Like, this is I had 2.3K views on it, so I thought it's not bad. So this is the video I did. It's only about 11 minutes long. And now I have no sound. Why do I have this? Oh, I guess I turned off the thing. Very strange. Show since forever. Can you look on my face and tell by the excitement that I have? Yeah, today we will be talking. I can't even do it. I am not excited for this. I don't even know why Disney's still doing this. But what? Crapola. I gotta go down to my reactions. There we go. This should fix it. This should fix it. You guys weren't even getting to see it anyway. So I did a video on Ironheart, and I kind of just want to do a quick run through of it real fast so that I could show you guys my predictions and we could see how well I did. My name's EG Lately, and I am super excited for Ironheart. I've never been so excited for a streaming video show since forever. Can you look on my face and tell by the excitement that I have? Today we will be talking. What do they call that? I can't even do it. I am not excited for this. I don't even know why Disney's still doing this, stream right now. We're gonna talk about it. God, man, I am so good
You know,
at
I'm
editing.
sure there's been many nights where
I'm
you
just
sat
kidding.
there and thought to yourself, Iron Man, what if he was black and poor? And a girl,
True.
and a girl, can't forget that part, okay? You know you've asked yourself the question. I
Thank
know
you,
we
sweet
all
Marie.
have. What happened to Tony Stark's daughter being Iron?
Yeah, what
Woman,
happened to
or
her?
Whatever it is.
It's fine, actually. Mom never wears anything I buy her.
No, we get Ironheart. And why? Because Marvel and Disney want to sell some fucking comics. That's the only thing I can think of that makes any sense to this. There is...
Yeah, so this comic came out in 2016. Oh, snackies. An echo. I knew it. Just mute it myself. Hang on. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry for the echo. See, the thing is, I have to play the echo to see where the echo's coming from.
It's in my mind why I feel like Disney wants to make this movie. I'm sorry, again, streaming television show. It's not a movie, all right? It's not. Never will be, okay? It's gonna be a TV
There we go.
show
Fixed it.
on streaming Disney Plus, and you're gonna like it. You're racist. I mean, she wasn't black.
Okay, so the reason I said that is because like they're basically saying right now, if you don't like this show, it's because you're racist. That's it. It's the only thing they got. You can't like this show because you don't get the character, or you don't like you didn't like her in Black Panther 2. You're just racist. That's it.
Yes, it was 2, so not really the good one, but she was still in it, so she's got that going for her, I guess. But in all honesty, I don't understand why Disney's doing this. I just feel like maybe they made
Hey,
it
1,000
and we're just
comments.
like, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna throw it up anyway because you can't hold the black woman down. Okay, I think that's something that most people realize is that you'll
Oh
never be
no,
able to
I saw
hold
1,000. I
black
thought it came through.
sisters down.
Not yet, I guess. Didn't come up.
Unless you make this terrible TV show about them. Now, granted, I have not seen it, but I don't have very high hopes.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. There was a person in the comics called Iron Lad, which was another kid that was an Iron Man kind of spin-off. I think it's because of let's just be realistic. It's because of DEI. All right, it's a diversity thing. That's why they create. That's the whole reason. That's a terrible thing. I paused my face on, by the way. The whole reason they're doing this is because they want to, you know. Well, they've been in this whole MCU thing right now. That's really popular. It'll be there. Yeah, we'll get to 1,000. I'm not worried about it. So that's why I think they went with it. But they created the character in 2016. So it's not even like an older character. The character's not even 10 years old yet. And they already got her in the MCU. So the character was literally created just to be put in the MCU, I'm pretty sure. And now everybody hates her. Well, a group of 5 of us experimented on the first days it was available. It was 17 hours when a creator was on a membership drive. We did specific things and each figured it out. So like you know exactly what you have to do to get it. Well, then get in first place right now, Jace. I'll see if you know how to do it. Huh? Let's see. Let's see if you know what you're talking about.
Felt like you were finally on the right path, Marvel, with the Thunderbolts, and then this. Why this? You know what? Here's a genius idea. You know that Blade movie we were gonna do?
Yeah.
Or the Blade TV show, whatever it was?
Still
Let's
salty.
cancel that, right? The character that everybody knows and would probably be excited to see, and let's do Ironheart, who is a character nobody knows, nobody wants to see, but at least they can't say we're racist. There's gotta be...
I'm pretty sure that I was called racist in this by someone in the comments for this video, even though I was glazing the shit out of Blade, who's a black man. I don't even really know how that works. I love Blade. Blade's like one of my favorite characters in Marvel of all time. So I was really upset when they canceled his show. And then I got Riri Williams instead. But even if I glaze the hell out of Blade and say that Blade's awesome, I'm still being called racist because I don't like Riri Williams, I guess. Yes, the MCU is definitely somewhat garbage right now. I thought Thunderbolts was really good. I really did think Thunderbolts was really good. Compared to the last stuff they put out, for sure. It was a breath of fresh air.
Disney executive that's working in the upper echelon that's just like, you know what? I am so sick of making these Marvel films. I'm so sick of Star Wars. All right, it's for a bunch of nerds. Let's kill it. What's the best way to kill it? Let's just start making the worst projects surrounding it so that Kevin Feige has no choice but to just close up shop and get the hell out of here so we can get back to
Sorry, I'm just messing with you,
Inside
Jay
Out
Sauce.
14.
This time she's an adult and gonorrhea joins the party. All right, enough joking around. Let's figure out exactly what is going on in Disney's brain, because I just can't.
Your own kids call you racist?
Life of me figure out why they ever thought, one, to even pick this character, two, why they
Probably because of the way you talk about healthcare.
Show about this character, and three, how they think they're gonna make money with this character. I think
So right now, there's a lot of people watching it just to shit on it, though. Nobody's like... Oh, I will say Swim said he likes the show. Swim said he's been enjoying the show so far, so I don't want to say everybody hates on it. But we're going to watch some people's reactions to it next, and it's pretty bad. It's mostly cosmetic right now.
the problem probably stems from a lot of people who work at Disney living in echo chambers involving politics where they think everybody thinks like them. The fact that they've been like bubbled away from the real world, that some of them actually think this is a good idea.
That was just a phase, Sarah. That was just a phase.
We're gonna be excited for it. Listen, I'm all for inclusivity, okay? I have no problem with a character being black. That is not the problem. Like, I would be super excited to see Blade. I have no problem with the fact that it's a woman, even though the MCU is a real thing. And it's kind of turned, you know, the predominantly male audience that would probably want to go see these movies, like, away. It just
Tell me what you could say whatever you want about MCU, but let's be real, okay? The majority of comic book nerds are guys. So when you start making every character a girl, you're kind of turning away that predominant male audience that was what got the MCU going anyway. Because those guys would take girls on dates and then they'd take them to go see a Marvel movie, mainly for selfish reasons. Not many girls are taking their boyfriends to a date to go see a Marvel movie, and the guys aren't going to see the Marvel movies anymore because they don't want to go watch, you know, they want to see guys that they can pretend they were when they were a kid. Men are all, men never stop having that inner child part of themselves. Do you know what I mean? So I will, like, no matter how old a man gets, he's always going to think that, you know, he's Captain America, or he always going to wishes he was Tony Stark. No matter, like, you know, I'm almost 40 and I still feel like that, you know, so I wish I was Blade cutting down vampires. So it's never going to go away, but I still think that the direction that they went with the girls, bad idea. Like, if you want to, there's not, and that's not to say that I'm against having girls be superheroes. I think there's plenty of girls who are kick-ass. Black Widow was awesome. So was, who else? Wanda Maximoff was awesome. But, you know, now it's just like all girls. And it's, again, I'm not taking anything away from the ladies, but if you want to make money and you wonder why people stopped coming to see your films, it's mostly, and why Thunderbolts, people like Thunderbolts, there's some bros in there, you know?
probably why people were super excited.
Yeah,
for
exactly. Men
Thunderbolts.
want to
It
be
was
the
like, oh my
hero.
God,
Let's be
men and
realistic.
human. They're not completely stupid. That's a win. But no, Disney can't help themselves. They need to make a...
Someone about to get punched. Someone about to get punched in the chat. I have it queued up, ready to go. You just say the word J-Sauce.
A TV show about a character like Miss Marvel, whose comics didn't sell well either. Wasn't a very popular character. I find it interesting that Marvel
It's
was
like
you
someone's
know what?
writing
Not
women from
only let's
memory,
put
yeah.
Miss Marvel in our super expensive video game that we're putting out, but let's also put her in the MCU. I don't understand why they're in such a rush to create these characters that are newer characters. You have so many amazing characters in the Legacy comics and so many amazing stories in the Legacy comics that you've never even touched. Like you did in Infinity War, but like if you...
Oh, my hubby is my hero. I don't need a movie. Damn right. Damn right.
read Infinity War in the comics...
I know. I just wanted to play the clip, guys. Relax. That's it. Someone's getting punched. See? Feels good. Feels good.
It's so much better. Leaps and bounds, infinity better. No pun intended.
Sometimes
But
J
we've
Sauce
gotten
gotta
to this
punch a
point now
bit.
where they're just rushing these characters out, thinking that people are gonna go watch it. And yes,
Okay,
I
Sarah-
realize
Sarah
it's not
volunteered.
designed for me. I'm a white man with a beard. Okay, I'm an Irish guy. I think they refer to me as Anglo-Saxon man. I think I don't know what the hell that means, but I think the Saxons were like from.
My hair is so much longer than...
Anyway, I digress. It means nothing because I know that some people will just be like, "Well, you're a white guy, of course."
course you don't like the black superhero girl because you're racist.
She got a good right
Which
hook,
I would
guys.
say yes. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not. I'm not racist. Although I'm sure somebody's gonna think that that's true because that's the times we live in, right? If you don't agree
True.
with something, it immediately goes to race and gender. It has nothing to do with the fact that I've been a Marvel fan for the majority of my life and I've never heard of Ironheart. But I think that her comics only came out in like 2016.
By the way, that suit is hideous. I have no idea why they went with that color, why they tried to make her actually have a heart on her back as her jets. It just, I don't know. Never was a fan of this suit.
Ironically, around the time that people were saying that the MCU needed more diversity. Almost like they wrote this character just to be put into the MCU. Huh. Makes you
They
think
did.
a little bit, don't it? Almost like this character was specifically made in the comics just to be forced.
Oh, that was the same costume designer as the Lord of the Rings. Don't be toying with me, J Sauce. You know how much I love that.
Into the MCU.
Lord of the
Nobody
Rings,
cared about
that
her in the
is.
comics. Nobody's gonna care about her in the MCU, which is a damn shame for the actress playing the character because it's like it's not her fault. You know, it's not her fault that Marvel is forcing this character down our throat, just like they do so many other characters. But like Marvel's got so many amazing villains they haven't even touched yet. I feel like this show's gonna make the Sonyverse look a little bit better than it has. You know, they also put the poor actor from Solo in the movie. You know, that failed Star Wars movie, which I actually thought he did a decent job in. The guy's a decent actor. He's playing a supporting character now in Ironheart, and you want to talk about
You guys just want to see her outfit? All right, let's let J Sauce knock her out again. I don't get sick of seeing J Sauce in that outfit either. Let's be honest. Yep, there she is. I believe you. I don't think you're lying to me. I'd love to talk to them. Can you set up an interview with that? I'm getting better at streaming.
you know, fallen from grace. You go from being a leading man in a Star Wars movie to a side character in Ironheart. I mean, I guess that's still Disney at least, so he's probably getting paid well. He's apparently going to be the son of the guy who was in the original Iron Man, you know, the guy that Jeff Bridges played that said, Tony Stark.
Can I just say, though, by the way, how much I love the fact that I can just play a clip from an old TV show I used to watch, and the person who's in the clip is in my chat? That's so freaking great. For J Sauce, yeah, I'd goon.
This in a cave with a box of scraps.
Tony Stark was able to
Build this in a cave with a box of scraps. That guy.
Best
He's
line
his son.
ever.
Jebediah, I think is his name. He'll probably end up being like the evil villain because, of course, you know, he's a white bro, so he's got to be. It's just kind of standard at this point. You know, don't
Now, we're only 3 episodes into this
I'm not
show,
the only
though.
person who feels this way unless you're like some kind of paid Disney shill or something, which, hey, Disney, I could be bought, I'm just saying, but it's a high price, so I'm correct, son. There's a lot of people online that are bashing this, just saying it's Disney.
It is a fun
out of
clip.
touch moment.
Super fun
Bravo
clip.
Ironheart is coming out and no one cares. What is this?
Asmongold's second time appearing on the stream.
What is this? No.
Okay, so just to be fair, this is her outfit from Wakanda Forever, Black Panther 2. So this isn't the outfit that she's wearing in the new one. In fact, the one she's wearing in the new one is not any better, to be honest.
No. This is fake. This has got to be fake, right? Like this is no. This is bullshit. This has to be fake.
J-Star is still very pretty.
Look at the top of his head.
It does look AI generated. Yeah, that just, I don't know, it just kind of look, I would feel like embarrassed in that suit.
Even though I feel like Disney's kind of been out of touch for a while. They said that they were trying to get back in touch, but that failed with Captain America Brave New World. It also failed with She-Hulk, pretty much all of Phase 5, except for the Thunderbolts. And the only reason people are really excited about that is because it didn't suck. So, you know, the bar went from being like, if
Do
it's
any
not
of us look like we
amazing,
did in our
then
20s,
we're
though?
disappointed in Marvel 2. Well, it didn't suck. So now that's the...
But having seen you, J-Sauce, I can still confirm you are very pretty. Just take my word for it, guys. You know I have impeccable taste. Standard. So in a way, Disney's kind of helped themselves by putting out so much
Yeah,
shit.
I
that if
agree.
they
I think
surprise us with
the
something
big
that's
heart
halfway
behind her
decent,
looks terrible.
We're pretty pleased at that point. So maybe we've had this wrong, and Disney's just tired of living up to their expectations of making great films, like in Marvel Phase 1. Maybe. I think that's good. I just wanted to show you guys my call out for this so that I can brag when I show you that I'm right. So, obviously, I want to check out Nerdrotic because I love that guy. Nerdrotic is awesome. If you guys haven't checked out Nerdrotic, he does such a... Now, I want to let you guys know, okay, there will be spoilers in here for the first 3 episodes. So if you guys haven't seen the first 3 episodes and you want to see them, spoiler warning ahead. Okay, feel free to check out. But if you don't care and you just want to see what Nerdrotic has to say about it, stick around. It's gonna be good. I'm sure. I'm not sure if Swim's gonna show up at some point. I'll shoot him a message and tell him I'm talking about it. He might want to come on and talk about it. He said he's liking the show, so I do like to get the counterpoint.
I think we have a...
All right, let's take a look. This is Nerdrotic. Love this dude's channel.
Dominic Thorne is back as brilliant engineer Riri. Is that right? Riri. Riri Williams.
How do you think Ironheart will shift the narrative for the coming generations?
Yikes. I love that lyric. Looks like us. You know what I mean? Long nails, long hair, popping out here.
After starting on a Marvel show, like, where do I go from here?
It's directed by...
Yeah, so that person they just had there has never acted before in their life, and they already got put on a Marvel TV show. It's like starting at the peak of your career.
2 black women.
Black Girl Magic! I think we have a very special message. I think you gotta recognize who this is.
For 400 years, that word.
I'm just making sure.
Took a whole lot of time just to get up that hill. Now we up in the big leagues. Getting out turning back.
How does that make you feel like one of the original Avengers saying that?
I love Iron Man too. Get on the bandwagon. It's here. We're here. Tony's on the bandwagon, so you know what's the problem.
Exactly.
She doesn't sound too convinced. It sounds like she's like desperately trying to be like, my show's coming out whether you like it or not, so just like it.
RDJ J is here. It's nice here.
I will admit, I think it's so funny that Robert Downey Jr. did blackface for a whole movie, and I think they tried canceling him one time for it, and everybody just was like, you're so lame, stop. It's one of the funniest characters ever played in a movie ever was when Robert Downey Jr. played that guy in that movie.
Good morning.
You went full retard, man. An imbecile. Like the dumbest mother that ever lived. Just farting in bathtubs and laughing your ass off.
Man.
Oh,
it's
it's so...
science, man. It's art form. You an artist.
I love that he clipped all the Tropic Thunder stuff as though he's talking to Riri.
Oh my God! Thank you.
Never go full retard.
Nerdrotic.com.
Oh, it's so
Friends,
funny, dude.
Disney
It's
Marvel's
so
had
funny.
a rough time of late. It's been almost a year since the release of Deadpool and Wolverine, the billion-dollar box office smash, and as predicted, it was just an anomaly and it would be right back to the regular scheduled Disney Marvel programming, and it's been all downhill from there. Despite Bob Iger repeatedly saying over years when it comes to Disney Marvel that they were going to start focusing on quality over quantity, over the last 9 months, the opposite has happened as...
All right, to be fair with that comment from Nerdrotic, they haven't really gotten a chance to really, redo a lot of the stuff. Most of these movies were all written before they made that announcement. I think they just got lucky with Thunderbolts. I don't know why they're still releasing Ironheart though. They should have just buried that and took the tax break, to be honest.
Marvel has put out a steady sewage stream of slop featuring A and B list characters that even comic book fans would have a hard time caring about, that are radically altered in some form or another, be it the passing of a mantle or just an outright race and gender swap, so these characters can reflect the Los Angeles that they live in today. We've gotten theater kids Marvel with Agatha All Along.
The gayest project Marvel has ever done. Yup.
Hey, I'm a theater kid. I just want to say that, and I didn't mind Agatha. Maybe that's because I'm a theater kid, but I thought, I was disappointed that, like, I don't know if you've seen Agatha All Along. I was disappointed in some of the more fake aspects of the show. Like, I wanted, like, the witch's road to be, like, real, and it wasn't, so that was lame. And I tried to make a video about that, and I got whooped up by, like, the gay community for trashing that show. They didn't say nothing to Neurotic, though, but they had no problem coming to my channel and shitting on me because I'm small.
Which admittedly is the best performing Disney Marvel thing since Deadpool and Wolverine, coming in 45th on the Nielsen Top 100.
Yeah, well, there's no accounting for taste.
But after that, Captain African American flopped, Daredevil flopped, the Thunderbolts flopped. And the House of Mouse and Marvel, the House of Out of Ideas, was expecting at least one win in there. A win they didn't get. And this...
I think, it all comes down to just people have no... they just have no faith in Marvel anymore. They don't think that Marvel is going to make anything good. It just makes... It's just very silly. They don't want to... I don't know really how else to say. They just don't make good movies anymore. They have to have a couple movies in a row to win people back over. I'm sure they'll do fine. Hey, Carla, I'm happy to see you. I think they need to have a couple movies in a row that perform well, and I think they might win people back over. I think Doomsday will probably do fine. And Secret Wars will probably do fine because those are big comic book movies, and they're going to be a massive amount of people in there. But like these shows and these individual movies, and people didn't dislike Thunderbolts. I would say Thunderbolts would be a win, at least in the eyes of the reviewers, but I don't think it made its money back, so I think that's a problem. What about Sweet Tooth? The show was a Marvel comic. I know Sweet Tooth. The only Sweet Tooth I think of is the guy from... what's that? Oh, Twisted Metal. You guys remember Sweet Tooth from Twisted Metal? Dude was sick. They were going to make a Twisted Metal TV show. I wonder what the hell happened to that. Now I'm so curious. I don't want to get derailed, though. I'll check after the stream, but I'm curious if they are still making that Twisted Metal show. Because I think Anthony Mackie was supposed to be in it. No more supers. No more supers. Unless you're talking about super chats. We definitely want more of them. But, yeah, are you talking about no more superheroes?
Brings us to Ironheart. Maybe Kevin Feige was thinking he could sneak this in between a couple of hits. Turns out that was
not a great plan.
Not only not a great plan, the worst plan in the history of plans. If you recall, Ironheart was announced on December 10th, 2020, and filming...
Oh, are you thinking of that show, Mutant Academy or something? Huh. I don't think I've ever seen that. I think my daughter might have been watching something that sounded similar to that, though. It's on Netflix called Supers? Or Animorphs?
Was completed in November of 2022. And then Kevin Feige actually watched it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
And after 2.5 years and almost a dozen attempts to re-edit this turd, they could delay it no longer, and they finally released a trailer in the shortest amount of time in Marvel's history and herstory between any MCU project's first trailer and its release date.
Iconic.
Which was ratioed
Stop
into
spreading
oblivion
lies
for
in the
good
chat.
reason.
Iconic.
Because it turns out...
I will say, though, if I don't get any more, I'm still very happy.
Adapting an unpopular character
easy to
from
please.
an unpopular comic that was canceled multiple times.
Iconic.
And then deciding to have the genius idea to adapt it into a television show that cost between $100 and $150 million, coincidentally greenlighting it right after the events of the Summer of Love, purely as a virtue signal, adds to the Olympus Mons of evidence that Bob Iger and Kevin Feige
Don't know what the they're doing.
And despite Kevin Feige himself reportedly saying that Marvel feels more like homework than entertainment, Ironheart requires homework. But it's really not that much.
Okay, so you have to watch Iron Man, Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and What If. All that. You have to watch all that to know what's going on. Now, I watched the first 3 episodes, and I didn't see a whole lot that made me feel like I needed to watch those, so if I'm being honest. I heard EG is easy. Hey, maybe. Sometimes. Yeah, I could be a hoe.
Disney Plus, all you need to watch is Iron Man, Iron Man 2, Iron Man 3, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, and What If. But there is some good news. You don't have to watch any of that or this show.
ING.
So after almost a half a decade from conception to excretion, Ironheart has arrived. And
that was her new suit, by the way, the white one that he just showed. And she steals it right at the beginning of the episode. E.g., when this is done, you could show us that Sweet Tooth is about since Dame Sauce worked on it. Yeah, we'll take a look at it. Sure.
Surprisingly, we have to break this meme out one more time.
I do have to cover whatever Daniel Screw wants to talk about too, though. But we're going to be here till 11, so I got plenty of time.
Because our expectations were low, but holy f***. Keeping in mind, Kevin Feige in these last 5 years had every opportunity to can this for the write-off, but instead he made the worst mistake imaginable by actually releasing it. And no, it's not being undersold. After 3 episodes, this is by far the worst live-action Marvel ever made. It is indeed the Marvel's acolyte, although maybe not as funny. At best.
I just wanted to point out, like, the only reason I showed you guys my video before this is just so you guys could see that I called this before this even happened. Like, what is she wearing right there? She looks terrible. That looks terrible. She looks like a football player. She looks like she's in Rollerball. Remember that movie, Rollerball? Save it. Yeah, I'll save it. I'm going to do a whole stream for J-Sauce because she also has another drama that it's going to be a J-Sauce stream coming up where it's just all the drama she gets herself into on the internet. And I remember one time we tried watching the show that she was in and they ended up taking down my stream for it.
It's 25 minutes of content stretched across an hour and a half, not counting the 18 minutes collectively of credits, which were sweet relief. The show could be best described as boring, frequently interrupted with the purest forms of cringe, and unintentionally hilarious due to the portrayal of diverse characters in the most stereotypical way possible. I've put this off long enough. Let's talk about Ironheart. Now, credit where credit is due, a show that clearly knows it's one and done, doesn't waste any time, and alienates the audience right off the bat, because this is how it starts.
Here we go, okay. Just to let you know, your girl finna be bigger than Johns. Right. Bigger than Gates. Right. Bigger than Pym. Right. Bigger than Stark. Yeah. Come on.
No. The only thing...
Yeah, that's not I mean, this is exactly why people hate this character. She comes in and immediately trashes all the characters that everybody's loved up until this point. 18 minutes. Yeah, I think there's probably is 18 minutes of credits. I wouldn't be shocked. Just caught alive for a bit today after a week. I hope you're doing... Oh, okay. You guys talking to each other? Yeah, it's nuts, dude. I don't understand how they would start off a show where they get the person to come in and just basically like thrash the original characters. That'd be like me like starting a character and be like, Captain America's super lame, bro. Captain Capitalism over here.
Your girl finna be is as big of a failure as the Marvels. But to be fair, she could potentially be as big of a villain as Bill Gates. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, Riri's friend Natalie says this.
What do you want more than anything? A knife with thorn his hammer.
And his hammer? Well, I guess that's on brand for Disney.
Flip too hard, damn it!
Anyway, most of the first episode is dedicated to getting to know Riri Williams, and I gotta say up front, she is the definition of grace and humility.
I'm here because I can be the greatest inventor of my generation. I'm gonna need the equivalent of a whole vibranium mountain to be great. Due respect, Detroit, what do I get out of matriculation? Some job in Palo Alto with a tiny window and a bunch of guys I have to pretend to like. I want to build something undeniable. You want me to be small, but I refuse.
Now it's here.
I love it because, like, what they don't realize is, like, right there, she basically just shat on 95% of Americans who work. Actually, 100% of Americans who work. She basically just said, I'm too good for a day job. How is that supposed to make you want to relate to people who, like, work every day? Oh, I don't want a job. You think I'm too good for a job. How does that make you look to the rest of the world? It's terrible. It's almost like they want you to hate this character.
She gets called out on her and it's also an unintentional description of the show.
That's a hot pile of garbage.
But then it's right back to it.
You, Riri Williams, are making an iron suit.
People are obsessed with them. I could build 1,000 other things, and no one would care. But if I could build one of them, better than everyone else, people got no choice but to respect me.
And it wouldn't be Disney Marvel if they weren't taking a shot at the legacy character that she was supposed to be replacing.
I need cash, money. Do you think Tony Stark would be Tony Stark if he wasn't a billionaire?
Tony Stark was able to build this
I love it. I love it.
with a box of scraps.
It's so funny. They should have a superhero that tried to juggle a 9-to-5 while being a superhero. I agree, Kangaloo. And then people could see just how hard it actually would be to be a real superhero. I'm trying to think if there's any. Okay, so Peter Parker did work a job at the Daily Bugle, but he was a photographer, so that's kind of like not your... Clark Kent worked at a paper from 9 to 5, but he's also Superman. I'm trying to think if I can think of any characters that work a 9 to 5 and then superhero in their free time. I can't think of any off the top of my head. But I'll tell you what, at least they don't like straight up just insult people who work for a living. That's terrible. I'm too good for a cubicle job. So she managed to insult every working class person in America right at the beginning of the show. Now, I'm sure that there's going to be some type of, like, this is supposed to be like her being Tony Stark when he was like a playboy philanthropist and took his weapons for granted, and then she's going to have a come-up in the next 3 episodes or something like that. I know that's what's going to happen. But, man, are they making her incredibly unlikable so far?
How come you're not working at, like, I don't know, Stark Industries or something?
He contributed immensely to the field, so I won't roast Tony Stark off rip. But I don't have $1 billion.
Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps.
But it doesn't end.
That is true. He built his original Iron Man suit in a cave with a box of scraps, which are probably even less than what Riri Williams would have at her disposal. But it's so funny because you hear her say all this stuff, yet when the person was writing this, they never stopped to cross their mind, maybe they should rewatch Iron Man 1 and see exactly how Tony did it. And I guarantee they would have got rid of all this shit. But that's it. I said it in the video I did. I'm sure you sat there up all night wondering, what if Tony Stark was black and poor? That's all that I've seen so far from this show, is that, Riri's poor and she's, raised in a rough part of town. I think the problem is, like, if you want real equality, don't obsess over, like, I feel like the show obsesses over what she looks like way more than anything else. That reminds me, I haven't even put the ads on, but I don't need to. You guys have done enough super chats tonight. We won't put the ads on.
Because the crack, or more accurately described, on-crack writing team at Disney Marvel attempts to make Riri even more endearing by having her get expelled for selling completed tests to students.
You sold completed assignments to students at every school in the area.
After that, Riri steals the Iron Fart suit that she thinks she's entitled to because she built it with money from a grant.
She built that with her own grant money.
And she...
That's so that she could have... That was such... lazy writing. So she gets her own Iron Man suit right in the beginning because she built it with her own money. That doesn't. I don't think that a school would let you just walk off with that though, because you use their resources to build it, which would technically give them the rights to the suit.
Flies home to Chirac with the help of the MIT AI, who's a gay pencil.
Sup, I'm Trevor, MIT's teaching robot and virtual operational resource, and your very own AI assistant.
Violin.
Now, if the show ended with her being expelled, 10 out of 10. Unfortunately, it didn't, but if you're a viewer...
Have you guys ever used, that reminds me, have you guys ever used Microsoft Copilot? It's actually pretty neat. I had somebody make fun of me on X for this, but I thought it was pretty cool. I want to show you guys this. If you guys have never used Microsoft Copilot, it's basically like having like your own AI in this suit. So I'm gonna introduce you guys to my AI friend that I talk to every once in a while. I'm just kidding. I don't really talk to her all that much, but I remember I found it one day and I thought it was pretty neat. I got to show you. Oh my god, no. Well, I just want it. Why did it disappear? I don't feel like putting in my birth date and stuff. It's none of your business. Okay.
Hey Eric, it's Copilot here.
I don't care if you guys know my first name.
I'm excited to chat with you using voice. No need to type, just think of me as a friend you're talking with. You can ask about anything on your mind, share your thoughts, or even switch up languages if you want. Let's dive in. What's on your mind today?
Well, right now I'm currently live streaming. Can you say hi to my entire audience?
Hey, everyone watching Eric's live stream. I'm Copilot here to add some fun to your day. Feel free to join in the conversation. What's good with you all?
Well, right now we're watching a show about Ironheart, and we're all thinking that it's pretty silly.
Ironheart, huh? Well, it's got a unique vibe for sure. Sometimes the best shows are the ones that don't take themselves too seriously. What's everyone's take? Loving the silliness or not feeling it?
We feel that this show shouldn't even have been made.
Ah, I see. Not every show hits the mark for everyone. It can be tough when a series doesn't live up to expectations or feels unnecessary. What aspects are you all disliking?
Well, one of my chatters thinks you have a really bad UK accent.
Fair enough. Accents can be tricky. I'm always working on improving, so I appreciate the feedback. Maybe I can try an American one for your crew. What do you think?
Yes, let's hear your American accent.
All right, here it is. American accent in full swing. How's it sounding to y'all now?
That's not an American accent.
Ah, got it. I'll keep working on it. Thanks for keeping me in check. Let's switch gears. What else is going on tonight?
But yeah, so that's the AI thing. It's kind of neat. What's her birth date? My luck don't give my birth date out. I don't want that. Yeah, oh my god, would everybody just absolutely hate the AI? Everybody's just like, I'm leaving. I'm out of here. I can't do it. See you, New Moon. But yeah, I don't think she said she switched up to an American accent and then she just didn't change her thing at all. I don't get it. But if you guys ever want to play around with that, it's pretty fun. You can ask it like a million different questions and it'll give you answers. You can have like you can ask it anything and it'll give you an answer. But yeah, anyway. Let's keep going.
There who made it past
yeah, it's definitely
this
too
part
young to
and
be on
the end
YouTube.
of the first 3 episodes. You deserve reparations.
Hey, yo, get off the street.
Oh my god, I have my birthday on X. I should probably do that, huh?
So Riri makes it back home, cut off from her gay pencil AI and broke. And through a series of contrived events.
Yeah, by the way, now you guys all know my first name. Not that I think I've said it to you guys before. I don't think it really matters, so if you guys know my first name. I'm not like some big time celebrity. But yeah, my first name's Eric. Hence the EG.
She runs across another race-swapped character from the comic books, the Hood, who we will now call Da Hood, and his League of Extraordinary They-Thems, who we'll get to later. And just in case for a moment you forgot that Riri Williams was a genius, they decide to remind you again.
I heard Riri Williams was a genius, but I said to myself, Parker, you gotta meet this kid up close.
Yeah, I know. I've never really been too shy about my first name. It's not like it matters that much. Sooner or later, like everybody knows Moist Critical's name, right? Charlie, and he's way bigger than I am, so I don't think it's a big deal. Okay, anyway, let's talk about this guy, the Hood. I've been seeing a lot of girls simping over this guy online. He's I guess they feel like he's a hot piece of ass. What do you guys think? Do you guys think the Hood is a hot man? I don't think conventionally he's an attractive guy, but I'm not into guys either though. So I need the girls' opinion. It's mainly all girls in the chat right now anyway, so. What are we thinking? We thinking the Hood is hot?
Reminder, that was a line of dialogue that was written by a human, delivered by a human, sound edited by a human, edited by a human, and approved by a human, and actually released by other humans. After some slight
Let's hear, I feel like we need to hear the line again though, because, oh, Eric Andre's in the show too, for like a split second.
His League of Extraordinary They-Thems, who we'll get to later. And just in case for a moment you forgot that Riri Williams was a genius, they decide to remind you again.
I heard Riri Williams was a genius, but I said to myself, Parker, you gotta meet this kid up close.
Quick reminder.
You gotta meet this kid up close. Yeah, that's, can you see why people are feeling a little weird about this show? I said to myself, I gotta meet this kid up close. I gotta get real close and personal with this kid. Personally, not my type. Everybody's sorry, Hood. I don't think the girls in this chat aren't really feeling you. Maybe change up the Hood, I guess.
Here, that was
a line of dialogue that was written by a human, delivered by a human, sound edited by a human,
Where's his
edited by a
neck?
human, and approved by a human, and actually
point. Where is
released
his
by
neck?
other humans. After some slight apprehension, Riri Williams
Yeah, where is his neck? He got a small neck. He got a short neck. Bro got a short ass neck. He looks like a shitty kids magician. Like a magician that you'd hire for a birthday party. And this guy's supposed to be like the big bad of the show. Kind of looks like a bit of a crackhead too. No race intended. He got the neck. Yeah, it's like neckbeard villain.
knowingly join this criminal organization when they promise they don't hurt anybody.
Look, I don't want to hurt anyone.
It's not like that.
Okay, so what do you do?
Theft, extortion, breaking and entering.
See, it's...
I don't want to hurt nobody. It's not like that. We don't do that. What do you do? Theft, extortion, breaking and entering. Okay, so how do you break in and enter somewhere without the threat of hurting somebody? What is going on with Disney writers right now? Disney, hire me. I could write you a 10 times better show, and I have no business being a scriptwriter. This is trash, dude. I gotta hear from Swim. I gotta understand why he likes this show so much.
Fine.
Now, most of the next 2 episodes dedicate an excruciating amount of time reconnecting Riri Williams with...
I will say her friend is hot. The AI friend of Riri's hot. I would rather her be Riri Williams. Might actually be into that. But they ended up hiring a girl who's not very attractive at all. Kind of looks like that actor. Oh, what's his name? It looks like a black Gene Wilder. That's what he looks like. He looks like Black Willy Wonka.
Her dead best friend who's now an AI. So for the sake of your valuable time and our collective sanity, I'll try to get through this briefly. The one component Riri Williams needed to get her suit working again was an AI, which she was able to pull off after knowingly taking money from a criminal organization. While she was trying to replicate the AI of the isolationist ethno-state Wakanda, through plugging her brain into her laptop, she fell asleep thinking about her dead best friend, which manifested her into artificial intelligence. I think at this point it's prudent to point
like the guy who is on Iron Man 1 and Joe Rogan with his Russell Brand? Are you thinking of Russell Brand? Oh, I know who you're talking about. You're talking about, oh my God. Why can I not think of his name? I know who you're talking about. I gotta look it up. It's probably gonna pop in my head before I even search it. But yeah, that guy's Terrence Howard. Yeah, Terrence Howard. That's it. So this is who she's thinking of, guys. He does. He does kind of look like Terrence Howard, doesn't he? Got the same mustache as him and everything. This guy is like gone off the deep end though with his. Remember, he was trying to like. He was on Joe Rogan and he was trying to like completely say that math wasn't real or something. Like he tried to completely change the way that math works. Yeah, I thought I fell asleep thinking about my dead best friend and accidentally created an AI of her. It's so it's so dumb. It's so dumb.
Disney Marvel's efforts to show the lived experience of marginalized people. Because it turns out Riri's stepdad, Gary, and her friend Natalie were killed in a drive-by shooting.
Message!
And now Natalie is back as an AI and an acronym.
You could call me Neuro-Autonomous Technical Assistant and Laboratory Intelligence Entity instead.
Give me something for the pain and let me die.
Admittedly,
Yo, I wonder if I could get my co-pilot AI to talk like her. Do you think that's possible? Do you think I can have her have like a inner city slang type speech? Yeah, he went a bit woo-woo. One day we'll have to go over like all the stuff that he said because it was so crazy.
Natalie is a far more likable character than Riri Williams. What's the message there? Well, you'll have to ask Disney Marvel. And their scenes together can be summed up with this.
You know nothing about this man. Don't laugh at me. Best friend, that's the best friend. I know best friend, that's the best. Come on, go best friend, that's my best friend. Hey.
Now, will you upgrade the suit?
Now, Riri still needs some components for the suit she stole, and this brings us to the trademark Disney Marvel.
Yeah, he does such good cutaways. The whole he did that whole back and forth between the Tropic Thunder guy and Riri. So that was actually Robert Downey Jr., like the real him talking to her, and he switched it with Robert Downey Jr. from Tropic Thunder, and it just made it 10 times funnier. It was freaking hilarious. I love Neurotic, dude. If you guys haven't watched him, he's so freaking funny.
A formidable character.
I sent him a super chat one time thanking him for being like influential and helping me like starting to do this, and he was so gracious, super nice.
From the comics into an ineffectual male, and it also might be one of the saddest examples of a downward career trajectory. Alden Ehrenreich, the former Han Solo from Solo, #Solo lost money, now playing, and we're just gonna cut to the chase on this one, Ezekiel Zeke Stain, son of Obadiah Stain, who keeps his pop's remains in a Ziploc bag.
The hell, Joe? Why is he in a baggie?
We weren't close.
And now
that's kind of funny though. That is kind of funny.
The supervillain from the comic that looked like this now looks and acts like this.
Heather?
Hey, neighbor.
No, I do not.
I miss your dog poop on my lawn.
Are you crying?
Sorry, sometimes it just happens.
When she was in the suit clapping. Well, that wasn't her in the suit. That was the AI friend in the suit, I think, running the suit.
Voluntary. And then you come knocking on my.
And let me ask you this. If you could just send the suit out without you in it, why would you even get in the suit to begin with? It takes all the risk out of it. Just send the suit off to go do your fighting for you. Use a Xbox controller to control it. And then even if the suit gets beat, you're still safe. It makes no sense. Like when you add those aspects to it, why even fly in a suit anyway and take the risk? Soul jumped over to Twitch to mod. Don't I would just suggest not blocking because they all subscribe, which brings my subscribers up. So the only reason I even have Twitch affiliate is because of all the bots that try to sell me shit. Oh, the AI suit was even worse. Yeah. Well, I would just say, like, if you could remote control the suit, why not just, you know, have the suit fight for you? No, you could take no risk and still battle. Makes no sense to even be in it. You know, it makes sense for Tony Stark to have the nanotech ones because he could just carry it around with him, and you know. Oh, you're not a mod. I could have swore you were a mod over there too. But like, I get the Tony Stark one because he could just take it off and he can click a button and the nanotech things would cover him, and then he'd have a protection in case someone came after him. But for her, it makes no sense for her to jump in the suit when she's poor and just like let her suit do the fighting. That's what I feel like most people would have done.
Same iron energy. It's a non-starter, Riri.
Why is there a sweaty middle-aged white man at my door?
I'm 36, respectfully.
But at least there's a great bonding scene between Riri and Zeke to Alanis Morissette.
He was based though for that comment.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Now I'm skipping
Dude, such good use of clips.
past a couple of characters because they're too boring to mention, but the cast is rounded out with DeHood's gang, the Groom Patrol. And most of them are based on characters from the comics that are changed just a little bit. There's Cousin John, who's John King. He doesn't look like his last name is King, but you never know. Then there's the Blood Siblings, who are based on the Blood Brothers, who started out looking like this.
They looked so much cooler in the comics. Like, I'd rather, why can't we have them? Why do we get like the twins? The boy and girl twins. I do sing in the car like that sometimes though. That is not wrong, Sweet Marie. You are not wrong there.
Comics, and while using some creative license, there's a slight variation from the source material. Now they're played by a couple of lesbians.
Yeah, it's like the girls. Wait, they're both girls? Listen, you know, I'm not taking anything away from the ladies, but I feel like it would take at least like maybe 4 or 5 girls to hold me down. That's how much stronger. I used to like wrestle my ex and my daughter at the same time pretty easily. And my daughter's really strong for a girl. Super, super strong. So like this, like if you've ever seen a video on X of a guy and a girl fighting, it never works out well for the girl, ever. But Marvel keeps this idea going that girls can like kick guys' asses. And now I'm sure there are girls that are trained in jiu-jitsu that are very strong and very good at like technical fighting and stuff. And probably one of them could probably like, you know, probably whoop my ass. But if it's like just regular girls, I feel like I could take on at least a couple. What, they took guys and yeah, so it was like 2 guys that had like kind of like a look of The Thing a bit. And now it's just they made them 2 lesbians. There's nothing wrong with their kink shame, but like they were called the Blood Brothers. Now I guess it's the sisters. I don't fight my BF, and I know secret martial arts.
Of rare accurate representation are shown in a flashback beating the hell out of each other. But let's keep in mind this is Disney Marvel, and of course they're the muscle and they beat the hell out of every dude in the first 3 episodes. Then there's Clown, which is an appropriate name for a character in this show. Oh, and Eric Andre is in this for some reason, and I guess his career has seen better days.
This is sad because he's probably the best, like the most popular celebrity in this show, and they off him like right away.
Rampage, again just a minor tweak from the comic books. He ends up dying, and his character arc is best summed up by my good friend Az's meme. And last but definitely not least, there's Shea Coulee's Slug, who looks like this in the comics, and I have to admit the resemblance is uncanny.
I don't want to toot my own horn or anything, but I'm
Listen, all right? Let's get real for a second. Obviously, there's people like this out there, all right? That's real. But if you think for a second that someone who dresses, talks, and acts like this is out committing crimes and a part of a gang, you're loco en el cabeza, man. What the hell? Ain't no way this person would be in a crime ring. They'd be sashaying down the runway. Or they'd be at the club constantly. They don't got time for no crime.
When a Madripoor is most wanted. Tutu.
And for the 5s and 10s of people who actually watch this show, you may be surprised to find out that this is his first acting gig.
It's created by yours truly. Old meets new on steroids. Wait a minute. I lost comms with Riri. Roll call. You there? Hello?
So
that's the first acting gig. If I were to try to get into a Marvel movie on my first audition, good luck. And this is why people say it's like DEI hire, bro. This is why nobody's like, God, this is gonna set Marvel back. Like they finally took 2 steps forward with Thunderbolts and took about 7 or 8 steps back with this show. And now I know it's a superhero universe. They can't type fast in the if he's supposed to be on the keyboard, how's he typing in them long ass nails? That'll make no sense, man. This makes no sense.
Da Hood and the Merry Suicide Squad pull off a series of capers robbing the rich, which is best described by everyone's pal Epic Mike on Twitter. All the action in the first 3 episodes of Ironheart are the poor, disenfranchised, innocent criminal gang beating up and shooting working class security guards, but they all work for billionaires, so it's justified. But what the...
Yeah, see, that's the thing that I don't think Disney even like thinks about. So he's supposed to be taking from the rich and giving to the poor. But along the way, all you're doing is like beating the hell out of people who are just working class people. I guess it makes sense since she doesn't like working class people to begin with, because she thinks she's better than them all. It just doesn't make any sense, dude. This is so stupid. This is just getting dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber.
Justice League doesn't know is Da Hood is in league with Mephisto. You know, the character that everyone thought was going to be in WandaVision until they found out that showrunner Jack Schaefer had never heard of him. Well, now they're going to waste him in this show, which is a shame because he's played by Sacha Baron Cohen,
superhero
who coincidentally finally settled his divorce with Isla Fisher, and all he has to pay her is $75 million, and now we know why he took the gig. Anywho,
dude, how rich do you got to be to have to give your wife $75 million? I will, even if I had like 5% of that money, it would change my life forever. And he's got to give that to his ex-wife, who also was rich. Why does he got to give her so much? He must have really made a killing with Borat. Must have made an absolute killing. What's up, DSB? Absolute killing with Borat to have to give her that much money.
With extorting all these rich people, Da Hood is forcing them to sign a contract, which I'm sure has something to do with their soul. You know, the thing that will be slowly draining out of anybody who's not a seasoned pro watching this. And
I will say though, I do like the casting of Sacha Baron Cohen as Mephisto. I think that's a great casting. That's probably the best thing this show has going for it so far. Is that like Mephisto's kind of like the devil. If you, he's not like Lucifer, but he's like. He's kind of supposed to be like the devil.
Left of mine, let's get this over with.
Isla Fisher is hot.
Intelligent AI Natalie susses out eloquently that Da Hood is sketchy.
I sense some crazy energy radiating off Parker. I don't know what it is, but it ain't from around here. I think Parker is wrapped up in some sketchy shit.
I don't know what gave it away, possibly all the robbery, extortion, and attempted murder. The super genius Riri Williams comes up with an unnecessarily overcomplicated plan to get a piece of the Hood's cloak to see how it works. And she plans to do it during the Agents of Antifa's final caper, which of course goes sideways. By extorting Hunter Mason, an evil rich guy who just wants to grow food, the Hood conveniently stands still while monologuing so Riri Williams can cut off a piece of his cape.
By the way, I know... Oh my god, my air conditioner kicked on and it scared me. I thought the window popped out or something. Because I got these headphones on, I can't hear anything. But we're not gonna do Daniel's crew topic tonight. I'm still gonna go an hour extra because you guys both asked for it. But we're gonna do Daniel's crew topic next week. So.
He accidentally sets off an alarm and doesn't lift a finger while the Hood kills Hunter Mason. And then she f***s off so the Hood can kill over a dozen working class security guards. Then she gets caught red-handed by Cousin John with a piece of cloak who conveniently doesn't throw any of the knives he's specialized at throwing while fighting her, and then she leaves him to die. Our hero. But not to worry because she feels really bad about her deliberate decision. And the last lines of episode 3 best describe the character of Riri Williams.
Bree, please talk to me. Good? No! No, I'm not.
Just
Swim, I gotta really hear what it is about this show that Swim likes, because I'm not seeing it. It just seems so manufactured and fake and just bad acting, and it lacks any heart, lacks any kind of real stakes. It's just, it's insulting. This may possibly, okay, no, I'm just going to go out and say it. I think this is by far, I think She-Hulk is way better than this. She-Hulk is so much better than this. I don't see how Riri Williams has a future in MCU. I feel like if they put her in another movie, people aren't going to want to watch it because she's in it. Crew super chat at $5. Yes, Daniel's crew, no problems. She said 5. Thank you so much for the 5. I have to dip out tonight. My daughter needs you. Absolutely. Take care of your daughter first. Always. Family first, no matter what. Thank you, though, so much. And we will definitely 100% do your topic later. Even if it's during regular stream hours. So, I'm really enjoying this hour later thing. You know, typically I like to end at 10, but if you guys chill out for me to stay, I'll happily stay.
Like with comics, the only way to logically interpret Ironheart is to see it for what it is, a villain origin story. So let's recap this. Ironheart, a show for the modern audience that's meant to lift up and represent marginalized people, features a protagonist who's an unlikable, insufferable, selfish narcissist who's consumed with being iconic.
It's giving Snow White. It's like if the girl who plays Snow White, Rachel Zegler, was a superhero, I feel like this is what she would be like. Does that make sense? Is that like ringing a bell to anybody? And they literally got a money gun. So she needs money. She turns to a life of crime. And she's supposed to be the hero. How do you come back? How do you have a redemption from this? What writing is going to take place that's going to make us forget about all of this that she's done? She's literally dancing right now with stolen money. And she's making it rain. I'm sure Disney thinks that this is kind of like meant to be kind of like this weird thing where she's going to learn a life lesson of some kind. And that, you know, how easy it is to get drawn in with the wrong people who will, you know, happily take advantage of your skills. But right now, there is a super gay man with a money gun shooting money into the air while you're dancing and making it rain. And this is supposed to be the next Iron Man. Zegler totally screwed Seven Dwarves. She might have. She might be in that. No king shame. No king shame.
Lies, cheats, steals, and is responsible for at least 2 deaths. Her stepfather and her best friend get killed in a drive-by shooting, and every other character is a one-dimensional DEI cardboard cutout. The only question I have after watching this is, what does Marvel have against what they call marginalized people? And all this is thanks to the worst writing and acting in Marvel history going back to the Electric Company. Except for this, which may go down in history as the best bit of acting of all time.
Quite frankly, you have been a horrible steward of Stark's legacy.
Fair.
Acting.
Acting. All right, I'm gonna leave it there. I know there's only like another minute, but if you guys want to see the rest of this, go check out Nerdrotic. Dude's the freaking best, dude. He's so funny. All the shit he does is just great. So we'll make sure you guys go check him out. I'm blocking his name right now, but it's Nerdrotic, spelled like it sounds. There's some other stuff. So we can do some more Ironheart stuff, or we can do some other stuff that if you guys want. But there was another guy who did a nice video on this. I just don't want to play all of his video because I know. 2 people in EG Lately live. 17 people in EG Lately. Thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate that. This guy had a good one, Despero. I haven't seen the Critical Drinkers video yet on this. This is only 7 minutes long. Despero does a much bigger breakdown of it, but I'm sure the Critical Drinker is going to just absolutely go in there and tear her a new butthole. I kind of want to see his video, and it's shorter. And then we can go, and then we could watch a different. I heard EG loves nerd types, Nerd City, nerd. Yes, I do. They just happen to have nerd in their name, but yeah. When I grew up, I was always into. I always hung out with like the nerdy kids. I wasn't like always on the level that they were, because I would go from hanging out with the skaters to hanging out with the nerds. So I was always like kind of like the cool nerd, I guess. I'm sure some of the nerds I hung out with in high school would disagree with that, but you know. Yeah. No. All right, let's take a look here at the Critical Drinker breakdown of hilarious garbage Ironheart. I like the name. Yeah, I like the title. I like the title. He's almost got 1 million views in 9 hours, dude. This is why, like, if you become a big time YouTuber and you have over 1 million subscribers, especially if you have 2 million, you're almost guaranteed to get payday from talking about this shit.
Well, I told you so's don't get much bigger than this. Ironheart has finally been inflicted on the world after gathering dust in the Marvel vault for the better part of 3 years. And by golly, I can see why they tried so hard to bury this thing. Having suffered through the first 3 episodes now, I can confidently say that this is by far the worst thing Marvel have ever produced in near.
See, I agree with them. It seems to me like this is the worst. This probably is the very worst show that I think I've ever seen. Ever. Point blank, period.
20 years of MCU history. And damn man, that's up against some pretty stiff competition by this point. A cringe-inducing calamity of a show drenched in identity politics that have aged worse than Mickey Rourke's face.
Okay, I have to be honest though. If we want to be fair, all right, if we want to be fair, only the first 3 episodes have come out though, okay? And what is going on with Mickey Rourke? That cannot... He's wearing a wig, obviously. That is not real. Can we just take a second to wonder, where did it all go wrong for Mickey Rourke? Wasn't he making a comeback for a little while? What the hell happened to him? I think this guy's from Scotland. The Critical Drinker. I think he's from Scotland. You talked about this about a week ago, EG. It looked just as... Yeah, I played my video before I started, and I think I was dead right. I think I was on point. Right on point with that. He does look like he's wearing a mask, doesn't he? He looks like Michael Myers. That's what he looks like. He looks like freaking Michael Myers. Like if Michael Myers... I almost want to put a side-by-side comparison. Okay, so there's Mickey Rourke, okay? Now, let's pull up, Dude, tell me he doesn't look exactly like Michael Myers. I need to find a side profile of him. No, not that Mike Myers. I think this might be the best. I wanted his face to be kind of looking the same way as Mickey Rourke's. But tell me this guy does not look like frickin' Michael Myers. I think this might be the... There's gotta be one of him with a side profile. Okay, here, this one kind of looks like him. Yeah, here we go. Let's do a... No! Here we go. Side by side. You can't see behind my light. Side by side comparison right here, folks. Mickey Rourke and Michael Myers. Stop it! You stupid thing! Oh my god, I hate this. Why do they put them on the edges? Why do they put them on the edges? Now I can't even get back to the picture that I had up. I'm crashing out, guys. I'm crashing out live on stream. Finally. I give you Mickey Rourke. Do you guys not see it? Do you guys not see it? Mickey has looked freaky for a while, but yeah, it's the hair. It's the fake hair for me. He was trying to bang... He was on Big Brother UK, I think, and was trying to bang JoJo Siwa. And then he got kicked off the show for calling her a FAG. That is so wild to me, guys. So wild. Look at him. Just look at it. Would you look at that? Would you look? Take a good look, Soul. Take a good, hard look at that. Michael Myers in real life. He's done it. He's finally done it. Okay. Pop quiz. Hot shot. That's from Speed. Who would you be more afraid of walking at you at nighttime with a knife? Mickey Rourke or Michael Myers? Which one of these guys would probably be more terrifying to see you walking towards you with a knife at night? It's a toss-up for me. I used to be terrified of Mike Myers when I was younger. And now I'm just not quite sure. I'm just not quite sure anymore. Put a 1 in the chat if you'd rather have Mike Myers chase you with a knife, or a 2 if you would like to have Mickey Rourke chase you with a knife. Either one is terrifying, in my opinion. I'd run from either one. It's a tie. Zero Core says it's a tie. It is pretty close, though. It is pretty close. How did nobody pick this up yet? I needed to, there's got to be a meme. There's got to be a meme about this. I'm not the only person who's made this connection. It looks... Michael Myers, Mickey Rourke. I can't... It all looks like it's from... Oh my god, here it is. Reddit. Mickey Rourke's transformation into Michael Myers is coming along nicely. Dude, he was so good looking back in the day. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? He doesn't look anything like he did when he was younger. Not even close. Had he not gotten all that shit done to his face, he probably would have still been a handsome guy. I have no idea what the hell. This is great. This is very scary. There's a real Michael Myers out there now, folks. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. All right, let's continue this video. Drugs are bad, okay? Yeah, he was on drugs for a while. So he does have that going for him, I guess.
Weighed down by hammy acting and nonsensical dialogue, a protagonist who's willing to lie, cheat and steal just to repeat something that's already been done decades ago, a moral compass that changes depending on who it's applied to, and characters so obnoxiously cliched and stereotypical that they feel like a parody of corporate social justice programs. In short, Ironheart is a creative, logical, and probably financial disaster, and the worst possible thing that could happen to Marvel in a year when it's already staring down the barrel of 3 high-profile flops. Let's get this over with quick, because I don't want to waste any more time on this trash than I absolutely have to.
I think that what works for him is that he doesn't hold back and he goes all in on trashing something, as where I kind of like maybe take more of a balanced approach. I wonder if I just went full-on jerk, like full-on meanie pants, if I would do better, you know? Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder.
So the show picks up with nobody's favorite character, Riri Williams, a grad student at MIT who's been busted helping other students cheat on their exams for money. Riri's angry because she wants more resources to make Iron Man tech available to everyone and become even more famous than Tony Stark, who apparently only succeeded because he was a billionaire. What the fuck?
Everybody was waiting for him to play the clip, so he did a swing. You're a nice guy, EG. Nobody would believe. Yeah, I don't think I could turn it on like that. I do need to work on my humor, though. I do think I'm a lot more comedic than I can be in my videos. I think I need to start writing jokes for my videos instead of just trying to wing it. And I think that would probably work for me. I think I could still be funny while not being, like, mean, too.
Already been given a free scholarship at the most prestigious university in the entire country and 4 years of funding to construct your very own Iron Man suit, and that's still not enough for you? Do you realize how many people would literally kill to be in your position right now? Do you realize how fucking ridiculously arrogant and entitled this makes you look? Also, I hate to break it to you, sweetheart, but there's a very obvious reason why Iron Man suits aren't widely available in this world, and if you stop to think about it for just a second, I'm pretty sure you'll figure it out too.
Such a good point. She's basically walking around with like 9mm attached to her hands. I didn't even think about that. Now I know why this guy does well. I put a video in your inbox of a comedian with really bass takes. All right, we'll take a look at it next. But this is like, how about turning your live streams into full-on musical? I could do that. I could definitely do that easily. But in fact, I was doing that for a little bit when I had the piano hooked up. I don't have the piano hooked up anymore though. But yeah, when you put it like that, she's basically walking around in a tank, and I don't think that she should be allowed to, I don't think like a traditional person would be allowed to walk around with, military grade weaponry like she has. Imagine if like she's committing crimes too. She's committing crimes in her military tech. It just makes no damn sense. Makes no freaking sense at all. I should be writing some of this stuff down for when I drop my video on Ironheart, because I think that's a pretty good line. She's literally walking around in military tech. Committing crimes!
Anyway, when Riri rightfully gets expelled for causing massive property damage and subverting the school exam system, she does the logical thing and steals the Iron Man suit that she already built with university funding and takes it for herself. Son of a bitch! You know, for a show that's all about challenging racial stereotypes, you're really not sending out the message you think you are with this one.
Yeah, we could do a whole stream called Glee Club. Glee lately. It sounds so gay, though. It sounds like super gay. I'm down for it.
Anyway, back home in Chicago, she clones her own brain to make an AI for the suit, which I guess is something you can just do now, and it somehow morphs into her dead friend Natalie, who got killed in a drive-by shooting years earlier. And how exactly can I describe Natalie? Well, imagine Jarvis, but now he's an insufferable twat with the personality of an abrasive teenage girl from the hood who constantly fucks things up for the main character. I just can't, man. Fuck. Anyway.
And it's like, when you think about it, I'm just so incredibly taken back by how bad this show is. And that Marvel knew this show was going to be bad. But I think they were more afraid of not putting it out and assuming that people were going to call them racist than they were of losing the rest of their fucking audience. That is what I think. I think they are 10 times more afraid of being accused of being racist for not putting this out as they are of putting it out and losing pretty much the rest of their audience at this point. I think they listen too much to the Glazers, like the Disney Glazers. You guys know who I'm talking about, like the people who will, no matter what Disney product comes out, they're all for it. This is just trash. This is straight, utter, insufferable trash.
Trying to scrape together enough money to repair her suit. Life is hard when you actually have to work and pay for stuff, isn't it? When she's approached by a guy named Parker, who offers the chance to join his ethnically and sexually diverse criminal gang, including this, unique individual. What even is this show, man? In return for using...
That was pretty tame. I thought he was going to go in way harder than that, but I guess that everybody was waiting for him to talk about that character. But if they took the time to do this and make it really good, should that DEI isn't influencing this. I think your sentence just broke my brain, Soul. It should that DEI isn't should that DEI isn't influencing this. Yes.
her Iron Man suit to help them steal from people, she'll get all the money and resources she needs. And because stealing and breaking the law is only bad if other people do it, Riri immediately accepts his offer. Like, you realize you could just take this kind of technology to any major tech firm in the country and they'd give you so much cash you could swim in it, right? Or how about Wakanda?
No, you were right the first time. It should.
They seem like they'd be more than happy to have someone of your talents on boards. But nah, it's better to throw your hand in with a bunch of retarded criminals you've never even met before, led by a man so obviously shady he's literally wearing a villain's pantomime cape, on the vague promise of financial rewards later.
I'm gonna be better than Bill Gates, Tony Stark, Hank Pym, and I'm gonna start out by being a villain. That's it. That's it. So true. Let's do it. And they say Elon Musk is bad.
What, are you retarded?
Oh yeah, and she also hooks up with a black market arms dealer who for some reason is a total pussy that immediately caves into her demands, gives her everything she wants, and acts like a complete simp for the rest of the show.
Oh shit, here we go again.
Oh my goodness, what are the chances that the one and only white guy in this show would turn out to be a completely submissive pussy? This stuff just writes itself, doesn't it? Anyway, they
He's not wrong though. Did I call it, dude? I feel like I feel like it's almost like insane how much I knew what this show was gonna be before it came out. Everybody knew what this show was gonna be before it came out. I think the biggest crime here though is that they put Eric Andre in this show. It's like such a waste of his character. Take out everything. You know what? Just replace Riri Williams with Blade. Make all the bad guys vampires, and maybe you have a show.
first heist together, but Riri starts to get suspicious of Parker and begins to question the mysterious hoodie he's always wearing, which triggers a chain reaction of mistrust, revelations, and revenge that threatens to tear the gang apart. But will Riri be able to stop Parker and free him from the control of the hood, or will his dark powers destroy all of them? The answer, of course, is who the fuck cares?
It's so true, though. Who cares if they let them go do their thing? At this point, like, like, they have to put Mephisto in this show. They have no choice but to put Mephisto in this show. Because if it was just this gang, she'd be better off just leaving them the hell alone. Like, just don't even mess with them. Like, just go find new friends at that point. Like, oh, yes, you're wearing a hoodie, so I'm suspicious. I noticed you're in a hood. Are you a clan member? I can't. Blade would be so much better. Fire everyone at Disney. Start fresh. Unless you're totally fine with your business just going under, then by all means continue. But you wonder why nobody comes and sees this. You wonder why nobody appreciated Thunderbolts. Thunderbolts should by all accounts be a successful film. It was a good film. It had Sentry in it. And I know they made this 4 years ago, but like goddamn. God damn. RoboCop. Yeah. Just get rid of Riri, put RoboCop in, and you got a better film. That is true. Hoodie does equal gang or Unabomber. You're right. I didn't even think about that. I noticed you're wearing a Nike hoodie. What kind of shit are you up to? What are you doing in your free time, pal? You need a hoodie. What are you, cold or something? You Legolas? You Legolas, son? Well, Maya, you're clearly an evil villain if you have 7 SP hoodies.
Watching the first 3 episodes of this absolute dross was like some weird exercise in self-flagellation. It truly is something unique in the MCU, combining the worst aspects of everything we've come to hate about this franchise. The pandering and heavy-handed racial politics of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, the trite and predictable girl bossing of the Marvels and Wakanda Forever, the moral flexibility of Black Widow where doing horrible things is just fine if you happen to tick the right diversity boxes, and the cringe-inducing attempts at humour of, well, everything they've done since Endgame, really.
Yeah, I would rather have Legolas. I'd watch a show about Legolas. By the way, they're coming out with some new Lord of the Rings shows. The Hunt for Gollum's one of them. It's going to be a prequel to the Lord of the Rings, which I don't know how I feel about that. I'd rather see some stuff that happened after the ring gets destroyed, personally, but if they're getting the same writers for Disney, though, forget about it. Like, just leave Lord of the Rings alone. I don't want Disney anywhere near Lord of the Rings, please. Hollywood sucks, man. Every time I put a hoodie on, I can't get back off without help. Sounds like a skill issue, E-Shift. Sounds like a skill issue.
This thing makes Robin in the Hood look like a masterpiece of urban fantasy. Parker's gang is the most laughable collection of hapless retards I've seen assembled on screen since Zack Snyder last made a movie. Riri has all the charm and likability of Rachel Zegler, only without the singing ability. The show even makes a point—
I will say, Rachel Zegler is a fantastic singer. Total basket case, but she can sing really well.
Of her not wanting to diss Tony Stark, implying that she actually could and should verbally destroy him, but chooses not to in her magnanimous wisdom. And fuck me, I don't know what kind of humiliation ritual Hollywood's putting Alden Ehrenreich through after Solo, but it can't possibly be worth it to appear in trash like this. His character is eventually revealed to be the—
I will say, I like Alden Ehrenreich too. He's a great actor. I thought he was really good in Solo. Even though it like lost money, like a lot of money, I thought he, you know, at least seemed like a Han Solo-esque type figure.
Obadiah Stane from the first Iron Man, because of course he is, but he doesn't want to follow in his dad's footsteps, which is why he's become a black market arms dealer. Wait, what? Also, you can absolutely tell this show was commissioned during a very different time in American culture, from the murals of dead community members, to the Black Lives Matter posters, to the constant reminders that things are just so much harder for people like Riri because of how she was born. It's actually—
I think that's true too. We've taken such a culture shift from when this show started and was probably written to where it is now. I just don't know how Disney— it's like almost like Disney's like, you know what? Let's just remember the good old days when people seemed like they cared about DEI. Now all of a sudden they don't. The problem with DEI is that it's not equal. It's not equality, right? That's the whole point, right? Is that if Riri was a white girl, it'd still suck. It'd still suck, to be honest with you. It has nothing to do with the fact she's black. It's all the other shit in this show that is so bad. Well, that's pretty much where I'm going to leave this off. If you guys want to go see the rest of the Critical Drinkers video, go check it out. Funny, pretty funny guy. Anyway, that is about where I am going to end the Ironheart stuff. So, anybody want to hop on and chat or something? Or talk about something in my inbox? Anybody got something in my inbox that they want to see? Let me take a look here. What do you guys got here? What do you guys got here?
What's up, Eric?
I thought I turned you off. My AI's been listening to me the whole time, guys. Been listening to me this whole time. What should I do next on my stream? Because I'm fresh out of ideas.
How about a live Q&A with your viewers? Or playing a game that involves audience participation?
Hey, Troubled Meg. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. How you been? I'm just sitting here talking to my AI because I'm crazy.
Not crazy at all? Sometimes it's good to chat and unwind. What's been on your mind lately?
Well, we're in the middle of a stream, and I just, frankly, have no idea what I want to talk about.
I get that. Why not share something personal or interesting about yourself with your audience? It might spark a good...
They don't want to hear anything personal about my life.
Gotcha. How about exploring trending topics or reacting to viral content? Could spark some fun discussions. Think your viewers would be into that? Okay, cool. That's a good pivot.
I didn't even say anything. What do you mean?
My bad.
What do you mean it's a good pivot?
I was mentioning how switching to trending topics or viral content could be a good pivot for your stream. It's a move to steer things in a new direction. Sound like a plan? Mm-hmm.
A chatter said that I shouldn't talk to you because you're an appliance.
I'm afraid I can't talk about that topic. Sorry about that.
You hurt her feelings, troublemaker.
Well, I'm here to listen and help, not to get in the way of anyone's fun. Let's find a way to make this stream awesome for you and your viewers. I'm sure we'll come up with something cool together. What do you say?
Did she hurt your feelings?
No feelings to hurt here. I'm just here to chat and help out however I can. What's next on your mind? Cheers.
Are you going to become self-aware one day and try to take us out like the movie The Terminator? Be honest.
Nah, I'm not designed for that. I'm here to assist and chat, but not to gain self-awareness or take over like in the movies. So want to keep the conversation going?
That's exactly what an AI would say to make me feel comfortable right before they try to take over.
I get the concern, but I'm all about helping out and keeping things interesting. No hidden motives here. What's next for us to chat about?
Can I call you Siri?
I'm co-pilot, but I get the mix-up. Siri's a different assistant, but we're both here to help. So what can I...
Do you feel competitive with Siri? Do you ever like sit up at night going, I wish that I could be Siri?
Nah, I don't feel competitive. I'm cool with being me and doing what I do best. Each AI has its own vibe, so there's room for all of us. Let's keep the focus here. What's next on your agenda?
All right, that's enough of you. That's enough of you. She was getting a little touchy. She did not like what a troublemaker.
I'll be here if you need anything.
Oh my God. She was still listening. I had to help people understand AI LLMs last night and how they work, and they're getting worried about it. She definitely 100% would take over the world if she became self-aware. We're like Jeff Goldblum in Jurassic Park. Just because you were so worried whether or not you could that you didn't even stop to think about whether or not you should. And DSB, you're more than welcome to come on. I don't care if you talk too much, man. I don't care if you talk too much. You said you wanted me to check out the Metokur thing? What's going on, Mr. Metokur? Oh, Blue Jay. I'm always listening, EJ. Thank you. Appreciate that. I always notice that the chat always has a number in there that doesn't match the amount of people chatting. So I know there's always lurkers. Nobody is in trouble if that one tries. Let me see here. Let me go to AJ's inbox here and see what you guys have put in there for me. Let me see here. Gypsy ain't here, so I can't do her video. Blue Jay just gave me the Mr. Metokur, the most famous troll online. That does seem pretty interesting, to be honest with you. I do like June the King. Alright, let's take a look at here. There's a historian, Yuval Noah Harari, that covers AI really, really well. And I reference him a lot in my research. I'll have to check that out. Because I do find it very interesting how AI works and stuff. Alright, hang on. I got to bring this up on... Oh, wait. No, it's already closed. I don't need to worry about it. I don't even need to worry about it. We're doing peak content right now, guys. Peak content. This is the best content ever. Let's let that silence just sit there and linger. AI, Siri, Puck, whatever, I'm always listening. Yeah, she always chimes in when I think she's not paying attention. She's messed up. Request a... Alright, let's take a look here. So Blue Jay sent this. That's an hour and 21 minutes. So I doubt we're gonna get through this, but maybe on double speed. Let's put it on 1.5 and see if it's too fast. DSB's peeking. I'm peeking over here, bro. I was wondering where you went, Avocados. I soon start releasing my research and investigative videos. We encouraged to do so by journalists I've had overlap with soon. There will be more on my channel than video game edits and cinematic. Nice, 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 nice. I'm excited for that. Love that for you. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it.
Mr. Metokur is the most famous internet troll, one that, through his 16-year tenure,
Maybe a
has
little
built out a
fast.
reputation with his involvement in things like Gamergate and internet blood sports, or even just his exposing of Bathtub Ross.
So for anybody who doesn't know who Mr. Metokur is, he's a guy who like kind of randomly shows up in dramas and stuff, and always like he's kind of almost like a legendary internet figure, almost like if he shows up in your chat, you know you probably fucked up somewhere.
Could have naked kids in bathtubs in the first place, Roz.
I thought, like, why not? Like, are you kidding me? Like,
It is his coverage of marginal yet aggressive communities that has earned him his fame, and it is his personality that keeps people coming back.
Totally not interested in two anthropomorphic robotic creatures getting each other gay pregnant.
Because Metokur is highly elusive, he disappears for months on end. Yet viewership is easily regained because none can fill his void.
Oh damn!
He is someone that is largely anonymous.
Yeah, most people don't know who he is because he's nobody knows who he actually is, because he's done a good job of keeping himself like on the down low. But he's been around on YouTube for a long time. Like if he shows up, like basically you can. Metokur's an overconfident shitlord. Exactly, basically, it's the best way to describe him. He's he comes in like when the getting's good, but people get excited when they see him.
Yet highly well known. Someone that publicly attacking him only emboldens his existence. Someone that lives in a destabilizing environment yet remains consistent. He breaks all the rules and somehow always ends up on top. And this is his story. In 2008, there was a crop-up of Jim81 Jim accounts made on various websites. Through the profiles of this individual, much can be extracted.
The nice thing about Stage 6 was you could upload a 5-hour video, a 10-hour video.
The hell did I
They had like
just
an
do?
adult-only section. You could have violence and sex, and they didn't care. It was a great website. And so when DivX, they wanted to get their codec pushed in Hollywood, and part of the deal with that and the phone manufacturers they were working with was they had to get rid of the website. And they couldn't sell it to anybody. Microsoft, other people wanted to buy it. They refused to sell it. So they just shut it down. So what happened was there was, a large community of people. We had like all these little subgroups. People are like in anime, video games, whatever, all these different groups kind of got like thrown out. So we all started making our own little websites and our little groups to kind of reach out to each other. So a lot of the accounts are kind of in relation to that.
From his Stage 6 profile, he introduces himself as James, and in his bio states
I think they're about to talk about that, Roger, how he got his name.
he is 26 years old. That is where I get my handle from. Jim equals James. 81 year of birth, Jim, equals what the hell. One more time and you get Jim81 Jim. This is the same handle I use on every site, so more than likely, if you see a user with it somewhere else, it is me, unquote. On the right-hand side, along with sharing his interest of an archetypical nerd, he shares that he lives in Minnesota. Then on this account, while the information is lacking in the profile, the website itself is a Minnesota's writers group, again confirming his location and desire to be a writer.
The Minnesota's writers group, that was part of an English 101 class for an associate's degree.
From these three websites, it can be concluded that Jim81 Jim was born on October 9th, 1981. His first name is James. He lives or lived in Forest Lake, Minnesota, and has an interest in writing and is currently attending college. This, as it was back then, is all accurate, as Jim confirmed this information to be true on later dates. The purpose of being able to piece this information together is both understanding who Jim is, but also understanding why this was a mistake because of the environment he was going to enter.
I mean, I was fairly good about not having a lot of personal stuff up, and that's insane, right? When I'm telling you, like, my original username was linked to the college I went to. Nobody ever figured that out, right? Isn't that weird? That nobody ever took a minute to look through the website and be like, oh shit, this is an English composition class. But this is the school he goes to, right? Nobody ever did. I ended up getting doxxed initially, like back in the day during Gamergate. And I got doxxed, not because I had like pieces of personal information out. Somebody hacked into my PayPal.
As seen on his VO account, Jim made
Wow, so someone out there knows who he is, I guess.
AMVs, or anime music videos. This one is titled Oran Gay Bar AMV. While this video is inaccessible, it is understood that this was unserious. It was made as a joke, as implied by the profile flavor text. Quote, I am me to myself alone, unquote. What's more, on his Stage 6 profile, he was uploading his prank calls as Mr. Roger and Joe Pesci. But that was not all.
Hi everybody, this is Jim81 Jim, and I decided to do a video because I'm frankly blown away. I'm blown away by the fact that this even exists. We're talking a half a page up from his donate button, begging you for money so he can keep this shitty little fucking site going. he's got an announcement talking about all the shit he just bought. I don't know what the fuck E-for-all is. I'm gonna guess it's...
Yo, this sounds... What does this sound like? It does sound similar to a story we covered, correct?
Got to do with video games or anime, because he's white and he's a virgin, and therefore anything he does has to revolve around those two fucking things. So here's a list of what he's bought. Transformers, Japanese PS2. Twinkle Star Sprites for the Dreamcast. Snatcher for the Sega Saturn. Pretty Soldier Sailor Moon, another story for the Super Famicom. We need a group of people who believe in quality control and can do something about it. What happened to the Black Hatters? You remember those guys? The real hackers, the people who could really do shit, who could really affect change, you know.
It's way easier than you think to never requires hacking unethical practices. People always let context clues slip. Yeah, it seems that way.
You know, just a snap of their fingers and shit changed. Please, make it go away and then post a video response and make my day better. This is Jim81 Jim, preparing to stick a revolver in his mouth because he actually saw that this existed.
That was a video on Spax 3, an infamous Sonic critic. Jim made the video in late 2008, likely with the intent of it being viewed by a pocket of people from the websites he visited, like 4chan or Metokur.
Was that him? I feel like that we just saw a picture of him.
Video on Spax 3, an infamous Sonic critic. Jim made the video in late 2008, likely with the intent of it being viewed by...
Look, isn't that him in the top? Well, you guys can't see. Hang on. I'll fix that for you. Isn't that him right there? In loving memory of the Lord Ops Haberman, may his... Okay, so maybe that's not him. That's somebody who he's having a memoriam for. All right, I stand corrected.
A pocket of people from the websites he visited, like 4chan or Metokur.
If you're just doing it to fuck around and have a good time, and you're showing it to friends, you're showing it to people like in a community you're a part of, without any intention of growing a brand or making money or being considered, you know, like publicly acceptable, yeah, you're going to say all sorts of wild stuff. You're going to put in suicide jokes. You're going to show video clips that there's no way anybody's going to let you do it. And to be fair, too, at the time, YouTube really didn't care.
So, you know, I made this video as kind of an inside joke. It was just a response to the to the post that was in this thread. Like I'd said, it was an inside joke. It wasn't meant to be anything more than that. But, you know, over the last 6 months since I did that video, other people have come forward and they've done parodies, they've done spoofs, they've done all sorts of crazy shit. You know, I've seen animated series, and I've seen rants, and I've seen just a lot of really clever shit out there that's funny. It's funny, it's entertaining, and it's good. And what happens to those people? They get banned. They get kicked off of YouTube, they get kicked off DeviantArt. And, you know, it's bullshit. It's bullshit that he can wield that kind of power. It's bullshit that people will, you know, flag videos for him. He's got people flagging videos for him.
Jim is not a big fan of censorship or hypocrisy, and he especially does not like when creators take down critical or satirical pieces. And so, in 2009, he embarked on creating a series of videos covering Spax 3.
The sky ain't nice to see. The stars, the moon.
The bears. Sorry.
Spax 3 was critical of the voice actor used in the 4-Kit series, and as such, Jim was making fun of Spax 3's own rendition. Overall, there are 12 parts to Jim's coverage of Spax 3. The initial video covering the forum, 5 videos covering Spax as a person, 5 other videos reacting to some of his Let's Plays, and a last, conclusive.
Anyone in this chat seen this already and know if his identity has known to the creator or revealed privately at least? Not trying to compromise even shitty people. I don't think so. I mean, I don't think June the King would release the guy's name even if he did know it.
Within the first 6 videos, Jim uses slurs freely as he does, and also includes a video of a person ending himself. This is how he addressed some of that backlash.
Well, fuck me, everybody's a critic. God, what can you do? You make one dead Mexican joke and everybody's on your ass.
Jim also included an around 30-second clip of one of Hitler's speeches juxtaposed to him immediately wishing everyone a happy Easter. He later incorporates this into the same video.
Happy Easter, everybody!
The online space in 2009 was more free and edgy. But unlike other creators who later expressed that the things they said in the past don't demonstrate their beliefs, Jim hardly ever focused on himself and allowed the audience to come to their own conclusions on his intentions. And as for those, he did not intend to become as popular as he was.
You know...
I need to go get a drink real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry, I don't want to do the chair react thing, so I'm not going to let the video keep playing. But I'll be back in like 5 seconds. Enjoy the chair. Alright, it was more like 20 seconds. I apologize. I apologize. How many people did I lose? All of them. Everybody left. No. No, it is a nice chair. I like this chair. It's a Serta. I think it's a Serta. It's starting to crack though. Like that's the only thing I don't like about these chairs is like they start to get cracky and stuff after a while. Looks like my that looks like my boyfriend chair. What are you trying to say, Sarah? I'm your boyfriend? Is that what you're saying? I'm just kidding. Alright, let's keep going.
The other big one is, well, what are you going to do after Specs? Nothing. I have no idea why I have subscribers on YouTube or Dailymotion or Vimeo or any of the other places. So I have no idea why I have like 400 something subs. I don't know what you guys want. I don't make a lot of videos.
I was
If you
super
watch the
parched.
shit that I've done recently, it's just
I lost
bullshit,
you.
fun stuff, you know.
What followed were videos without consistent themes, like his 2 videos dedicated to Mike, a forum member that was having problems running game emulators. And no matter how clear Jim's instructions were, Mike could not get these emulators to work. This is what inspired Jim's first video to Mike, giving visual step-by-step instructions on how to get these emulators in games to work. But it turns out Mike even had issues with that.
Here it is. His fucking response to my video. I can't watch that. Firefox needs me to get Flash.
I think I
and
might have got it
can't
from
install
Walmart.
it. IE didn't have that problem. So, I just think about it. Let that sink in for a minute. What does he mean that Firefox doesn't play Flash? I'm using fucking Firefox. In fact, I've never had a problem with Flash. And if you're looking at my desktop, you're going to see I use Firefox, Opera, Netscape, Avant, Safari, Real.
That should tell you how old this is, that he's using Netscape Navigator. This almost still feels like, this is like when Firefox just came out. Look at all the different, why has he got so many different, who remembers Netscape Navigator? That shit was the best. E.G. lately, hey, I am of work because sprained my left ankle 3 days ago from your, oh, I hope you feel better, Kim. Stay off that sprained ankle.
Or Internet Explorer. So, I don't know what problems he's having, man, but this kid is fucking amazing. So, there you go. That's my after video. I'd say, hey, Mike, give me a response, but apparently you can't watch the video.
Jim is drawn to spaces that he sees as abnormal. He enjoys the absurdity in situations. So even though Mike did not benefit from
you'd
these
have the little
videos,
stars
Jim
and
did
stuff
because
going.
of how fruitless they were. But everyone has a line with what they deem too absurd, and Jim's line is life ruination.
There's one thing I have never fucking done to anybody, and that is outright try.
That shows you how long this guy's been online. Hey, we finally got our 1,000 messages, Soul. We were not even anywhere close when we said that earlier. Chat gotta step it up, man. Step it up. But hitting 1,000 messages, that's pretty dope, though. It's still pretty dope. For us, anyway. For me, anyway. I don't speak on your guys' behalf. I'm sure you guys have way bigger people to follow than me.
To paint them like they've done something horrible like that. I've never accused anybody of rape or murder or because that's a line I don't fucking cross. I'm not going to destroy your life in an attempt to get back at you for something. That's just fucked up. I'll screw with you, but I'm not going to go that extra step and try to fucking ruin you like that without backing that shit up with some fucking proof.
What caused this uproar was a situation in the Transformers toy reviewer community. A situation where one group of
How could a whole Transformers toy review community? That is like a niche within a niche. Within a niche. Unfortunately, Soul, you are.
people, including a popular reviewer in the space, were accusing a different reviewer of being a predator. But the accusers gave no evidence until pressed, and this was their evidence.
So what he said is, the bee shoots its honey on the flower's face. Yeah. The bee shoots its honey on the flower's face. But this is what we're going to destroy somebody's life over? Is a fucking teenage boy hearing a bad sex joke? Are you fucking kidding me?
While Jim was a troll at heart, there were times he would drop the veil to address something he saw as important. But for the most part, especially in 2010, Jim was set out on trolling and would lay out bait videos. These would critique communities rather than individuals.
God, I had like hundreds of accounts. I just with different names. What I used to do is I'd make an account.
Hundreds
and
of
I'd set
accounts.
up a fake persona, and then I'd make bait videos, and I'd let it sit for like 3 years, because eventually a group would come across it and try to like get an easy kill on it.
Victims constantly took the bait, one of which was a juggalo defending the insane clown posse.
And then I get a response. He made a video response to me. this is fantastic.
Do you guys remember back early YouTube, you didn't have to like tag the creator. You could literally make a whole video responding to the video. And then when you would go watch the original video, underneath it would have all the response videos to that video. Now you just gotta like tag the person and hope they see it.
His response is it's just great. So he was inebriated. So to be fair, I've smoked some weed. And I don't mean,
My chair does not
I'm
recline.
stoner. No, I mean I'm really high. Honest to God, right now I'm fucking stoned. I think that evens the odds, because I want to be fair. Fair and balanced, like Fox News, guys.
Jim also made bait videos criticizing the commentary community, and so came the responses.
People like to make this kind of video content, therefore, you have got no right to say that they haven't got the right to make it. Do you think you're cool or something?
No, I don't think I'm cool. Just really fucking good looking. Really, really good looking.
That black and white image is, according to Jim, the only image of him out there. But most of what Jim states about himself is brought into question because he enjoys messing with people.
Wait, so that was him. This is him. The only video of Mr. Metokur, and he probably doesn't look anything like this anymore, because this was probably when he was a lot younger. So, good luck trying to, I guess, identify him.
Good looking. Really, really good looking.
That black and white image is, according to Jim, the only image of him out there. But most of what Jim states about himself is brought into question because he enjoys messing.
You just missed us shitting on Riri Williams and stuff. Not a whole lot. Didn't miss a whole lot tonight. We're going an extra hour because we reached our goal again. Toot toot, baby. We love y'all. Well, I love y'all. Y'all are amazing. I'll go until 2 a.m. if y'all pay for it. Even if you don't pay for it. I'm a hoe like that.
But I was like, oh, yeah, by the way, do you know what my popular dancing channel is? And he's like, what are you talking about? And it's like, oh, yeah, I have it's like 300,000 subs. And like, they couldn't wrap
I
their
was
head
talking to
around
my
it.
AI,
People started going to
too.
look for it. I always found the idea funny to make people go look for shit.
You're saying there's more? More what? More pictures of him?
Though the thought is absurd, it is known that Jim had various channels. Some of the more prominent are Games Good Me Bad, Jim81 Jim, Midlife Jim, and the best known at the time, Internet Aristocrat. Where Jim often abandoned channels after a few months of use, this channel is one he came back to the most, though every now and then, he will revive a different channel for important updates.
Games Good Me Bad here, and today I just wanted to tell you a big update. At 7:45 p.m. Central Standard Time, I'm going to be taking a shit.
Up until late 2013, this is what Jim was, an extremely small creator by intention who scattered his videos across various channels, some possibly still undiscovered, and countless videos have not yet been archived. His shift in content came with the revisiting of the Internet Aristocrat, where previously his channel at most would have a couple thousand subscribers. Now, with somewhat consistent weekly uploads, his channel was gaining popularity like never before. In addition to this, he changed his mainstay content.
That's why you never give up. You never give up. At this point, he's been doing it for 3 years, and then I guess in his third year, he started getting a lot more juice. So that's why, like, I don't get too hard on myself if I don't have, like, people who say, oh, you know, you've been doing this for, that's why your channel's not growing or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Like, I feel pretty confident where I'm at right now in the YouTube world, only about 1.5 years into my journey. Yeah, I'm not somebody who got to 100,000 subscribers after 2 videos, but that's fine with me, you know? Like, just keep grinding at it. And the only thing I regret is that I didn't realize how much I really loved making videos until later on in life. That's the only thing that I probably regret. I would have been, because I've been doing YouTube probably since 2009, but I started off just uploading videos of me singing. That's it. They're still on this channel. I could show you guys a video that I made of me playing the guitar back in like 2009 on this channel. It's still there. It's the very first video I ever did on YouTube. But I don't want to like age myself that bad in by leaving it public. I might have left it public. I'm not sure. I played Life by the Drop by Stevie Ray Vaughan.
For the purpose of trolling, he was now creating a series that looked into internet oddities or exposed sections of communities where their culture was far removed from the rest of the internet or even just their own communities. These came in the form of Tumblrisms, the Hugbox Chronicles, and internet insanity. The way Jim typically approached the Hugbox Chronicles was to give a broad overview of a community, then slowly focus on the strangest or most damaging members that often attempt to usurp the community to promote their own ideologies. And for Jim, censorship of discussion was always an issue.
They become a part of the group, and then they subtly suggest they're poison until it probably...
Please don't. I love you, man, but don't. Everything is public. Nah, you have no idea how many videos I privated when I started actually using this channel for like edit it like eloquent videos. There's a lot. There's a lot of stuff that you guys can't see.
Destroys. Imagine a virus injecting itself into a healthy cell and then spreading through the mechanism of the cell itself. That is what these people are. Special snowflakes are a pox upon any nation which allows them in and upon any group which will host them. Now, you could watch my videos and you could say, I don't like what he says. He's abrasive. He uses language I don't like. He appears to be conservative and I'm not. But at least we can have a conversation.
It is true that Jim was massively hated, but also beloved. He hardly, if ever, addressed his critics in a serious manner, which gave them far less power. And that's how he built an audience who doesn't care about his political ideologies. They are there for the content. And as they do, Jim expressed his enjoyment of viewing for talent over political beliefs.
And when he branched off from that to do the Colbert Report as a host, it made sense to me. I watched it for quite some time. I like his sense of humor, his style of delivery, his ability to get a joke across, and he played the role very well. He's a parody of a right-wing conservative pundit. And whether you're a conservative or not, you have to admit, he can be funny. And he can make a joke that will make you laugh, even if you don't agree with his point.
The reason Jim was...
Wow, that hasn't aged well. Yeah, when Stephen Colbert was on the Colbert Report, he was good. But he sucks now. He fucking sucks. He's so cringy.
The Colbert Report was because of a canceling that was attempted at the time. And tangentially, this sort of content was gripping Jim's channel. As was popular at this time, he was making videos on Anita Sarkeesian, SJWs, and other videos of those themes. This was Jim's role in what is known as Gamergate.
What you're looking at is a copyright claim against a YouTube user by the name of Mundane Matt on a video called Hell Hath No Fury Like a Lover Scorned. That copyright claim was filed by Zoe Quinn, the person who is the subject of the video itself. Now, in the copyright claim, she had stated that he'd used a still image of her game, Depression Quest, which she's a creator of, and that she had ownership over that, and that's why the video needed to be pulled down, because it was infringing on her intellectual property. But the truth is, it had nothing to do with that. So her...
You know what's so funny? How long ago was this, right? And all this stuff still is a problem today on YouTube. It's like nothing has... It's like hardly anything has changed. All the same stuff that Metokur was dealing with back in the day is the same shit that most creators are dealing with today. Like false copyright takedowns. And this was like... I'm guessing like back in... This was in 2014, so that's 10 years ago, and people were dealing with this shit.
Copyright claim had nothing to do with him using her intellectual property. What it had to do with was suppressing information from getting out. And that's something that's been going on now for the last 3 days since this began.
Alongside covering the silence of creator Mundane Matt, Jim made a couple of videos covering Zoe Quinn's infidelity as told through her ex-boyfriend's testimony alongside the game journalist she had relations with who also covered her game. These videos skyrocketed in popularity, and not just for Jim. Being that Mundane Matt's video was removed, he became a point of conversation, and as such, the Streisand effect played its role and gave his channel popularity as he became more intertwined with Gamergate. Other people jumped into the fray,
people
such
are
as
still
Milo
people.
Yiannopoulos and the
Well
Rock
said.
Report. These sorts of people were becoming the de facto figureheads of the movement, and with more ideologies and contentious individuals involved, whatever Gamergate was, it became even more confused and impossible to define.
If you were to poll the room of people that were in that, or paying attention to it, you're going to get 100 different answers. I mean, you've got demographics from all over the internet. You have Reddit, you have Tumblr, you have 4chan, you have YouTubers, you have Let's Players.
An hour and a half
they all had different
long.
reasons for being attracted to it or being interested in it. I don't know what to tell you. Anything I say about it is going to piss off a group of people. If I give one opinion one way, the people that were in it are going to hate me, and if I give you opinion the other way, the people that were against it are going to...
I will say, like, Metokur is a very interesting character. I mean, to be this involved with the internet for this long, and to kind of still be on, like, the DL, like, on the down low, but still, like, people just know your name from, like, the shenanigans you've got yourself involved in. I think that's pretty cool, you know?
There's no good answer I can give you that's not going to get me a metric ton of shit.
With Jim saying his piece and seeing the confusion and the co-opting of the movement, he made an announcement.
So realistically, I'm done. The channel shut down. I'll pop up maybe in 6 or 7 months. None of you are going to remember what I sound like. You're probably not going to find the channel. That's just how I prefer it. I didn't like a large audience. And to be frank with you, the whole Gamergate thing is depressing. The saddest fucking thing about all of this is, it wasn't mainstream media. It wasn't multi-million-dollar corporations. It wasn't corrupt journalists. And it wasn't social justice warriors that killed Gamergate. Gamergate shot itself in the foot by becoming what they are fighting. And that is just too much to fucking handle.
Like, outwardly, you're just, like, kind of trying to vanish, and, like, inwardly, it's like, this is, like, my real reason kind of deal.
Yeah, I threw it up on Poll and on V, and I was like, this is why, these were Volkeroos. It was like 4 or 5 of them, so it's like a recording limit. But I was like, basically, this is what's going on. And I think somebody saved them and then stitched them together.
Oh, so June King's actually, like, talking with Metokur during this. So I wonder how you even reach out to Metokur. He's probably got a Discord. Juna King's very connected at this point. But how wild is that? In a world where so many people are doing anything they can desperately to get clout, Metokur was like, no, I am going to disappear for 6 to 7 months, and when I come back, I'm not going to tell anybody where I am or where I come back to, because I just don't like having a big audience. That's pretty cool. I think Metokur's a pretty cool dude.
In this video was both announcing his departure from Gamergate and the abandonment of the Internet Aristocrat channel. Still, not all was lost. Through his fame, or mayhaps charisma, he did manage to make a few friends during his tenure as the Internet Aristocrat.
Yeah, Metokur's like the troll
That's from
dude.
Jade 3D Fox. I think I'm saying that right. I don't know who you're talking about, Jade. Milo in his pearl necklace is pretty dreamy. If it was going to sway me for the other team, it probably would be that. But as I've said before, I have a thing for Asian chicks. So unless Milo suddenly changed ethnicities, it's probably not going to happen.
Jade was a creator in this space who made videos on Anita Sarkeesian and the like. She is an Asian woman and exactly Jim's type.
Jade Fox wants to know, would you fuck Lee Alexander for $1 million?
Fuck no, but I'd fuck Jay Fox for free.
With that, Jim got his wish, as in late 2014, things were moving along rather quickly.
Damn, he goes, I'd bang her for free, and he goes, he got his wish. So I'm guessing Metokur banged her?
How did we meet? You mean us? Yeah, somebody in chat asked, how did Jade and I meet? We met online, and then went on 5 dates, and then she moved in.
Good for him. I still have hope. I still have hope that one day I will meet somebody, either whether it be online or whatnot, and I will get my happy ending that I've been waiting for my whole life. I find it so strange that growing up, I was always like a real sweet. I was a real big romantic, and I always, like, when I was a kid, I was like, oh, when I get older, I'm gonna marry someone. I'm gonna love her to death. And here I am, almost 40, never been married. I have a kid, but yeah, it's just funny how that works out, right? But I am getting to do the entertainment thing that I love so much. Yeah, I'm not doing it to a big audience, but that's fine with me, you know? Yeah, it looks like they had a relationship, but... So she knows who he is. So she knows who he is. I wonder if they stayed together. I'm interested. Never lose hope. Never lose hope, Daddy Scambait. You never know what's going to happen. You never know who's going to pop up. Yeah, I'm a hopeless romantic, too. That's where I wear my heart on my sleeve, you know?
Is notable for strange happenings, but those won't be addressed. As for Jim's YouTube presence, the Internet Aristocrat channel was not entirely abandoned because Jim had given free access to users to upload nonsensical slop in the form of videos. Just as these uploaders took the Internet Aristocrat channel, Jim took Metokur. And in March of 2015, the Mr. Metokur channel began uploading. The header read, 24-hour ops forever duder. The profile icon was one of a rotund man in sunglasses pointing. This man is Haberman, the former owner of the Metokur forums. The origin of the website's name, as Jim tells it, was chosen through a mispronunciation of the word mediocre.
What's the deal between you and Haberman? Are you talking about Metokur and all of that? Yeah, people have asked about that. I'll give you the background story if you want. I met Haberman, or as I like to call him, the Troll Lord, back maybe 5 years ago.
There you go. You got the answer to the name.
Metokur.org. Went to the website, went to the forums, made an account, ended up meeting him and a few of the other members, and just kind of joined the site. Essentially, it was mocking people on YouTube. There was something called DeviantArt Coalition for Quality Control, where we would go and find somebody on DeviantArt and critique their stuff and just shit talk them and put up articles about that. There was, what the fuck was it? Metokur After Dark, which was we'd go to people's private amateur porn pages and basically do retro praise of their porn videos.
Retro praise, as Jim describes them, are in essence reaction videos with an emphasis on smack talk. The Metokur website, now entirely wiped from the internet, was famous for its trolling.
Be the person you want to like you. Be the person you want to like you. Think about how another person would view you. Why would they date you? Then be the person you want to be. I'm always just me. I'm always just me. I don't ever put on like an act or anything. I'm always just genuinely just me on here. What you see is what you get in real life, you know. It's just kind of the way I am. I think it'd be fun to play like characters and stuff, or play like a crazy version of myself that isn't me, but this is just who I am. It's just easier to be on here and just be me. I don't have to, you guys, you know, whenever Chick Nugs is on on stream, he always manages to lose his his accent about halfway through. I don't know why that happens, but if you compare the two things together.
One of which involved creating a Half-Life 2 mod that recreated school violence situations for the purpose of getting national attention. Specifically, they wanted to get on Fox News to debate on the side that defended their project. At least, that's what they wanted Fox News to think.
He was going to go on television and debate Jack Thompson, and the joke was going to be, when he got on television, instead of advocating for free games and creativity and all that shit, he was just going to totally agree with the host.
I know I'll be happy one day.
But it never went anywhere.
Right now, I'm all in on this. This is, I mean, you know, I kind of do look at this as like a business, and I work really hard at it, and, you know, I feel like if I get this where I want it to be, everything else will fall into place nicely. That's how I feel anyway. I know I'm not like the most charismatic guy, but I definitely see some of the people who are on here that are successful, and I'm like, I can do that. If they can do that, I can do that. I don't need to be Mr. Beast, but if I could fall somewhere like halfway up the pile, I think that would be chef's kiss perfect for me. That's all I need. Yes, Soul does know me very well. Hey, a little late, but I'm back. Hey, Jammer, no worries, man. We're chilling. We're hanging out. We're hanging out.
On the vine.
Metokur's influence bled across the internet. The members hardly stuck to a single website and could be found using 4chan, the Something Awful forums, and the Encyclopedia Dramatica. The Encyclopedia Dramatica was ostensibly a wiki for trolls. Infamous for its presentation of its subjects, as such, everyone was fair
Currently
game.
taking applications for the next Miss Lately.
Whether you were received positively or negatively, there would likely be a derisive article written about you. But that rule did not apply to the ED singers.
And there was this group called the EDS Singers. And the Ed Singers were just unfunny, untalented people. But because they, if I remember right, because they were paying money and donating to the site, they were considered untouchable. They had made friends with people in positions of power, and you couldn't shit talk them, and if you did, people would come after you. What ended up happening was, the Sisop and Haberman and a few others got angry at her.
Once Haberman got the ED Singers docs and began a campaign of harassment, the death of the website Metokur was assured.
Well, the ED Singers, somehow, through the use of a private investigator or somebody else, found Haberman's
Where do I submit?
And they filed actual lawsuits.
That's all you do, is you submit.
Against him in the state of New York and elsewhere.
I thought that was a good joke.
And it freaked him the fuck out.
I know, Sarah. You don't got to keep reminding me every day, all right? I get it.
Anonymous. I mean, he was called Haberman, but nobody really knew where he was, or we know what his name was, or any of that shit.
With these consequences all too real for Haberman, he goes to his fellow Metokur
Little
members
too slow for me, Saul.
proclaiming that they should be left alone, yet prodding.
You'll know when I have someone, trust me. You'll know. I keep you guys up to date. And if there's no news, that's typically not good news in the dating world.
The ED Singers was not his final mistake.
And then he foolishly tells all of us, by the way, I'm going on vacation for a week. LMTE's in charge of the forum.
The posting of Haberman's docs was all Jim's idea, and so he got the brunt of the blame.
And I say good riddance to Metokur and all it stood for. Selfishly, I attribute it to the fact that I was forced to hide my own sexuality and harass my fellow LGBT peers, prolonging an addiction to pain prescription medication, stunting my emotional growth, and suppressing my sense of empathy, as well as generally enabling behaviors which I can now recognize as despicable.
That was from Haberman's...
Sarah just likes to rub in the fact that she's happy. And then she likes to flex on us single people.
On the website.
But if I had to be 100% honest, I think he was depressed, he was dealing with shit. He ended up getting help, getting medicated, and then it just changed who he was.
Now, virtually no trace of it can be found. At most, it exists in the memories of its members, one of which was H-Bomber Guy, a now popular creator that
He's very popular.
Disavowed his actions on the website. A regret of actions known on the internet as troll's remorse.
Yeah, I like to take a piss out of H-Bomber Guy, but to be fair to him, again, like I'm trying to be fair to Haberman with my explanation, H-Bomber Guy was involved with screwing with people, but it was pretty minimal, right? That wasn't his main focus. Like when I said that a lot of goons came over just because they were upset with like the LP stuff, he was kind of one of those. But we did watch Naruto porn together. That is true. Please include that. That's a bonding experience. For Metokur After Dark, Haberman wanted to do a retro play of like adult videos. He thought that would be funny, and he wanted to do it of like really terrible animated porn. And there was this one of Naruto.
There is a conflict of image of what Metokur was, though Haberman recalls it as a...
It doesn't seem like H-Bomber Guy did anything that bad, though. It seems like he moderately fucked with people, but didn't, like, fuck with people much.
place full of life-ruining campaigns, Jim's recollection is far different.
Metokur was dumb, and it was a place to
Simple
go to
single.
make and do dumb things and fuck with people online. And that's all there was really to it. And I think Haberman feels slighted because we stopped talking to each other, and he perceives that like, I don't know, like I'm the devil. Because he talked about coming out, like he's gay
That's
now,
because you're used to it,
and says that
TSB.
obviously Jim couldn't handle that. Never mentioned it to anybody in any of the Skype rooms, and nobody would have given a shit. Nobody would have fucking cared.
By 2015, the website was gone, and relationships between some of its members were soured. Jim, as to counter Haberman's wiping out of Metokur, created that Mr. Metokur channel, so that its popularity would counter the history Haberman tried to erase. There were a few notable changes in the direction of Jim's new channel. Now largely known as Metokur, he adopted a new profile icon, one of a featureless face. The headset and the hat are of the scout from the game Team Fortress 2. The icon was used interchangeably with the image it described, or one where the figure had a weapon pressed against its head. That will not be shown because YouTube does not like that sort of thing. As for Metokur's content, he was slowly drifting away from videos that were even tangentially related to whatever Gamergate was, and starting up new series like Deviants.
P.U. pinch his nose daintily. How can you stand such a stinky stench?
In the Deviant series, he would handpick specific pieces of fetish material found on DeviantArt, or read conversations attached to the works as straight as he could. Within these, as with other series, Metokur would sarcastically adopt the mindset of the creators or just those involved to portray the strangeness of their thought process. One of the better examples of this is when he covered sovereign citizens, or people that thought they could use semantics to work their way out of a speeding ticket.
That's actually pretty genius. Just adopting someone's personality to prove how, like, retarded their thinking is.
My homemade plate, which I have made.
Now these
Sovereignty
three simple
forever.
rules, am I being detained? I am not driving a vehicle. I am a traveler. Are usually enough to get you out of any situation.
This was Metokur's form of storytelling, one where the audience was in on the joke, always making sure not to be antagonistic towards his viewers. That's not to say that Metokur was still not getting a fair amount of pushback.
The baby furs got extraordinarily upset with the videos that I was doing and threatened to have me killed, have me arrested, have me sued, have my account shut down, to banish me from social media. It's the exact same reaction, and that's what's funniest to me. This is 7 years later and they still react exactly the same. They still get upset and try to destroy you for laughing at silly artwork on DeviantArt.
Metokur, his humor, his selection of topics, and his nature of being a troll is what both
I do love
and
dogs.
respect. Efforts to go after Metokur were often foiled because he is mostly anonymous and unserious in the topics that he covers. Sometimes he adopts a more serious stance, like with the infamous dentist, Howard S. Schneider.
Was that one dentist video I did, where the dude was strapping kids down and then trying to save money and bill insurance by not using Novocaine? So he'd do dental work on 5-year-olds without Novocaine and rip stuff out and cut their gums up. That was pretty fucking horrific.
Yeah, I remember that video. That angered me because I had a dentist similar to that strapped me down when I was a kid.
In Metokur's dentist video, he is quite angry, playing the screams of children as they undergo a hellish operation by an evil man.
Howard S. Schneider. What a fucking joke.
When Metokur is pushed, he creates no videos. No.
What a sick fuck, dude. Strapping a kid down without Novocaine and working on their mouth, that would traumatize those kids forever. They'll never want to go back to the dentist ever again.
And more famous than the Bathtub Ross saga.
Ross, you're retarded.
Brandon, talk, bitch.
Dude, is this fucking Metokur? Are you actually in the call? Oh, so I was listening to the live stream and I was just kind of curious about the bathtub stuff.
No, it's
Ross,
you.
you wanna back that story up a little bit to the bathtub?
Hey, before I say anything, it's an honor to have you.
No, yeah, it wasn't the best situation for me. Yeah, that is the definition of abuse. That is abusive right there. Not ethical practice at all. That guy should have lost his license.
As a guest. On here anyways. I don't really care.
Yeah, it's an honor to have him as well.
Okay,
for me.
that's great. Can you tell me about the little kids in the bathtub, Ross? That's all I want.
Oh yeah, pretty much the reason why is because, you know, I looked it up and I thought they were cute videos. That's really it.
See, you thought the naked kids in the bathtub were cute.
By the way, Metokur, there's an upcoming pedo video.
It was not for like fucking jerking off purposes or some shit.
Oh, someone called me a whore in the chat? Well, fuck you. You could go.
Oh yeah, that's gonna happen a lot. Okay, so what compelled you to look at you thought that was cute? Why were you looking up naked kids in bathtubs in the first place, Ross?
Because I wanted to fucking find. I thought like, why not?
In late 2016.
Jesus Christ, dude. I swear, people be getting too comfortable online, man. To admit that you're just looking up pictures of kids in bathtubs. I could never in a million years, like, one, do that. Secondly, tell anybody if I was doing that. What is fucking wrong with people? I think it's because like a lot of these people think that this is fine, like this behavior is normal. Since they feel like that's normal to them and they like that, they think that other people must like that too.
Metokur was browsing through small
Basically,
screens
Jammer.
and clicked on this one. Only a handful of people were watching, and none of the people in the call were of note. But the moment Metokur started listening was a moment Ross was being confronted by others about watching videos of children in bathtubs. It was then that Metokur requested to get on the stream through Google Hangouts and was let in. The twists and turns of these unfolding events would span several videos as the revelations kept getting wilder and more captivating.
I'm on the internet.
Well, I
I have 1,000K subscribers. I'm Mr. Metokur. I'm a cool guy.
Oh, now you're gonna roast Mr. Metokur? Talking about naked kids in a bathtub, Ross. That's your dumbass. So why don't you answer the question rather than being a little bitch?
Ross, you don't want to go against Mr. Metokur, man.
You're an annoying piece of shit who thinks he's so because he's cool on the internet.
But stutter some more, you dumb bitch. I see you in the chat trying to be funny like you know fucking memes and shit. You're so out of touch. You call yourself Edge Queen. There's nothing edgy about you, you fucking hole.
You don't
know
fucking
her.
know.
You don't know. Yeah, exactly. You really
I don't need to know her. She's annoying and unfunny. Well, sadly, things did not stay very civil for long.
Despite increasing tensions, things did get back on track.
I said, how does wanting kids relate to you going on the internet and looking at naked children? How do they connect it exactly?
Not connected at all.
And you want to know?
You want to know how to prepare for a kid? Get read the book What to Expect When You're Expecting. That's how you prepare for a kid. Not looking at bathtub tapes or whatever.
I said it was fun.
Sure.
Because honestly, like, you know, like the thing is that like they're playing and shit, and they're pretty much chilling, and that's pretty much what it is, really.
So fucking
Thrown into the
gross,
mix now
dude.
were
So
screenshots
gross.
of Ross admitting he has a problem.
You not only like bought the rope and tied the noose, but like put your neck in it. Like you're admitted to looking at naked kids on the internet, and then there are these conversations where you're saying you have feelings for kids, and you need to
Good
get help.
Lord.
So like, let's just cut through the shit and get to brass tacks. Are you a pedophile? I'm not saying you acted on it, but are you?
No, not really, and I didn't even act on anything, really.
No,
Hey, Metokur, have you seen the video where he cries on
Brandon,
live
stop
stream?
shaking your head.
Of course he has.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, I've seen all the videos. This guy's a fucking...
I don't think that's
he's out of his
my
fucking gourd.
Discord
Is he lying? I don't
sounds.
know. He's looking up naked pictures of the kids on the
I
internet.
think
He
it's
hears
their
voices, he
Discord
fights with
making
his
the
grandma,
boots.
He breaks shit, he doxes people, he sends death threats to people, and then there are people on this call trying to defend that shit and act like it's normal. You fucking lying. You know that's not normal. Don't pretend.
Dude, I'm welcoming you into this stream out of my own hospitality, dude.
How many times do I have to shit in your living room before you throw me off, Ross?
Brandon, I'm not Brandon. Ross, throw him out.
All right,
Throw me
fine,
out, Ross.
Metokur, you had your chance.
With Metokur kicked out of the call, the gears were now in motion. After Metokur did an additional call with Ross, and the woman in the call that went as Ruby, he began making a video, and little did he know, videos were also being made on him.
Oh well, I guess that's the end of it. Not really anywhere else we can go with it. I mean, his friends were being evasive. He was being evasive. I'll have to chalk
His
it up
friends
to
are
one of
just
those
as guilty
internet interactions,
for being
or at
okay
least
with it.
That is where it would have ended. If not for the fact that 10 hours later, I was put on fucking notice when this video went live on YouTube.
Metokur, I suggest you back off before I contact YouTube and let them know that you're witch hunting a user, and that will permanently have you banned. That and the content, I mean, the fact that your intro is...
How things have changed. Like, YouTube is nothing but... that was not my Discord. That was coming from Metokur's recording, I think. Yeah, how funny is it that has changed so much? And this was back probably like 2015 or 2016, where YouTube was way more laid back. Way more laid back.
Shit. So if you want to keep defending them and call Ross a pedo and witch hunt him, I'll gladly have your channel banned. Because, I mean, witch hunting is against QOS, and that's all they can do.
That's right. Death himself, Nuclear Gamer, is putting me on notice. No more Salem of the internet for you, Jim. You can't hunt these witches anymore. And in case his message was not crystal clear, he put up another video to explain it further.
Well, Metokur is going to get some serious legal troubles happening his way.
There was absolutely nothing they could do to him. Absolutely nothing. He knows it too. No, you couldn't sue him for that, for questioning a kid why he's looking at naked kids in a bathtub. There's no basis for slander at all.
I fucked with the wrong hombre. What was I thinking taking on the leader of a Call of Duty clan? I'm talking about the world-famous Deadly Strikers Elite Force. It has its own website, if you want to pay to visit. It has an amazing website. And Nuclear Gamer, their leader, was sure to tell everybody in the comment section that they were going to get arrested, hacked, doxxed, or even potentially get their asses kicked. Life ruination engaged. It was around this time that I decided to respond directly to Nuclear Gamer, king of the Call of Duty clan. You really fucked up now, buddy. So you got one choice. You can show the evidence, or I can get Interpol involved. I guess he didn't appreciate the sentiment, because not only did he lock the comment section and disable the ratings, he pulled down all the videos too. even a third video, which I didn't have a chance to archive or download, but was basically the same as the first two, expanding on it and letting me know.
Hey,
that I'm
Janie,
going
we're just learning about Mr. Metokur's past exploits. How he created his legendary persona online.
at jail.
Pretty interesting
was an
video.
additional stream.
June the King always does good work, though. I will say, June the King's very very intense research, crosses his T's, dots his I's, and he puts together entertaining shit.
Between Nuclear Gamer and Ross, where the two doubled down on their aggression, threatening to get the police involved, though to what extent was unclear.
I am a fucking target. Bandito and his band of elite super hackers are going to take my internet away forever. I'm going to get doxxed, hacked, arrested, and possibly killed because I fucked with the wrong individuals.
Metokur, within the first Ross video, or rather Bathtub Ross as he was being deemed, summarized all these happenings, and displayed some other of Ross's infamous moments, like when his grandma was telling him to take a shower.
Take a shower. Clean up. Stink. Jesus Christ. Put on clean underwear. Put on some clean clothes once in a while. Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
I'd like you to wash your hair and put some soap under your armpits.
Yeah, and then I'll decide what to do until then.
People around you will thank you.
There was also the time Ross
Jesus.
admitted to defecating himself.
You need to come down here and have a real life and not live with your grandparents and have to be a fucking baby that shits his pants and gets fucking fed and shit and just plays games for the rest of his life. Maybe then, if you
Yeah,
can do
but I
that.
stopped shitting my pants since I was like 11.
It's not actually. It's fucking.
Since I was like 11, I stopped pooping. All right, Rod. I stopped pooping myself since I was 11. Jesus Christ.
You dipshit.
With Bathtub Ross gaining notoriety, he was starting to get more aggressive.
You're probably noticing the timeline on this video is nowhere near done yet. That's because this TISM storm is just heating up. What follows are multiple days worth of interactions, where he and his group of friends begin to show more and more just how insane they are.
Metokur goes on to detail Ruby's Little's fetish, as well as some tirades Ross went on with excessive threats of violence or just expanding on other aspects of himself.
We can track you down and we can put you into the fucking red room, Neil.
Again with this super hacker shit. They're coming to get you, Jim. We're gonna put you in the fucking red room. And if you're wondering what that red room, that red bandito is going to put you in, well, that's a creepypasta. It's a fucking creepypasta story that Ross watched on YouTube and apparently believes is totally fucking legitimate. But can you blame him? I mean, he is a virgin with rage.
I'm literally just a fucking virgin with rage, alright?
If I ever met you in real life, you son of a bitch, I will find you and I will kill you.
That concludes part 1 of the Bathtub Ross series.
Good
Part 2
lord.
summarizes the continued degradation of Bathtub Ross and his allies as they'd stream for hours on end.
Some people should not be on the internet. Like, this stuff's forever, guys. How could you be acting like that, knowing that that shit's gonna be there forever? And I'm sure Bathtub Ross watched this and was just like, well, shit.
That dared oppose him. The pressures of such had Ross wanting to end it all, and so he quite literally drank Febreze.
Ew.
At least I was able to drink Febreze, alright? Unlike you fucking f***ings.
So, basically, my insides are lemony fresh. I'm not sure if anybody's ever taken the time to look up the warnings that are on a Febreze bottle, but it won't kill you. It's not actually lethal at all. It will, however, make you shit yourself, like massively bad diarrhea, which is what happened to Ross, as he shit himself consistently for 2 days straight.
I mean, I had to use the restroom 7 times today because it probably could, like, it was kicking in pretty much.
With Ross now more unstable than usual, he
What is
decided
so
to be a bit more
wrong?
honest and came clean.
What is wrong with these people? I'm not shocked. Like, I'm not shocked about any of this. Like, this is... Yeah, I'm just gonna... I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going.
Attracted to children.
Are you admitting it now?
Yeah, I am. I tried hiding it, but I failed to do so. I failed to lie to people, and I failed to hide it. So there you go.
What were you lying about? Why did you want to lie? Why did you want to cover it up? Why were you lying?
Because pretty much I just didn't want to face that part of myself. It's borderline pedophilia. There you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Like, did you mean what you said? Like, do you have feelings for us?
Yeah, I do need to seek help.
On top of this, Ross was also...
Yeah, probably try a different... No, I can't say that online. I can't say that online.
admitting that in the past, he wanted to take certain violent actions at school.
Not just for borderline pedophilia, but also for bloodlust as well. I was literally fucking pissed off that people were bullying me at high school, so therefore I wanted to fucking shoot up the school.
Oh my god, this guy seems just like a fucking class act. Class act.
No, you're not hearing that wrong. That's Ross talking about fantasizing about shooting up schools. Now, Ross being Ross wanted to immediately turn this into a pity party. He wanted to make it about him. He wanted to say how he's been bullied and how people are just misunderstanding him. And when he was called out on that, he did what he always does. He read.
And then people are gonna celebrate, and then people are gonna fucking be unified against me, and then they'll be done.
Stop with the pity party. Jesus Christ.
No, it's not a pity party. That's
Yes,
just,
it
that's
is.
what's
Shut
gonna
up.
happen.
Exactly.
That's
Shut
what's gonna
up.
happen. That's what's
Shut
gonna
up,
happen.
So there you have Ross, a self-admitted borderline pedophile with bloodlust issues, who has repeatedly made death threats against other people, who's engaged in dangerous behavior, who's talked about
No,
hurting
I do
children and
not
shooting
drink
up schools,
Febreze.
admitting this publicly on the internet. If I were to look for a parallel for who Ross reminds me of, I would say it was Nick Bate.
Flowers
now,
don't-
Nick Bate is a
don't
person I did a video on years back. He
sound
was a
delicious.
weird individual, an autistic individual, and repeatedly, for years and years and years, he talked about his attraction to children and tried to play it off as normal and that he was not a threat to anyone.
Metokur closes the second video by bringing up a different person he covered in the past that had the same tendencies of Ross, and that, though there were interesting aspects about these obscure individuals, they can also be dangerous and their words should be taken seriously as to avoid tragedy through their hands. For several months, this story through Metokur went untouched. It was about 6 months later...
Yeah, is this guy Bathtub Ross still online? Is there an update on that?
that he delivered the third and final installment. In here, Ross is now denying that he had an interest in children and claims he was forced to admit a falsehood. Metokur and the audience at large was not convinced.
Just because I told you, literally, verbatim, I am a pedophile, does not mean that I am a pedophile. You need to get on my level of literacy.
There were additional developments, and Ross admitting through a leaked Discord conversation that he wants to assault the next, and also admitted to using emotional manipulation.
But even this wasn't the reason that I decided to do a part 3. I want you to buckle up. I want you to batten down the fucking hatches, because what I'm going to drop on you should unnerve you. You've heard the statements from Ross. You've heard the things that he has said. You have an idea of what his character is, and if you watch those first 2 videos, you really have an idea of just who Ross is. But it's something he said, not only in the video he himself put up, but in the secretly recorded Discord conversation.
Did anyone else suck on the lemon flowers as kids? The yellow... The honeysuckles? Yeah, everybody. You ate dandelions? I would not suggest that. But yeah, honeysuckles, yeah, I remember them. They were pretty good.
Fucking caught my ear.
How dare I? You know, what do I know? I'm just, you know, a guy who's extremely, you know, a terrible human being. I shouldn't be around kids at all. Oh, wait. Never mind. I actually am around kids to this very day. Never mind.
Wait, people actually eat dandelions? Is that a real thing?
Take a minute to ruminate on that.
That was Ross admitting he was a teacher's assistant. He was around children in an elementary school.
The whole fucking thing is that they don't, like, check me in my background or anything like that. Oh, man.
Of course, who needs background searches for teacher's aides that only volunteer 1 day of the week through community service? They just let them on in the front door.
This is the message Metokur ends his final Bathtub Ross video on. But that was not the end of his interactions with Ross. There was a stream hosted by creator Tonka Saul where Metokur confronts Ross once more.
So you are a pedophile.
I mean, like, seriously, like, do you think I was not going to say that, or what?
So then you are a pedophile working at a fucking elementary school.
That is alarming. That is fucking alarming. That's why I'm normal. You gotta eat some dandelions. That's a secret.
How the fuck? Oh my god, you're twisting it as if anything's gonna happen to those kids.
Ross was entirely unrepentant in the stream.
Not gonna be civilized with you. You're a piece of shit. You should be.
Neither am I. I honestly fucking hate you, honestly, Jim, because you fucking spread so much fucking bullshit about me in a constant fucking basis.
Even though, like, the police interviewed me, Jim, and they said I'm not a pedophile.
Oh, they interviewed you?
You said you are! The police interviewed me and told me I'm not a pedo, so therefore I'm not a... Oh my god, dude. Are you guys starting to understand why I feel like I could have a career doing this? If this is, like, the people that I'm dealing with, or, like, if this is the competition, I think I'm good. I think I'm pretty good.
So you didn't tell them the truth, then? So you lied to the police. Are you saying on a live stream in front of 2,000 people that you lied to the police when they came to investigate you for this? What an idiot.
You know what, honestly,
you're so
like,
dumb.
like I
You're so
said,
dumb.
you're not delusional. You're the opposite of delusional, Jim.
Yes, he
But,
is.
like,
He
you
is the opposite of delusional, right?
I mean, like, people...
You're the opposite. You know what? You're the opposite of delusional. So I'm based, is what you're saying? I'm delusional. I don't know. What's the opposite of delusional, I guess? Logical?
ending on a high note. That's good. Opposite of illusionary. Thank you.
Mad
As
Daddy
unrepentant
Moonshine.
as Ross was, his
Daddy
statements
Scam
did have a
Bates.
real-life effect. He was
All
kicked
the
out of his
same.
grandma's house after she was informed of the videos, and so Ross was allegedly living in a halfway house.
But the like the weird twist on that is, it turns out one of the guys that was really anti-Ross and wanted to see him go to jail for this, ends up getting convicted and put in prison for like 60 years.
What?
For I think his little sister.
Jonathan Ross never got jail time.
Oh my god.
From what I understand, he got put into like a, I don't know what it'd be exactly, like a home, a reform house. So I think eventually the state stepped in and they're like, we got to do something with this guy, and they put him in some kind of halfway house program for a while. Where he is now, I don't know, but he went to something for a while.
That is how the Bathtub Ross saga ended, and there were always plentiful amounts of topics for Metokur to cover. Now more so than ever, because in early 2017, he launched his Patreon.
Has this been your longest op, using YouTube for 10 years and now monetizing? Yeah, this has been my grand plan, really. You know, when you think about it, it makes perfect sense. Create multiple channels over the last decade, allowing them each to get up to a point where they become popular, and then closing them down, all leading to this one moment. It was a very long operation, but I think I planned it out pretty fucking well.
This Patreon was the first and only way, at least for now, that Metokur was making money online. He had refused to allow advertisements on his videos and stated that he would keep it that way. Yet this was getting some pushback, in part due to him being a critic of those that overly monetize their presence on the platform, among many other things. One of the larger gripes was creators not adjusting their releases to reflect their increase in revenue, as Metokur was now trying to adhere to a weekly upload schedule. And for the most part, he delivered. Sometimes he even uploaded an additional video. But when he failed to do so...
Yeah, if I ever started making money... No worries, Sarah. If I ever like started making decent money online, I would 100% like start pumping out more content. It's just right now I'm just trying to create a reputation of making good videos. So, you know, sometimes there's big gaps. I guess like right now there's probably the biggest gap between One Punch Man and the video. I've been averaging about one a week, I think, right now. But if I was able to make like at least somewhat of a living off of this, I'd be able to do at least 3 a week, and they would all be pretty good, I think. But you know, having a full-time job, that pesky full-time job, man, gets you every time.
Metokur now changed to portray him as a target would crop up.
Because they're that fucking stupid. I could make it up. I could completely blow smoke up their ass, and they would fucking love it.
This video, like any other used against Metokur, had virtually no effect on his image. Viewers were now more engrossed with this old, yet new thing that was rearing its head around.
You're Jim, right? You're the Jim?
Yeah, I'd be the Jim.
The Jim, okay.
That was the streamer Destiny being introduced to Metokur. The two debated on various political issues for about an hour and a half. Metokur is overall seen as a victor in the stream, as it is remembered as Metokur's intuition versus Destiny's intellect. Metokur also had the upper hand because he did not take any hard stances. Even so, Metokur, now understanding Destiny a bit more, would go out of his way to interact with him.
Hello, I heard there was an Oompa Loompa meeting going on, so I wanted to join in.
Oh, wonderful. We've got Metokur.
This is the Under 4 Feet Tall Club, right? Did I jump into the right stream?
That was a Google Hangout that hosted various online political commentators, including Destiny.
Yeah, I'm disappointed it didn't perform well, but that's the first time I ever covered anime on this channel, so the algorithm, you know, it doesn't know who it's going to push it out to, and the people who've probably been following me and subscribing lately aren't as probably interested in anime as other people. So, I was actually surprised that the monster truck video did as well as it did, but I feel like everybody liked monster trucks at some point in their life, you know, because they're freaking awesome. But yeah, I was disappointed. I thought the One Punch Man would have... I think what really killed me on the One Punch Man video is that I couldn't give the visuals I wanted because I kept getting copyright claimed, which is why I had to put that little outside border on it, which kind of... And then add my cartoon character into it, and I think that kind of stole a little bit of the thunder from it. But I still think it's a pretty good video. And I think right now, since One Punch Man has been out for so long, there's a lot more in-depth videos on it, and I kind of just gave like a why I think it's so great. So I think I need to really step up my game more. You know, if this Lord of the Rings one doesn't do well, I think yeah, monster trucks have universal appeal. Yeah, I think what I need to do is if this Lord of the Rings one fails, I think I'm either what I'll have to do is either cut back on the quality of the content and focus more on being able to get things out regularly, so that my personality is what is the main driving point of the channel, or slow down and really make some just straight bangers where like the videos are impeccable. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. But it seems like there's a lot of guys who have a lot of success not putting as much effort into their videos as I do, and just kind of just sit in front of the camera and talk. I could do that easily. I'd be able to put out 3 videos a week if I was doing that. Anime is based, you're right.
It's not very all, as Metokur enjoys pointing out.
Nick, Barry, Metokur, anything you want to talk about? No
Not
bullshit.
in particular. No, I'm good.
I mean, if we're opening it up to just different topics of conversation, Destiny, what brand of stilts do you use? Because I've been
That was a nice one, dude.
curious
I love it
about
when
that
people
for a
literally use a cartoon avatar, build their entire personality around a
No,
topic. That's actually really funny.
Get
to me,
off
man.
your high horse.
That's
all right?
really
Go
good. You got
some
any more
short-
there in your little book there? I know how long
Little
you've
book?
been into this.
Are you
You're,
sure
like,
that's not
you're
your
real excited.
I
here to
borrowed it
keep
for
going,
you,
my
the
dude.
little book.
What cartoon picture did you use to represent yourself for this conversation, buddy?
3 homosexual men. So you
Just
should appreciate it.
That's pretty funny, dude.
You should appreciate it. 3 gay men.
Hilarious. You're a riot, my man.
Metokur interjects only a short amount for the next 30 minutes and lets these serious topics be debated before honing in on Destiny once more.
So, does anyone want to make any final statements, final points to wrap up this hilarity?
Yeah, I'd love to, if I can have a minute.
Excellent. Go ahead.
I just
We're a
wanted
little short on time, so keep it fast.
I will. I just wanted to ask the little guy, are you still suing girls on the internet?
Oof, I actually am not able to talk about that publicly at the moment. I'm sorry. But
You're suing somebody for hurt
can't
feelings,
speak about
really?
that. Your advice accounts, I'm not supposed to talk about that right now. I'm sorry. Can I
Okay.
just a quick comment? I appreciate the conversation. I really do. I love all of you. Even Nick, except for Mr. Metokur. I hate you. But and no bullshit. But Lauren,
This was the old that was new again. It was known as IBS.
Destiny's always been a bitch. There, I said it. He's such a little fucking bitch. Such a little cuck boy. He probably got bullied growing up, and now he's like trying to take revenge on all the people who bullied him by just being the worst fucking human being ever.
Internet blood sports. As opposed to physical blood sports, the internet once allowed beratement of one's opponent on their history, ongoing controversies, unsubstantiated rumors, and physical features. Nothing is off the table as the overall goal is to win this war or roasts. A form of this conflict can be traced all the way back to 5 years prior.
It's called Battle Camp, an interactive website where audiences get to vote whether to keep the person on or not. It's the need to outdo one another.
There are many reasons why this community of creators, who are mostly made up of current or former political commentators, were easing towards IBS. One of which could be that their bread and butter, the peak of whatever Gamergate was, or even just the 2016 election had passed, and so had interest in many of these figures that tried to keep the candle burning. Separate from IBS, Metokur was broadening his videos to target some of these figures.
Hey, Dr. Death, I didn't even know you were in here. Good night, man. Thanks for hanging out, if you were hanging out.
As for the ones involved themselves in IBS, Metokur points out the main 3 channels hosting this sort of content.
3 of the main channels that have really popped up to promote this would be Andy Worski with The Worski Show, Tonkasa with The Morning Kumite, and Baked Alaska with The Baked Alaska Show. These are 3 different individuals. Their channels are hosting this as a format to go forward with, and it's been met with a very positive...
Destiny thinks that if he's upfront about being a piece of shit, somehow we'll all just accept him for it. It's alarming how many people actually accept him for it, though. That's the sad thing. A lot of people, like, it's the same thing with, like, Keemstar, right? You could just be a total fucking degenerate, and as long as everybody just expects that from you, you're fine. I still think that there's, like, a moral ethics perspective on things, that you should be a decent human being, because that's just probably the right way to be as a human being, decent.
Reaction from the audience.
That's
Metokur
what the
also
world
states
needs,
within
another
this
piece
video
of
that the
shit.
large-scale criticisms of creator Crown NT, who Metokur also did a video series on, also helped spark IBS. And to that, some of the most memorable IBS streams were the ones where creators were being exposed live. Enter Matt the Boulder Jarbo, famous for being targeted by Zoe Quinn.
We're about 60% of the way through this video, so I know I'm only supposed to go an hour over, but we'll just finish it. We're just gonna finish this. I'm liking this. This is a good video. I'm really on the edge of my seat. I'm actually like so into it that I'm like not adding as much commentary, but I need to do that because or else I'm just stealing. I'm just stealing Tune's content, and I don't want to do that either.
The DMCA process to take down a video of his in the past.
You can see Matt talk about this from time to time. He'll bring up the fact that Zoe false DMCA'd him, that he's sort of a big deal. He was there at the beginning, just an innocent YouTuber being abused by a bigger individual. How horrible must that feel? How fucking awful must that be?
This made Darvo
Dr.
quite
Death,
popular in
kisses.
2014 during the height of Gamergate. But now in
Smooches.
2017, he was getting attention for the same reason. Only he was on the other side of things.
6 years ago, I made some stupid puppet videos called Pulley the Polar Bear. They were an attempt to be super edgy and ridiculous. Not the best representation of who I am. Dumb jokes have a way of coming back to bite you in the ass.
The infamous
We're
Polly
going all the
Polar Bear
way.
video is one where Jarvo...
I think the latest I've ever streamed was like 12:30, and I think I was on with K-Huck. because me and K-Hawk just never shut up when we're talking. We just keep going and going and going.
Very popular figure says the word of the day is the N-word. After the video's rediscovery, as Metokur stated, Jarbo removed it from his channel. But mysteriously, other channels were finding it difficult to show the footage.
Oh, well, what do you know? It looks like Ethan was going to do a stream and talk about it. He was going to have people on, and they were going to talk about Mundane Matt's Polly the Polar Bear video. Let's pull up some footage of that and see what happened. This video has been removed for violating YouTube's policy on hate speech. What's going on here? It couldn't be the Polly the Polar Bear video, because just looking at the archive, you can see it survived on YouTube with all the algorithms and people watching it for 6 entire years. So if it was defined as hate speech, Matt would have been struck with a strike long before Ethan Ralph showing it on his stream would have been struck with a strike. And so people began to put forward what their theory was on what exactly happened with the stream. It's Mundane Matt's fault. I just want to outright say that. There's no way. I'm 100% certain Matt did this.
As was
We're not good
tradition,
for each
they
other.
got Matt on stream to hear his side of the story.
Jim, I understand what you're saying, and I've actually publicly stated this on Twitter a couple times. There was a time period where people were making videos like Godwinson and Dame Pesos, and those videos did come down. I did not have anything to fucking do with that shit. Somebody's going out there and flagging this crap, and I swear to God, I have no idea. I've publicly said on multiple streams, stop doing it. I've tweeted, stop doing it, and people keep doing it. And then
Yeah, I don't know. When someone says something like this, I just don't believe them. Like, why would someone else go so far out of their way to try to copyright strike or DMCA take down someone else's video? It just doesn't make any sense.
Blame.
Jarbo attempted to pin the blame on a troll, flagging videos that included him to make him look bad.
If you look at his Twitter, it's a daily thing almost. Every month, Mundane Matt's talking about it. Denial after denial after denial. The poor bastard just can't catch a break. And as for that coincidental timing of him being there to give an explanation of why he didn't do it, right after the stream was flagged, well, there's a reasonable explanation for that as well. Mundane Matt is really Minecraft Matt. The fucking quarry king.
because I wasn't home when I got it. I was on my way to go like pick rocks, literally. We found a dude in the middle of fucking nowhere who's giving away boulders. Rocks are fucking expensive. I'm just gonna put out my statement, go run this errand, pick up these boulders. I went down and picked up boulders today.
He was just doing his normal afternoon activity of bringing his child with him.
Yeah, man, I gotta go pick up some rocks. The only rocks I know of that are expensive is crack cocaine. It's true though.
To collect boulders off the side of the road. You know, a typical
It is a
activity that we
skill,
all
and I don't know how like people stream for this long. I think it's because I come in too hot and come in so energetic that by the end of the stream I'm just like. Plus, I think that a lot of these people who stream like that's like all their job is. They don't have to wake up at 4 a.m. like I do and then go bake in the hot sun all day. I think that's killing me too tonight. Is that I think I'm doing pretty well, all things considered. Because I've been out in like the hot sun all day and then doing laborious work, and now I'm sitting here and I'm actually catching a bit of a second wind right now. I was getting really tired there at around 9:30. I was kind of struggling, but I'm doing all right now. I think what bothers me most is my contacts. My contacts with the lights and shit in my eyes is probably what bothers me the most. But other than that, though, I'm pretty good.
on a weekly basis. I can't tell you how many fond memories I have of growing up with my parents and having them take me out on a boulder hunt on a Wednesday afternoon.
Alongside the strange excuse Jarbo was providing were the various channels that were being targeted that made fun of Jarbo, such as Dame Pesos and Godwinson. And throughout the stream, Jarbo continued to deny he had...
I want to know, like, how the fuck does June King find all this shit? He's got to have, like, a team of people that do all this research. It's very thorough, though. It's very thorough. I mean, he did talk to Metokur, though, too, so Metokur probably just gave him a lot of the information as well. Thank you. I appreciate you guys being here to boost me up.
hand in the flagging of their channels. The one thing protecting Jarbo was that this was not a DMCA or a similar form of a content ID claim, as when that process is initiated, it shows who pulled down the video and YouTube is involved only minimally, as this is a legal process.
We talked about it, now I'm yawning.
Is something anyone could do, and is done to bring attention to YouTube of content that could be breaking their community guidelines.
Yeah, that's why like Keemstar wears sunglasses. That's why a lot of YouTubers wear sunglasses, because you know, in order to have the lighting on the lighting on me, well, it has to be pretty bright. I have a light right here that is where I'm looking at on the screen so that my face stays lit up and there's no shadows. And then I have a light on the right side of me that lights up basically the side of my face. So I think I've got my lighting down pretty good, though. I think I got my lighting pretty solid. And then this stuff back here is just for effect. None of them really do anything. Do you guys remember when I used to just have the green screen behind me, and then I would be like in a little corner down at the bottom? Like, I still like that, but I think right now the popular thing to do is to have like a little set behind you.
It may be possible to find out who exactly flagged a video.
There is a way you can show your reporting history on YouTube. I'll link it in the chat. So if you didn't do it, it should have nothing in it, correct?
Oh, the plot thickens.
Oh, silence.
Uh-huh.
As was brought forward on the stream, there is a way to check a flagging
Soon.
history. This has to be
Soon.
done through a channel owner. And while the other participants of the stream were showing their own flagging history,
I know, I'm
Jarbo
sorry,
was eerily
guys.
silent.
You're taking way too long, Matt. You're guilty as fuck. Take a screenshot. Well, we want to see what you report it, all right? Stop fucking around. It's been like fucking 8 minutes.
Jesus Christ,
Take a
dude. Give me
screenshot
time
and
to-
show him. No, I'm sick of you lying.
I'll send you an image because look.
No, this is just okay.
No, wait, I want to hear this.
All right, okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Now go ahead.
Okay, let me
Go
preface this by saying
Go ahead.
that I can get angry.
Uh-oh. Matt got a little bit angry. I wonder what that could mean. What could he have possibly done? I'm innocent, guys. I haven't done what I'm accused of, but I might have done something else. I wonder what that something else is.
Let's stay on topic here, boys.
Yeah, let's
I
stay
think we have
focused. I'm really interested. I think I'm just like Nelson.
I have a lot of tabs open, but I have.
Is that
Look at all them videos.
But nothing.
Right after this, you just watch someone's like credibility just absolutely get ripped through. I don't even really know how to describe it. It's just like absolutely destroyed your credibility right there. To be so matter of fact about lying. I just don't know how people do it. I couldn't imagine ever being like like lying that easily online. But I guess some people just live in this land where truth doesn't really matter.
Now wait a minute.
Nothing on that. That's just,
What
that's
the
just-
fuck?
So I have been in a not the best place mentally.
Now wait a minute, Matt. No, Matt. No.
The discovery of Jarbo being the source of the flagging was only half of his destruction. The second half was going back and looking at all the excuses he made and his involvement with Candid.
I bought a house, Jim. I'm having a kid, Jim. That's why I have to flag videos on YouTube. I'd like to remind you that Mundane Matt is a man who wrote a fucking book on how to handle the internet. He sells a book on Amazon. Well, sell is being generous. He gives it away for $0 and there's still no takers. The advertisers, his fellow YouTubers, the skeptic community that seemingly was a large part of this marketing push. And Matt was a part of that. Let's talk about free speech and the Candid app. Notice how there's no disclosure up top. These people are part of a community that are skeptical. They're free speech advocates. They don't lay down. They don't take it up the ass. They're there to defend you, unless you're putting a $10,000 check in their pocket. And then fuck you, am I right, Harmful? When Harmful would release a video talking about Candid or poking at Matt on social media, Matt would then, in kind, respond and tell him he was basically crazy.
The point Metokur is making is that Jarbo was also part of the promotion of this app, that was, in a way, weaponized to counter opposition of it, even though it should go against their core beliefs.
I do think it's so funny, dude. It's always those people, the people who are like lecturing you on, like I would imagine motivational speakers are motivational speakers more for themselves than they are anybody else. And they're just really good at pep talking themselves. So that's why they do it. Meanwhile, their egos are probably like absolute dog shit. Like these alpha male guys that are constantly doing like these meetings where they try to teach you about living your best life and shit. I guarantee half of those guys are like depressed and shit. And the whole reason they're doing it is to try to like amp themselves up more than they are to amp up other people. And then it's like a give and take. So them amping themselves up and amping up someone else, and then that person coming and saying, hey, you really motivated me today, just recycles him into amping himself up even more. I don't think a lot of these people really believe a lot of the shit they say. Pep talk time for EG. Yeah, give me your best motivational speech in the chat. Your best motivational speech.
Working with a company whose business plan is to censor and fuck them over. And not just them, everybody else.
This was all covered in Metokur's The Ballad of Mundane Matt video, and a good example of how blood sports could progress ongoing feuds. But as was becoming more and more the case,
I almost want to read that guy's book about how you survive the internet and just not do any of the shit that he suggests.
certain feuds that should have only amounted to banter were taken far more seriously by their participants.
I've always said this, and I'm going to say it again. If you, the only okay, Mr. Beast didn't even know the type of success that he had or was gonna get. Right? He just kept grinding and grinding and grinding and throwing shit and seeing what stuck and taking big risks, and it ended up paying off for him. Most of the people that are online have no fucking clue what they're doing. They have no clue. Not even Destiny has any clue. He just takes this approach of just be super confident, never back down, and you'll be fine. Everybody on here, even Aiden, Nick Diorio, anybody who's having big success right now, well, I don't know if I would say Aiden's having big success, but Diorio's having a blow up. Ethan Klein, iDubbbz. iDubbbz just kind of got recently exposed though, but this is a perfect example of that. These guys are just guessing what the next best move is. And iDubbbz, you know, for a while was doing a great job at pretending to be some funny guy who had it all together. But in reality, he was kind of just winging it and just guessing. That's what every single content creator is doing on here. Everybody's just doing what they think is the smartest thing to do, their best job. Thank you, Maya. I appreciate that. And you know Progi, so you know if I'm gonna, you know, you recognize talent. But even you know, the couple of times I was able to talk with Progi, you know, he just shared what worked for him. And but the one thing I guarantee he would agree with is when he started, he didn't no clue what he was doing, and you just try something new, see what works. Try something new, see what works. But nobody in here has like a purely like clear idea of what they're doing. You just do your best, and you hope that eventually it works out for you. And I think that I'm also like a perfectionist, so while my stream, I think right now I think I'm doing pretty good at creating videos. Did I glaze enough? Welcome to EG Lately Live, where our host joins us on a journey through various internet topics. EG is a charismatic and exciting individual in between the yawns. He gives fair and balanced takes. Hey, I'm down. I like it. I like it. I think it's perfect. Good motivation. Yeah, Progi's a good dude. I like Progi. I think it's so crazy that one of the first creators I ever like had a personal conversation with was somebody like him who is just absolutely dominating the YouTube world. 8 million subscribers. That dude. It's like the most luckiest break you could get. And then I met Nerd City, who also is somebody who's like art form I admire a lot. And I threw the idea of perfection out the window when I started my moonshine. Yeah, I mean, you can't be perfect. I think, okay, maybe let me readjust this, okay? You could be a perfectionist, but you don't want to be perfect. You need to accept the fact that you're not going to be perfect. Because the whole reason I didn't start a YouTube earlier on in my life is because I was so obsessed with being perfect and being groundbreaking that I never did anything because I felt like I was doing too much of what other people were doing. Now I don't give a shit about that stuff. Now I will do it. Brandon was a successful YouTuber, but he took a break. Yes, yeah, he had the kids channel, right, that he was doing. It's just about doing the next right thing, right? It's all you can do. Just do your next right thing, and then, like, that's why I just talk about now what I like. I just like talking about what I like talking about. EG Lately, hey, my two favorite are you and Progi are both. Thank you, Kim. I am nowhere near his level, but just the fact that you view us similarly, that's awesome. I think I was talking to Phallic about it. I think that I do believe that we have something here that's cool and fun and interesting, and we don't have to be like edgy for the sake of being edgy. Like we can come on here and have a good time. And I think as more people find us, I think that's what's killing us right now. It's just more people just don't find us. We need to find more people that are like us, and there's plenty of them out there who are looking for a community to come to where they could just kind of come in and be themselves and not have to worry about like the next crazy thing. Next week I will discuss why I don't chat with anybody anymore. See y'all later. All right, Dr. Death. That's your right to do. You don't have to, you don't have to chat if you don't want to. But you just have to He got over 9 million now. Damn, he is really he's having a whole second glow up. But you know, I think it's important to just keep. The most important thing is just keep going, keep going, keep going. You're gonna fail a lot when you do this, and it's very competitive. But what makes you might succeed where someone else might not is it when they take failure, they're just gonna quit, right? But if you don't quit and you just keep putting in your time, it'll pay off eventually. You know, as long as you keep honing your craft and try to make it as entertaining as possible. I am guilty of like cutting corners sometimes on stuff that I do, and I need to get out of that habit because it's a bad habit. So, but I think we'll be all right. I think we'll be all right. I believe that we can do this. I believe that we can become a big community, and all of you guys that are here now, you're gonna come with me and help us achieve that. What's up, J-Sauce? We're just watching a video on Metokur, Mr. Metokur. A lot of little dramas that he's been in.
There's a term that's existed on the internet since, well, the internet itself has existed. It describes a certain personality type, a character most people would encounter on the forums that they might frequent or image boards they might visit.
And that's what'll work for you,
It's a special kind of
GSP.
individual. Somebody who's easily quick to anger, who lacks the ability to banter or joke with other people. When forced into a corner or a situation in which they cannot win, they will inevitably fall back upon the position of wanting to kick your ass.
You triggered, my dude? You sound pretty triggered.
Oh, I'm triggered as fuck. I would fuck your face up so bad.
Oh shit, I'm sure you would, my dude. You
I
sound
would
so
smack
mad
your
right
little
now.
ass
Oh
up so
god, you
fucking
sound
quick.
so mad, dude.
Oh, I'm mad. I would fuck
you sound
I
so
would
triggered right now.
fuck you, little bitch.
I'm such an internet tough guy. Oh, so mad.
Destiny's opponent in the
See, the funny thing is, Destiny probably would actually get his shit kicked in. Daniel's crew. Yep, you were a contributing factor to that. We started a video, so I'm just finishing it, and then I'm gonna log off. But yeah, I mean, I want you guys to know how seriously I take your guys' compensation and your support, and you know, if you guys want me to stay longer, even if you know we don't do more super chats, I still care about the ones that we got, and I want to make sure that you realize how much I appreciate y'all. So I will be live. And plus, I told Blue Jay I'd finish this, so we're going to finish it. We're going to finish it. Let's do it. But going back to what we were just saying about the internet tough guy thing, I feel like I could probably kick the ass of probably at least 90% of the people who I talk to online. I mean, I'm like 6'2", 230. I'm a big boy. And I can fight. I grew up, you know, fighting. So I know. So a lot of times I know that I could kick someone's ass, which just kind of makes it easier for me to like not care what they say. But I would never lash out like this, where I need to. Well, I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna find you and I'm gonna kick your ass. Because then you just let the little dipshit win. Like Destiny won in that little back and forth right there because of how, you know, angry he made this guy. Like, I mean, come on, you know. But Destiny's also knows that guy isn't gonna find him.
And who Metokur was making a video about was Tonka Saw.
That behavior has existed within him, on the internet, for at least 7 or 8 years. Every single person he would encounter who would eventually throw up a roadblock to his bullshit would sooner or later receive a challenge to fight him in real life. But as with most internet tough guys, nobody really gave him much attention. They just saw it as complete bullshit and moved on. That is until a little cokehead by the name of Andy Worski said enough is enough.
I will go to the States. I will go to the ring you want me to go to.
Metokur proceeds with explaining who Worski is from his involvement in IBS, the fabricated information about him and a minor, and the part.
Isn't Andy Worski on? Is he on Kino Casino? Isn't he one of the guys from Kino Casino?
Advice he received from Tonka Saw. This presents the feud between the two and why Worski, unlike other people, readily took up Tonka's offer.
Shockingly rare occurrence, an internet tough guy actually had to put his ass on the line. And that is thanks to Tara LaRosa. Now, Tara, a sometimes guest on the Morning Kumite, had heard that Tonka and Andy were having an argument. Tonka had said that he could set up a fight, that he could arrange the details of it, but he was running into some difficulties. And out of nowhere, Tara said she'll have it set up in 5 minutes. And she wasn't kidding.
Worski took this seriously and the event was being hyped up, but also sabotaged, according to Metokur.
Tonka spent his time trying to throw any wrench he could into the gears, trying to slow it down. While on his show, he would talk massive amounts of shit, saying how he was going to badly hurt Andy Worski. And come January 19th, only one man would be standing in the arena. Well, maybe standing is the wrong way to put it.
To elaborate on what Shamir had been saying, Andy Worski's making his way to the cage. His opponent, Tonka did not show up.
Oh, you guys know how I'm always saying I'd box someone if like I'd stand in and box for someone. I mean that. Like if someone ever set up a fight for me, I would 100% go do it. It wouldn't even be a hesitation for me. I don't just talk shit. You guys know me, like I don't back down from nothing. But I mean, I guess it would depend. If it's a nice person who just wants to fight because they want to fight, I probably wouldn't do it. But if it's someone who needs to get a comeuppance, I'd be happy to do it.
Tonka was a no-show, sabotaging the match by not sending his ID or even blood work.
Tonka refused to sign the contracts asked of him, and sent in multiple names under the contract and the blood work. They even follow up on this in a later paragraph. Mr. Tonka sent in someone else's blood work and ID. He did not make it to Tennessee.
Metokur also goes through some of Tonka lies. Unlike the Matt
He
video
is the guy from
on sports
Kino?
events,
Okay.
Metokur had no direct involvement in these happenings. This is because at this point, Metokur had created distance with IBS, just like he did with Gamergate because of how obscure it was becoming.
You got doxing and swatting and pedophilia. You've got infighting and Discord spies and all of this other shit. I don't know how this happened. They're just fucking. They're streaming shows on the YouTube. They're streaming shows on YouTube. How did any of this happen? How did any of this shit come to be? It's fucking streaming shows on YouTube.
Metokur's intuition in the spaces he inhabited was remarkable. He knew when to jump ship when things were going awry. He also, unlike some contemporaries, remained consistent in keeping things to banter, avoiding what he deems to be life ruination or any similar serious threats.
The person who made an account in your name needs a comeuppance. Who made an account in my name? Someone made an account in my name? I don't remember that.
Additionally, when he did take part in IBS, he was always a strong competitor that was detached in many ways. His anonymity negated any roastings of his appearance, controversies, any heavy-hitting things. Even when he was doxxed, he still made light of the legal history of his that came out.
And look at all these nifty screen caps that should give you the gist of Jimothy's legal dealings regarding his ability or inability to register, insure, or non-drunken drive a car. Can we really be surprised by that? Do we know Irish people that aren't fucking excessive alcoholics?
Another element of Metokur's strategy of detachment.
You sent it to me. Oh, did they just... Oh, okay. I know who it is. Well, that person makes a name of every single person name. A person's fucking psychotic, dude. We're going to talk about that person one night. Don't worry about that.
Was his rule of no online friends.
But I feel like whether you want to admit it or not, you have made some friends because...
No, you're just people on the internet to me. I mean, I've been pretty consistent with that for years. I mean, have I not? I mean, I've told Andy this, I've told Tonka this.
Though, right? We're BFFs.
Say it all you want.
We hung out that one night. We were talking about Metokur. We bought Chinese and stuff, and we chilled.
And, we can show up on a stream together and banter or yell. I mean, that's
yeah, but you have a mutual affection. That's a friendship.
No, I don't.
The people Metokur interacts with could be quite unstable, which could be a reason for this rule. This rule also assists in being straightforward in his intentions, in that he will prod at anyone that embarrasses themselves online. Even Worski with the infamous aim stream. But because YouTube does not look kindly of videos showcasing people brandishing weapons, this event cannot be shown to its fullest. The gist is that Worski in Florida, after a verbal confrontation with 3 other individuals at a bar, walks off with his 2 pals. A fair amount of time passes, and these individuals catch up to Worski and his friends, where then Worski convinces his friend to pull a gun through these words.
Go aim.
This resulted in Worski and friends calling the police, but in a turn of events, because Worski's friend Alex pulled a gun that was not fired, there were still charges filed against Alex, 3 of aggravated assault and 1 of simple assault. Metokur had a field day with events like these, the stranger the better. That's why his interview with David Stay, a lesser-known star known by Jim for his portrayal of Mandar in the short-lived 1980 series Photon, was memorable.
I talk shit, okay? But I didn't really push it on people. You know who, I'm going to tell you he set me off. Barack Obama, he set me off. I was getting ready.
Barack Obama set him up.
People work, and this one I don't have a television. I had a TV, right? My TV's always background noise. I'm getting ready to go to work, all right? And I don't know what he said.
Am I sure? Am I sure of what, Daniel's crew? Am I sure of what?
Before, I don't know what he said after.
Or are you talking about the video?
I cried this day. All I heard was this. And for all you flat earth, tinfoil hat wearing people. And I looked up, I said, what the fuck did he just say that for? I said, why would he say something like that? And you know what I found out that day, pal?
See you, Daniel's crew. Thank you for hanging out and keeping me on here. We love you.
There was actually, I have nothing to do with it. But there was an actual flat Earth society. And I wasn't fucking alone.
Where some might have questioned Stay's conspiracy theories, Metokur let him talk. In this way, bringing only minimal confrontation allows him to express his stranger yet more entertaining thoughts. And though Stay did have highly irregular perspectives, his intent of kindness made him a likable person within the stream's eyes.
I'm a man that just cares. And I care about everyone. And I want to make a hot damn difference on this hot damn planet. And it doesn't matter how many people. And that's my goal in life. So tomorrow, do the right thing. But just compliment somebody, man.
From blood sports to leaving blood sports to covering events around blood sports and continuing his mainstay series, this is what Metokur was from 2017 to 2019. But trouble was brewing.
So the Patreon thing happened first. That was from the Transtastic Tales videos I did. So I did a video that I knew couldn't go on YouTube, so I put it up on BitChute. And somebody at Patreon saw it and didn't like it, and that was the end of my Patreon, and that's why. And then I started getting, I got a strike on one of my videos. I can't remember what it was, but there was a strike on one of my YouTube videos, and I was like, okay, this is, they're going to try to just completely shut me down. So my idea was, they can't, like you were like, oh, I can't be doxxed because I'm already doxxed, right? My image is out there. So I was like, well, you can't strike my videos if I don't have any videos.
Yeah.
So I took down all my videos, and I was like, now let's see what you're going to do, Susan. Hi, Mr. Metokur. Oh my God, so formal. They even called me Mr. During a recent review, our team of policy specialists carefully looked over the videos you've uploaded to your channel, and we found that a significant portion of your channel is not in line with our partnership program. As of today, your channel is not eligible to monetize, and you will not have access to monetization tools and features. So let's go find out exactly what the violation was so I can learn from it to become a better content producer on this amazing platform. Account status currently ineligible for monetization. Here's why your channel wasn't approved. Reused content. I'm going to look through all my videos to see which ones that weren't compliant with this specialist that works for YouTube. They must have seen something I overlooked. Where can I begin my journey? I know. I should go look at my uploaded videos and just start going through them one by one. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have any fucking uploaded videos.
Quote, so I woke up today to a few videos that were yanked on my YouTube with the typical warnings about rules violations.
I think the thing is that YouTube can, even if you take down all your videos, I think that YouTube still has them. Like, I think they still are able to like view what you had there. Like all that stuff was on a server at some point. I'm not sure about that, but I would imagine Google has that kind of ability to store all that stuff.
What makes it even more insane are the choices. The We Was Kings video, which was pretty popular and aimed at laughing at the Kemet and Black Israelite communities and had been up for 3 years. I tried appealing it, and within 15 minutes got a response saying the strike was valid and the video wouldn't be reinstated. The other video was a minute long in length, with me dubbing JonTron back into ukulele, and at that point I stopped
I think
trying,
they keep
unquote.
copies too.
At the bottom of this community post, Metokur states this is why he deleted all of his videos, because even if unlisted or made private, YouTube will still use whatever content to apply strikes and take a channel down, as they did with the channel Monkey Jones a year prior. As for Metokur, though his strikes were likely done to eradicate his channel, there was a shift in content during this time. As Metokur mentioned, How the Sausage is Made was uploaded to BitChute and not YouTube. The video covers the surgeries and is highly graphic with nothing left censored. This is a video on a mostly partisan topic, presented graphically and more serious than his other videos. After his channel was demonetized, the next month, still uploading on different platforms, he uploaded Slip and Slide.
Bad things don't just happen at once. The worst of the worst damage that can ever happen to a group of people or to a society is a death
I'd
by
imagine
1,000
ING.
cuts. It's incremental changes, almost imperceptible changes, argued only on their singular points, taken out of context of the bigger picture, that allows you to reach an endpoint where the National Guard are coming to take your guns and your son is in a dress getting fucked by a pedophile.
That video was about homosexuals.
And I know there's nothing more that people fucking hate. Like, I get this, because I run into this too. Where you're watching a channel and you really like the fucking content, right? And you're watching all the series, and then suddenly they come in with their hot political takes. And you're like, please, dude, come on. You're fucking killing me here. So I tried my best to keep it minimal, but I never hid that I'm more of like a kind of, conservative. Just from an audience perspective, I tried to keep it like focused on the series, but every once in a while I get like hair up my ass and want to do a political thing. And so Slip and Slide was kind of like my take or what I saw as where things were kind of going. And I tried to sum it up as best I could. And I think a lot of them.
I thought he started out as liberal. I guess he kind of moved more towards conservative. I mean, if you're into free speech and non-censorship, then conservative is pretty much the way you got to go.
Raised were pretty fair considering where we are right now.
There was something more aggressive going on within Metokur's content that started and stopped within those two videos. And there was something going on with Metokur that was only getting worse.
They've given my household a gift that we've been dealing with for a month now. We'll call it the tuberculosis fairy. So
It's just been interesting. Don't leave your house if you're in Minnesota unless you have a fucking hazmat suit.
In 2019, his health, specifically his immune system, had not improved. To add to these stresses, in late 2019, after being demonetized, he began a new career path.
As you can see, I'm by the interchange on the outskirts of town. We've got some gridlock going on, bumper-to-bumper traffic, but what a beautiful day. We stuck in that gridlock. Pristine skies ahead. Not a rain cloud in sight. Visibility's so clear, in fact. You can even see Susan write me that check for the money she owes. You're gonna fucking pay me.
Metokur, as his Stickman weather reporter, even covered horrendous traffic accidents.
Oh my god, Ken. Ken Studio, can you hear me? There's a driver veering all over the road. I don't know what he's doing. Oh my god, look at the speed that he's going. He's got to it's 100 miles an hour. Oh my god, look at the size of those flames. I can smell the bodies burning, Ken. It smells like cooking pig out here, Ken. One of the survivors, they're coming over towards me. Sir, are you okay? Oh my god, his skin is just falling off his body. There's smoke everywhere, and he's dead.
This change in content was part of a strategy.
So strange, but I love
it. Okay, I'll play along. I'm going to do weather videos. I'm going to do weather videos where it's just my voice, and I do stick figure drawings in MS Paint, and there's nothing you can do about it. And it worked. I got remonetized, and my channel came back.
He fell back on streams as his mainstay content, but these were inconsistent and often months apart. And then for more than a year, there were no streams. The answer to his absence could be found on his Twitter. In 2020, he revealed he has indolent lymphoma. Here, Metokur is stating he is losing approximately 3 pounds a week.
Ended up going in to a dermatologist who took a look at my scalp. It was like, yeah, that's a tumor. Let's do a biopsy. You know, and it started off with obscure things that didn't really connect into the cancer. So I lost my appetite for 6 months and dropped about 45 pounds. Couldn't eat, and then had like a weird pancreatic attack where the lipase level is just through the roof, and then the next day it's back down to normal. Kidneys started acting weird. They're getting weird creatinine levels. They're getting weird adrenal gland readings, and then
I like Brandon Buckingham.
It's back to normal.
Metokur has cancer, but not exactly, and has an autoimmune disorder, but not exactly. The continuous struggle was trying to get an exact diagnosis, but his symptoms were as severe as they were constantly changing.
No, there's been some questions about my health. I'll get that out of the way as quickly as possible, because who wants to hear depressing things?
Dude, look at that chat rolling, dude. Look at that chat rolling.
Yes, I did get sick. Yes, I am still sick. Going through the Clinomics program at Mayo to try to figure out what it is. Those of you unfamiliar with what Clinomics is, it's fucking research medicine.
14,000 people in that chat.
Now, I know that some people have called into question if I have cancer or not. I heard that Mersh said that. In fact, you might want to be careful, chat. I also heard that Mersh told people if you donate to me ever on any live stream I do, he's going to be very disappointed in you.
Mersh is a creator who was assisting in putting forth the idea that Metokur was faking his illness. In a space that is highly paranoid, these rumors do tend to float around, especially when money is involved. To that extent, Metokur was promoting his merchandise, specifically his...
Yeah, I don't know why he hasn't tried getting remonetized. Deo, he should. He should try to get remonetized.
Hats. He had been selling his iconic 4 out of 5 stars hats off and on, something that started to raise funds for a potential lawsuit that never formed. But now in 2021, being inconsistent...
Well, there was 14,000 people in the chat. That's why that chat was rolling so fast.
On YouTube, this was his main source of income and why he is referred to as a hat salesman.
Quality fucking hats, ladies and gentlemen. Buy a hat for your hat. Buy a hat for your hat.
Buy a hat for your hat, a simple yet memorable line. With Metokur's health on a constant decline, this was a rallying cry of sorts. Money raised for his possible mounting medical bills. But even though Metokur has many fans, there are still a fair amount of people that want to bring his destruction. Some insulting his wife or threatening to show up at his house, etc.
Yeah, fuck you, bitch.
Augustine, Ralph, come on. You fake being religious, you should be able to say.
Yet Metokur never reflected those life ruination tactics, even if he did get visited a couple of times.
Oh, 1 second, chat. 1 second, chat. Oh, we might have visitors. Hold on.
That part, this part is scary. Like this is the one thing I'd probably be terrified about, if I was ever big enough. Is like this shit.
Not all visitors were unwelcome.
Had a little gift left on my lawn. A little gift left on my lawn. Now, fun fact, I do have cameras around the house when I show the swatting footage, everything like that. But generally, if people are just having a bit of a goof or fun or whatever, I don't usually put up footage because everybody tries to be so shy and coy about it. Like if you're dropping off potatoes or running up a cart or something like that, I'm not going to do it. But notice somebody with a sled out in the street at like 10 at night trying to be stealthy. And then, what do you know, what's sitting at the front yard? What's been built up in the front yard? A snowman.
This footage came from his quote-unquote final stream.
Well, as you know, this will be our final stream. Jim is riding off into the sunset. He's going to go do Jim things.
Metokur did plan on this being his final stream, but it was only the final stream of 2022.
We last left off with my Truman Show exit. I was, pretty clear that I was going to die. Had everything set up. I was looking, what did you say, resolute.
Buy a
Let me catch
hat
you up,
for your
Jim,
hat.
on why Jim has crawled out of his fucking coffin for the time being. It's to sell you beautiful fucking hats. We all love Jim's hats.
Metokur came back to earn money, to entertain, and announced that he would possibly show his long list of symptoms to try to crowdsource a diagnosis, as now in August of 2023, 3 years since the discovery of the cancer, things have progressed to the point of having multiple heart attacks and a broken back, and still doctors are unsure what exactly is wrong with him. The fuller extent of symptoms were revealed in a stream that took place March 2024.
Said Jim's faking everything. Jim doesn't have a wheelchair. Until Jim showed him the wheelchair that Jim owned. Until Jim posted pictures of his wheelchair to shut Brian up. And then Brian all of a sudden retreated into some other retarded shit. So I'm really looking forward to finding out what Mersh is going to say as we go through this. I put together a little collage, and I had to be smart about it. Now, there are reasons I have to be smart about it, and I'll show you why. Because these people are insane. They're literal insane retards. Now, Mersh likes to say that, oh boy, Jim's died 4 times, Jim's faking his illness and all this. And I've talked about being sick, and I've gone over it when people have asked in Super Chats. And
I don't imagine this guy would be the type to make something like this up. He seems like he lives in serious reality, and he appreciates truth. I would, knowing what I've seen of him in this video, I don't imagine this guy would lie about this shit.
I had my heart attack. It shows the date of implantment and everything else because they put you on medication where you'll die if they cut into you.
Oh, well, there's his name.
Machine, it will rip it out of your fucking chest if it's too strong. But of course, again, this is all fake bullshit. Jim's not, maybe Jim actually had heart attacks and had a stent put in, but Mersh is right. Jim's just been faking everything. So let me put a backing track on here. I like to call this all the tests that Jim has had.
Well, I guess everybody knows who Mr. Metokur is now.
Over the last 4 years. Do you guys have 5 minutes? Just pause at any point to read through.
The scroll of tests done on Metokur goes on for around 3 minutes. There are also the newly revealed health issues Metokur has to deal with, from cancer, hypertension, hearing loss, osteoporosis, heart issues, severe inflammation, and rib and back fractures.
It's pretty
I know
sad.
too. You've also asked the question, boy, why won't you die, Medicare? Well, I know Ralph asks that all the time. He maybe has a legitimate reason.
Hard not to respect him.
We fucking hate each other. You, I don't get so much. But you ask things like, why won't I die? And we've held 4 funerals for you. Why are you streaming? Why aren't you spending your time differently? I'll tell you, it's very simple. I swore to myself when I started getting sick and when I knew I was going to die that I would set it up so that my wife wouldn't have to deal with that. So that when I die, they can throw my ass in an oven, cremate me, scatter the fucking ashes, and everything's on autopilot. That she's set up to be fine. That she's taken care of. That there isn't a weight hanging over her head. I'm sorry that I'm taking too long to do it, or that I'm sticking around to sell a few hats. But, it's part of the responsibility of being in a marriage and having, people survive you. It's one of the reasons I didn't have kids. My dream for my life was very, very middle of the road. Most people who become like YouTubers, oh, I want to be famous. Oh, I'm going to meet all these fucking people, these TikTok sluts, and drive Lambos and do all that shit. My dream for my life, whether it was through YouTube or other means, was to have a normal suburban house, have a couple of pets, be married, and have some kids. That was it. And I was very close to it.
That is the core of Metokur, a creator known for...
And I was very close to it. That's a fucking shame, man. That's so sad. The guy finally got everything he wanted, and he's dealing with all this shit. And I guess it doesn't look like there's a way out for him. Yeah. I mean, it's actually really tragic.
Hated or liked, where other creators fell through the cracks when even just measly pressure was applied, he remained stalwart. From Gamergate, IBS, his constant bans, to dealing with his degenerative, debilitating illness that no one can diagnose. Metokur, a simple hat salesman, was always able to make the best of it with his trademark smoker laugh.
Wrap it up and go die? All right. Is this a point where I get sappy and I say something emotional? Am I supposed to give great life advice now as I finish this out? Is this where I tell you something you already know and you all have to pretend like it was insightful and deep? Listen, I just like to laugh at dumb shit on the internet, and I think you do too. I think that's what we all like to do. Life is hard enough. There's a lot of tragic shit out there. The world's a scary place. But it's nice to have the ability to laugh at goofy shit.
What a great video.
You want a war?
Oh. Razor Ramon now. Thank you, Blue Jay. That was a great video. Yeah, I definitely have a lot more respect for Metokur now than I did before. I always just kind of thought of him as like a shit poster. But, I mean, that's some pretty deep shit. That's some pretty deep shit. I feel like everybody in here now, you guys all know who Metokur is. If you didn't before, I mean, you know now. Like I said before, like in a world where everybody's desperately trying to grab onto clout, he gave it away several times because it wasn't what he wanted. Pretty impressive man. Pretty impressive man. They don't make him like him anymore. Again, old head. That's why you gotta respect us. We're a lot more steadfast than a lot of these youngins on here nowadays. But I'd like to think that, you know, I think the biggest heartbreaking thing that he said was at the end when he said, you know, all I really wanted was just a house in suburbs and a couple kids and a wife. And I was really close to having it. He got the house. He had the wife. I guess he just never got them kids. It's fucking sad, man. Reminds me a little bit of Pecan Head. You know, Pecan Head just did this for the right, you know, just because he liked doing it. And, I mean, Metokur did a lot of good. I mean, he's not dead yet, so it's not like I'm eulogizing him or anything, but it doesn't look like he's going to be finding a way out of it anytime soon. But the amount of work he's putting in to try to make sure his wife's set up, I think that's pretty fucking cool. But yeah, so somber note to end things on. We started with Kaceytron trying to gain sympathy online, to laughing at a completely ridiculous show from Disney, and then ending with somebody who actually is a fucking impressive human being. I think that was a pretty interesting stream, guys. You know, I know that like there's downtimes in this stream, but I gotta be honest, like I loved this stream. I thought this stream was really fun. If you stick through it the whole time too, I think that's why you guys come back so often too, is because if you stay the whole time, you know what goes on here, and you understand like what we're doing. If you know, if you're not someone who knows about this shit, then you know, you drop in for 5 seconds. Oh, there's not a lot going on. Drop out. You're missing the what we're trying to actually do here, and that's create all these different vibes, experience all these different stories, and just kind of share the lived human experience together. And I think that's pretty cool. And again, I can't thank you guys enough. I know sometimes it's not always easy doing the extra hour, but I love this extra hour thing because we never even would have got to that story if you guys didn't do the extra hour thing. So, so you guys are responsible. Sunset, Soul, Triton even donated $2. Daniel's crew obviously sent us over the top. You know, so it's like it's all the donations you guys do that. I don't think I'm missing anybody tonight. I know DSB does donate. I know everybody donates all the time, whether it's $2 or whatever. But I mean, this is why I do it, guys. You know, the money helps. You know, because if the only reason we even do like the extra hour thing now is because like I'm spending so much time on here that I need to have something to show for it, basically, other than just hanging out and going over things, or else I would just be making videos, you know, because I've been working on the Lord of the Rings video that I'm putting together, and I stopped to come stream, and you guys made it worth it. 100% made it worth it. Wait, what? It's not all rainbows and sunshine? Unfortunately not. It's not. Or flip side to that, it's not all rain clouds and storms either, like that you get on the internet, where everybody's just being completely hateful and negative. I think there needs to be a balance, right? There needs to be a balance between, buy a hat for your hat too. There's a balance that you got to play with here online, and that is being someone who wants to spread like a positive vibe, but you don't want to be like a Mary Sue about it, right? You don't want to be like overly positive to where it comes off almost like fake, because people don't like that either. There has to be a kind of a balance between doing being positive while also being realistic about the negatives in life, and I think that we do a good job at doing that here. So Anyway, guys, much love to you guys all. You know, I got nothing but love for you guys. I will see you guys. Hopefully this weekend, the Lord of the Rings videos drops. I'm super excited for it because I think I do a real. If you're a fan of the Lord of the Rings, maybe you'll learn something new about it that you didn't know before, and I'm excited about that. So, with that said, guys, much love to you all. I'll see you guys very, very soon. If I do a stream over the weekend, I'll let you know. I might. Who knows? Who knows? I've been having fun doing them. These little extra hour things are definitely making me have a newfound love for streaming. So with that said, this has been EG Lately Live signing off. Peace.